Thank you. Tina koutou katoa, no mahaere mai. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of Nelson City Council on Wednesday the 3rd of June 2020. We'll start the day with karakia, and the opening karakia is displayed on the screen. So I ask that you all stand for karakia. Kia ora tātou. It's wonderful to see you all in person. The chamber's set up slightly differently today, of course, to make sure that we've got our 1 metre physical distancing. We've got some people joining us by Zoom. Staff members are on Zoom, and so if we need to ask questions, then they will appear on Zoom and be available to us. We've got staff also joining us in the public gallery area today. There's no public gallery available at this point in time for our meetings, but we are being live streamed so that the public can observe our meeting, and we've got a public record of what we're doing. Not all of the staff can be here at one time. So as we go through the agenda, we may just need a few pauses while we rearrange the staff in the room to get some other staff in the room. So just be patient if we've got to take some pauses during the day as we find various staff, because some may be on Zoom and we've got to dial them up, and some may be in the building. We have a few days set out to do our deliberations, and what I'm going to propose is that we take the usual approach, which is actually fairly informal for this meeting as we work through and have questions and discussions. And the resolutions tend to come as we move through once we're ready. I think there's going to be quite a bit of just briefing and discussions to start today. And then we'll do the normal process of moving each resolution in principle. And then when we get to the end, we come back and then we do just a look through, make sure we've got everything where it needs to be, just if we have to, and then do the final resolution. Now, we have got some days set down for this today, tomorrow and Tuesday, and we'll just see how we go today as to what time we need. There has been a request for some workshops tomorrow, but I just will see how we're going. I kind of tend to think once we're in the space of annual plan deliberations, it's quite good to stay focused on that, just to get that process completed. I think that might be easier than trying to then branch off and do a range of different topics, but we'll see how we go. We have no apologies today. I think everybody is here. So again, thank you. It's really good to see you all. The interest register, if there are any updates to the interest register, then please let me know now so I can record those, and just identify any conflicts of interest if you have any as we go through the agenda. So Councillor Laurie, update to the register.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, just to let you know that I'm going to have to step out at about 2:30 for probably about 45 minutes.
Thank you. Actually, that's a good point. I'll just, anybody else got time commitments today that I should be aware of? No, Councillor Noonan.
At the very end of the day, I may have to, I've got something that starts at 4 on Zoom, so I'll have to get home. And
all right, thank you.
Hopefully we might be sort of at a point where you've broken by then.
Well, hopefully we might be able to break by 4. I actually think that's probably long enough for a day, don't you? Well, how do we feel about that? We'll see how we're going. If we're right in the middle of something that we can get concluded by 4:15, we'll keep going. But I really think that, that's a fairly long focused day to keep moving along with these items. All right, so any interest register conflicts? None of those, thank you. Then confirmation of the minutes. Now the minutes for this meeting will be tabled for confirmation. So I'll just check, have we had our our minutes tabled? They've been emailed out. Have you all had a chance to have a look at those, or would you like me to come back to those? Last evening? How about I just come, I don't think we need to, tomorrow. So we'll leave those to be confirmed tomorrow. I don't think that'll matter for what we're doing. And the same applies to the Mayor's report, which I actually want to do on Tuesday. If we're still going on Tuesday, or I'll do it a little bit later, because there are sort of matters happening and being raised almost every half a day at the moment. So I just want to capture any updates that I can as we go through. And of course, I will be wanting to acknowledge our recipients of New Zealand Honours, and I was delighted to see another member of the Rainey family join the New Zealand Honours clan. So well done to younger brother Tom. But we'll acknowledge everyone on the we'll acknowledge everyone formally in the Mayor's report when that comes through. So, process today. We've got deliberations, you've got the document here, you've got all the other submissions as well, and so I think we've asked you if there were particular items on other submissions that hadn't been captured to let us know, and I don't know that I've had any specific ones come through to me by email. I don't believe so. I'll just check with the Deputy Mayor. Anything that's come through? No, all right. Okay, well that's pretty comprehensive then. Well done, Nikki and Mark, for a good report. Looks like we've captured what needs to be captured. And then we have got to start our report. So what I propose we do is we'll just start with a bit of a general discussion around the context of the annual plan. One thing I do want to update you on is, before we head into that, is how I'm reading the economic situation in the region and the pressure points that we've got. Queen's Birthday weekend was reasonably successful in terms of visitor numbers to the region. We had over 3,000 passengers come through our airport, but that is, miles down on what we'd normally have with normal air travel. We're hoping to be able to maintain the increased flight numbers, but that is difficult with the physical distancing at the moment. So the Q300s and ATRs are basically operating with only half of their normal passenger volume. So from a cost recovery point of view, that's quite a challenging exercise for Air New Zealand. And obviously we've also got Origin Air and Sounds Air up and running now, and that's great. So we've got greater air connectivity. The one thing that I'm watching very closely is the unemployment numbers. And probably the most concerning thing that I can see in the unemployment numbers at the moment is the level of unemployment for our under 30s. Previously, we would look at our unemployment or ready for work numbers and see maybe around, maybe up to 30% under 30. At the moment, already from the 20th of March, we're tracking at well over, we're in the sort of mid 40% for the number under 30. The numbers are, we've had a 100% increase in unemployment since the 20th of March, and I'm told that is the highest as a region, so that's for Nelson and Tasman. So our unemployment numbers come across Marlborough, Nelson, Tasman and the West Coast. So taking Nelson and Tasman, that's where we've had the highest rate of unemployment, which is over 100%. I'm told that is the highest rate of unemployment rise in New Zealand. You'd see the big issues that Queenstown have got, but if we took Otago as a region and looked at the unemployment across the board, then it's not at the rate that we're getting here, which is quite concerning. What I'm getting feedback on from our business community, especially our small businesses, is that over the next 3 months, they're projecting that they will be reducing their employment numbers again. And so we're watching that number very, very closely, and it's going to be a strong focus for us in terms of our work-ready workforce and getting them back into employment. Now, those numbers are concerning in that we have been in a period of increased employment in some of our sectors, including the fishing industry. This year, the Hoki employment inquiries were the highest ever, and there has been no difficulty in having applicants for those roles. So even though we've had a strong sector employing, we're still sitting at very high unemployment. So I just I'll keep you up to date as much as I can on that. It changes week by week. And our message really through to the government at the moment has been, please look at those numbers and understand the pressure that this economy is under and the importance of getting those stimulus packages delivered to the region, which are designed to be employment-rich proposals. So we're waiting to see the announcements from government around those. Some of them with the Provincial Growth Fund applications, they've been already identified, and so we've had a number of those projects come through, which have been grants from the government, and they're much appreciated. And I think Mr. Levertis briefed the Infrastructure Committee on those yesterday. I think I saw some documents around that. So they are the first round that have come through. So as we go through this document today, I just really encourage you to just focus on that financial pressure that we're seeing in the region, where we can be of most value. And I think when I started this discussion around our rates and annual plan proposal, in my mind, I'm very clear about the importance of maintaining momentum stimulus in our economy and in our region, and that's across all sectors. I was very pleased to see the Prime Minister's announcement about increased funding for our arts and culture sectors that came out last Thursday, and there's particular focus there also around museums. Not a huge amount to access for regional museums, but some, but very pleased to see that the importance of our creative economy has been acknowledged by the Prime Minister. And I was on a call on Thursday morning with the local government and central government forum, and the Prime Minister raised that specifically because it had been an issue raised by the local government sector. Events, arts and culture are critically important to the wellbeing of our community. So that was a good step. Okay, I think it's probably just enough for the brief context, and on any questions or other things that you just want to be covered off this morning. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You said that unemployment has doubled, but do we have an idea of what the actual percentage is at the moment?
I can give you the numbers. So the numbers that we'll see across and it's a little bit difficult for me to break it down into just Nelson and Tasman or just Nelson. I probably can do that with a bit more analysis. What I could see from the numbers about 10 days ago is that the level of unemployment, or the number of unemployed, are around just over 4,200. Now, our fully employed workforce, and this is why I've got to just work it across the three regions, I think at the moment it'll be tracking. In fact, let me work that out for you. I'll see if I can do that for tomorrow and see if I can get that analysis, and I'll ask Craig Churchill, our Regional Commissioner, to do that. What I can see when I look at the graph is essentially it was sitting at about 2 in terms of those who were work ready, was sitting just over 2,000, so it's jumped by over 2,000 people since the 20th of March. And that's with the wage subsidy still in place. So what we're expecting is it to go considerably higher than that. The projection is for it to come in at around, somewhere between 8 and 12%. That's a level of unemployment that the city won't have seen may never have seen actually, unemployment at that level, probably not since the 1980s. And that's a lot of people when you think about that, in terms of pretty much most households in this region have been impacted. I'm having conversations every day with families where one or maybe more than one person in the house is now unemployed. And these are, in many cases, young, very, very talented members of our community who are having to have a complete rethink about their careers. And the reason I'm focusing on that younger age group is that what we must try to do is to retain those young people in our region. If we lose those young people out of our region, then the impact on our community is quite dramatic as we move through the next years. We've already got an ageing population, but if you think about losing a significant cohort of under 30-year-olds who have been in employment in our region, that's not a good picture looking out over the next 5 to 10 years. Councillor Fulton.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering, some people who are receiving the wage subsidy could anticipate that they might be losing their job. Are they in those numbers already? So
No, they're not.
no.
No. So that's just what we've got to be really conscious of for the moment. All right, so let's start on our Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We started this annual plan process, of course, prior to lockdown. It's unbelievable that our final meeting regarding the hearing deliberations will probably be the day before we go back to level 1. It's been such an incredibly pressured time. I do hope that we have a bit of a lens of flexibility and adaptability over what we think over the next few days, especially in regards to issues surrounding domestic tourism and events, given that actually the playing field, excuse the pun, will be back pretty much to normal in terms of allowing things to occur. So I hope that we can be flexible and adaptable in some of our thinking, given that we are going to be returning to level 1, it would appear next Wednesday.
Thank you, Councillor Rainey. And what I was hoping is that we might get some signal after Cabinet on Monday from the Prime Minister around where we might be sitting with level 1 and what that may be. Listening to her yesterday, she was indicating that what level 1, we haven't had level 1, right? So we went straight to 2. We haven't seen 1. And I'm getting the sense that it may be a transitional process in terms of maybe event sizes and numbers and what's there. But what I'm really conscious of, and the report does state this, is that whatever we decide, and I want to say this really upfront, whatever we decide in terms of the final outcome for the annual plan, there are going to be inevitably unbudgeted expenditure items and budgets that may not be able to be spent. That is just the reality of the uncertainty that we're dealing with. And so as we move into July and August and September and October, probably November and December, you need to be anticipating that you're going to have regularly coming to your committees, you're going to have reports with changes in them, because no officer can bring forward a report at this point in time to any council table that says this is how it is going to be for the next 12 months, because the reality is that we're not even sure what next week looks like. So I think that's the messaging, to say expect that. I want to make sure that we do respond to any opportunities for stimulus, and that inevitably will mean that you will see changes in your in the reports coming through to committees, and that will be particularly around as the opportunities for events and supporting our tourism and hospitality sectors and our retail sectors, if we can get people moving in the region. Councillor Laurie, did you have another comment? Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say on behalf of everyone around the table, I'm sure, thank you for that report. And drawing into focus the pressure that the region is under financially, and going forward even more so probably from the feedback we're getting individually and collectively. And I think it is a good segue into this section of deliberations today on the annual plan to just remember, it's very sobering, Madam Mayor. That's why I wanted to thank you, because it's sobering that we keep front of mind the unemployed, the small business, the families, the individuals that are all struggling at this time. And I just am so grateful that you started in this way today.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Yes, it's been really, I'd have to say it's been, I've said this before, I've been through many emergency events. In fact, I almost feel like it's an annual occurrence, or has felt like this, but this is beyond anything that we've really ever had to grapple with. And the phone conversations, the emails, the phone calls, you know, the text messages, you know, the messenger messages, some of them have been absolutely heartfelt, and from members of our community that are absolutely struggling with their lives being turned upside down. They're incredibly grateful for the response from the government to protect the health and well-being of New Zealanders from COVID, but they are actually terrified about their future and how they're going to support their households. And the most important thing that we need to do is to be there for them. This is, as we say, this is a time for us to continue that social cohesion and connectivity. If there was one thing that is a really positive thing that's come out of COVID, is a greater understanding of the importance of community. And at the heart of community, in my view, is local government. And so I think we have an increasingly important role to play in the recovery process and building the strength in our community. Right, so let's go to it. Let's build that cohesive plan as best we can. So we've got is someone coming forward to talk to us about this report? Mr. Tragusa, hello. Tēnā koe, Mark. Lovely to see you.
Tēnā koutou, everyone. Gosh, it's so nice to see people in the real again.
Isn't it lovely? Now, Mark, first I need to ask, are there any corrections or additions to this report that you want to point out?
Just two minor ones. If we could go to paragraph 7.20, which is on page 25 of your agenda. Just regarding the total mobility cap and subsidy, that's actually reviewed as part of the activity management plans every 3 years. I think there's been some discussions on how often that is actually reviewed. It was actually reviewed in 2015 and 2018. No change was made then. And then the other change is just paragraph 7.12, which is page 23. And this is just a clarification. Here we're talking about the electronic ticketing system and our approach to NZTA for their continued support. They have asked us and all organisations around the country just to work within the Ministry of Health guidelines as far as contactless payments and so forth. So that's just sort of a minor clarification there that the Transport Manager will be able to talk to further if required.
Right, thank
Apart
you.
from that, I'll leave the report as read.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so we'll start. I think what we'll do is we'll start. You'll see there's some recommendations. The first ones are around. First one is, let's do this one. Let's receive the report. Let's start off with positive action. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Setson. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carry. Thank you. That's one down. Now we're on to good. Now the next first section in the report goes through quite a lot of the background to putting the report together, and I'll just see if there are any questions perhaps on the background information on page 12. Any questions for Mark? Mark, you might as well stay with us for a while if you like. I suspect, because you'll know who we need to get to the table as well to answer questions. So any questions on pages 12 or 13? Oh, it's all clear. Excellent. And the top of page 14. All right, no, that's good. All right, so we've got a recommendation on the bottom of page 14, but I'd actually, if you don't mind, I would actually like to come back to that one because I'm just having a few more discussions with the Regional Development Agency, and Chief Executive has got some catch-ups that he wants to do with the Chief Executive of the Regional Development Agency. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to come back to that one probably a little bit later in the deliberations. But any questions that you have that we can now just relay through and get answers to. Councillor Noonan, followed by Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, or actually to you. I was reading this one and I really would like a little bit more I don't think that's, and the recommendation doesn't give me enough. I would like some thinking around some regular reporting against some set targets. I'm not quite sure what we're going to be doing or what they would do with the funding. So I want a little bit more surety about exactly, a little bit more targeting for it. And maybe we make it as a variance to their statement of intent. That might be another way of doing it. But I just wanted to know, I just think the public would probably want to know 350,000, what are they exactly going to do with it? A little bit more surety.
Thank you. Or I might go to Mr. Tregusa
Yeah.
just for
Yes, through-
background.
Through the Mayor, we are still having discussions with the NRDA. They are still working through their budgets. We're expecting something to come through us later this week, comparing their 2019-20 budgets with their proposed 2021 budgets. Their business model, of course, has been just completely upended. They have also, of course, been working on Project Kukuri, and they have done a version 1 of that. We're expecting to see a second version of that also towards the end of the week. That will be a plan for council to discuss as far as it would inform the statement of intent and support the requested 350,000. So basically, in summary, yes, we'll come back to you during this deliberations meeting on that.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Officer Tregusa has more or less answered mine, but it's 5.10, and it says that the mayors are advocating to ministers the additional regional economic support, and this may be forthcoming. And I just want to know how optimistic we are about that funding from the minister.
Through the Mayor, so central government has, of course, put a lot of resources within the 2 other streams that have been affected from COVID-19. And that, of course, is the social development side and the health side. The chief executives and the boards of the economic development agencies around the country have approached central government, and my understanding is they're continuing to have discussions with central government to say, actually, there's a third leg, which is actually really, really important, that central government funding hasn't come through. At the moment, it's been left to the regions to pick up the responsibility for planning for the economic effects. Obviously, the employment support is huge, and where a large proportion of the money from central government is going, but the infrastructure to support going forward for the regions to be able to respond to new businesses, to adapt as other businesses and industries are struggling. It seems to be fair that central government would provide support for that. So they're reasonably hopeful. They're going to central government with a shared model to sort of say, well, look, we don't expect you to pick up all the costs, but we would like some contribution.
Just add to that, Councillor Courtney, that it certainly was one of the matters that I raised with the Prime Minister and Cabinet on Thursday morning to say, look, one of the areas that where we do need support is for regional economic development, and focusing on what's set out in this report is that the funding streams have come from local government sources as well as the private sector. In our case, many of those businesses just do not have the funds right now to contribute across into the Regional Development Agency, and they've got potentially quite a large funding shortfall. So it's not just that we're starting from base, we're actually already down in terms of revenue streams and trying to work our way through. I reiterated that message again this morning. I think Minister Davis was going on breakfast television later this morning, and I had a session just after 7 this morning just talking about tourism and also what were the things that we were needing. And there are 2 areas that I think are quite critical. One is around recovery support for economic development. If you think about the civil defence model, what we've had is we are able to recover many of our costs, not all of them, through the civil defence process, so when we're dealing with a response. But when it comes to the economic stream at the moment, there is no cost recovery mechanism sitting in there for what we're picking up or the additional need. The other area that is of concern to me is the ability for our iwi to participate in the recovery. And I think there is an equity issue. When we think about the financial pressure that our iwi organisations are under, their ability to actually resource and participate in partnership through a recovery process, that they are seriously constrained. And I think the government need to have a focus on making sure that we have our iwi organisations adequately resourced so that we can really build a recovery model that reflects Te Tiriti. Councillor Fulton.
Oh, yes, thank you, through the chair. I just have probably similar concerns to Councillor Noonan. For me, I'm sure that those who are working on Project Kukuri are very knowledgeable about what that means, but it's still a new word for me, and I would like a little bit more information in terms of understanding what the intention is. I obviously understand it's around economic stimulus, but what does that mean? And the report touches on that, and I know that it reflects sustainability and social well-being as well, but I would like that to be more strongly communicated. And I wonder if it's an opportunity, having declared the climate emergency last year, I wonder if it's an opportunity for us to work with the NRDA in terms of developing zero carbon or a regenerative economy strategy. So moving forward, how do we want our economy to look as we grow it again? So for me, that would be really helpful if we could have that piece of work done in the next week, and if that could be reflected in the recommendation.
We can certainly capture that. And Mr. Gurtha, what I quite like is by Tuesday, I'd actually like there was a draft document around Project Kukuri and the structure, and if we could get that, even if it's not fully finalised, get that to a point where we can circulate that to elected members so that they've got some context about what is being asked for, because that's the piece I think we're missing. Councillor Sansom.
I thank you through the chair. I'd just like to, I guess, affirm some of the comments from other councillors, in particular that the NRDA Economic Development has a focus on social enterprise and kind of community initiatives. I think, in the words of Paul Kelly, from little things, big things grow. And we've got lots of examples of that here in Nelson with people like Emma Hickey with her herbal teas, who from growing herbs in her own garden, she now contracts other people too and supplies around the country. Pick, who started, peanut butter in his garage. We really need to be thinking about how we can support community members, individuals, to kind of draw on their creativity to grow our economic development in a really small scale way. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so I think we've had a little bit of feedback for Mr. Gurtha and Chief Executive just to work through with NRDA, and then we'll see that one come back to us, I think probably on Tuesday. Now, Crown infrastructure projects, there's a little bit of background in the report on page 14. We are still waiting on, I think at the time this report was written, we are still waiting on feedback from the ministerial assessments. The projects have gone through the Crown Infrastructure Fund assessments, and all of them, I'm just going to check, Mr. Gurtha's, I'm sorry, Mr. Levertis not here, but I think Mr. Gurtha's across from us, and I think all of them have proceeded through for ministerial assessment or been sent through to the Provincial Growth Fund. I think that's correct, but I'll just check. There might be one that I'm not sure about. Mr. Gurtha?
Yeah, I will need to check that with Mr. Levertis. There may have been some which haven't actually got through that first hurdle. I don't know if they've all got through.
I'll just check with the Chief Executive. Patty?
I thought one fell out, one about transport options, transport improvements fell out through the preliminary screening.
Oh, I think that's the one. Okay, that would be. So the active transport one has gone through to the Provincial Growth Fund assessment. So where they go from there, this is one of the things that we're having. It's as clear as mud, to be perfectly honest, in terms of what the assessment criteria is going to be when they get there. But it's good to see that most of them actually made it through to ministerial assessment. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question about 5.18 on page 16, if that's okay. So this relates to the Mahitahi Bayview development that's been proposed and our application for funding to help with infrastructure to make that possible. I'm just wondering, in 5.18, it talks about the work will bring considerable economic benefits to Nelson at a time when the region needs a vital boost, which makes sense. I'm just wondering, that's based on the assumption that people will have money to buy new houses in Nelson in a year's time, I guess. And I'm just wondering, are we confident that that will be the case?
I'll go to the chief executive on this one because I think, Pat, you've had some quite detailed conversations around who's involved in this one.
So talking to the developers, they'll if this goes ahead, they'll be putting in a lot of money up front before any sections, a lot of money up front before any sections hit the market. So given the scale of that investment, I would be surprised if they're doing that if there was not a demand for those houses. And the other thing is there's also one of the things we're looking at is, as part of this application, is a commitment to affordable housing as well. So that's something we're negotiating with the developers at the moment in terms of a heads of agreement that the government, the Crown may want to see if this was going to happen. That was a feature of our application was that affordable housing side of it. But we also think that the prospect of having 550 houses, between 550 and 700 houses within walking and cycling distance of the CBD, and not putting any pressure on our transport infrastructure to the south is a huge fillip for the CBD in terms of those are people that are going to shop and recreate in Nelson City yeah, be a boost over the next 4 or 5 years.
For sure. Follow-up question, if it's okay. So the figure that has been used is 700 houses. Do we know how many of those houses would actually be in the Maitai Valley itself, in Kaka Valley?
I think it's roughly 500 would be in the Maitai, in the Kaka Valley, 550 perhaps, and about 150 on the other side of the ridgeline. I'm thinking that's roughly correct.
Sure. We'll just check with Mr. Labuda. So
I think that's roughly correct, yes.
all right, and I know Miss Barton's on. Oh, she was. Oh, she is. Hello, and Miss Barton. Hello, Miss.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, just to confirm through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's about right.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. The Nelson Mail is running a story about the proposed development today and the funding application that they've picked up from this report. And I think it is exciting. But as you will have heard me in workshops say, I've got real concerns about the impact of hundreds of new houses and hundreds of cars and hundreds of dogs on the Maitai, and the impact potentially that could have on the health of the river, and the impact it could have on the nature and the character of the Maitai Valley. So I'm keeping an open mind to what is proposed, because I've heard staff say that using modern planning and design and planting techniques, we can get a result there that won't harm the river. But I think it's critical that the public has an opportunity to share their views about this with us. So I'm wondering, when will that opportunity arise? And I also just want to emphasise how important it is that we get it right, because if we don't, we'll be remembered as the council. If the Maitai ends up feeling like a subdivision, and if the health of the Maitai suffers as a result of this, we'll be remembered as the council that stuffed the Maitai up. And that would be a terrible result.
Oh, I don't think Miss Barton would let that happen.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the wonderful things about being actually having really good, strong regional council capability and the work that we've been doing with our environmental program. So, Ms. Barton, do you know, just in terms of the process that's involved for managing freshwater, do you have any comments to make on that?
So through you, Madam Mayor, you're all aware of the work that we're doing through the Nelson Plan on freshwater. So we are making sure that we're driving our consent programs to ensure better outcomes for freshwater. So the process for the Maitahi development will involve plan change / resource consent processes, of which those would need to be considered in terms of freshwater impacts, ecological impacts, biodiversity outcomes, etc.
Right, thank you. And I think Minister Parker's been quite clear that all the section 6 and 7 matters are fully assessed through any RMA changes that he has proposed, which include all of those issues.
Last question for me on the subject. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're confident that we can cope with all the waste that comes from those houses, that the Maitai River itself will be safe.
I think Ms Barton's covered that off, and that it's going to have to go through either a resource consent or plan change process, one or the other. And through that process, all of the effects of development are considered and addressed. And that's the intent of this. I think there's just no ability to consent activities that don't address those matters, Councillor Laurie. It's not what this council's about.
Good.
At any level, at officer level or elected member level. And I've got absolute confidence in the processes that will be run by the officers in this council on consenting processes. Ms Barton's talked about the strength of the freshwater provisions particularly, and the work that she's been doing with her team, and that's accepted across the board. And I think all of us have seen some really good freshwater approaches to our infrastructure as it's been designed, and certainly Mr Levertis's team is doing some excellent work on addressing freshwater qualities and values in their projects.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I could just add something to that. We had word yesterday from the Ministry for the Environment, who have seen the draft plan provisions in the Nelson Plan around freshwater, and they are holding them up as good examples of what to do around freshwater. So I thought I would add that in.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going back. I'm going back a page, sorry. I thought we're working through page by page, but that's okay. At note 3 at 5.14, I would like to see, so it relates to the Crown Infrastructure Fund for capital expenditure. And at 5.13, we read that we will need at least 2 additional project managers. I would like to see in the recommendation that we add that those additional resources are funded through that program and not from our council funds. Is that the intent anyway? But I would like to see it articulated.
I'll have to just ask the Chief Executive.
So
If that's
the comment 5.13 relates to the fact that we're accelerating our own infrastructure program on top of the work from the Crown Infrastructure Fund. So, and in the text, it makes it very clear that those will be charged to the capital works, so there won't be a cost to rates. And if we get that Crown infrastructure funding, then of course, anyone who's going to be managing that project will be part of that budget at any rate. And could I just add that Mr Levertis's team have worked very closely with the developer in terms of water supply, wastewater, looking at different options, so that we are reasonably well down the track in terms of how we would service that in a robust manner, and that's the basis for the funding application that we put to the Crown.
all right. So there's two aspects here. There's the recommendation on page 15, which Councillor Noonan is reflecting, and Councillor Noonan, the only thing that I have in terms of that linking those staff positions to Crown infrastructure funding is exactly that issue that the Chief Executive has pointed out, that actually those staff positions are needed to accelerate our own infrastructure program. And I suppose what's appropriate just to mention here is that I would like to think that we'll have some degree of success with Crown infrastructure. I'd like to, the applications we've put through, but I know that they are seriously oversubscribed in terms of the amount of money that Minister Robertson wishes to release for infrastructure. And I'm also conscious that the government's intention is to run this over perhaps a 3-year period, because they want to see ongoing work and continuity of work. So in the event that we have capacity, what we have been doing, Ms Plum's work has been involved, and she's talked about this many times, of actually having projects ready to go that we can bring forward. And so that is, again, what we know is that we've got a range of projects that at the moment haven't been brought forward. They can be, but we just want to wait and see how we go on these ones. And if we find we've got some capacity, then we'll bring some more of those projects forward. And that's one of the changes that you may see. So when you might be in Councillor McGurk's committee, you'll find that suddenly you've got some new capital projects that are coming forward because we've got capacity and we want to create the stimulus. And so those staff positions will be supporting those. So I think it would be I don't know that it would be appropriate to kind of almost name two staff members.
No, and I'm not expecting that.
Not
So
by
just,
name.
I guess, Madam Mayor, what I want is clarity that the funding that comes from the government, that within that funding, the staff required to produce that work is included in the funding from the government. That's what I want.
I'll just go to Councillor Eager because she thinks she could help us with this with some clarification.
Yeah, just 5.14, I think, clarifies exactly what you're after. Additional resource may be required over and above these two additional project managers, depending upon the level of government support. Costs would be capitalised to the capital project.
Yes, and what I was asking was that it's actually articulated in the resolution. That's the whole purpose of me speaking.
So what sort of words would you like in there, Councillor? Could you give us the words or do I come back to you in
Well,
a few
something
moments?
along the lines, and additional resources will be funded within the Capital Works program. It's just clarifying that if we get government funding, that the resources are paid within the funding that the government gives us. It's just clarity.
Well,
Happy for you to revisit this later on and discuss it with me if you wish, but I just think it's important that the public know that if we get government funding, that it covers everything that for those projects.
okay, I can't give you that assurance, Councillor, because it doesn't. So for some of those projects, we are looking to pay some of that from our budgets, and some of them will be additional funding, so it'll be a split. So that depends, depends very much as it comes through. Some of them we've requested full funding. Some of them we've said partial funding. So we've made an assessment as we've gone through as to what is there.
It's okay. I'm not satisfied, but if I'm the only one, then that's fine. If everybody else is of a different view.
I'll just sort of put it in the parking bay for the moment, and I'll go to a few other people and then we'll see how we go with that. Councillor McGurk and then Councillor Courtney.
Thanks, and through you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions. The first one is the transport project. What was the one that didn't make the grade? Do we know?
Through the chair, yes, it was the regional active transport package.
Mr. Levitas, one of them went to the Provincial Growth Fund, and I thought that was the active transport. We thought the one that didn't proceed was the safety related one.
So the safety and network improvements, and I'll just need to check initially it was a no, and then it was a yes.
Oh, that's right, it was two.
There was a bit of toing and froing, but from my notes, and I will check, but my recollection is that the Nelson Active Transport Package was a no, but I will check that.
Okay, thank you. We were quite disappointed about that, Councillor McGurk.
Yes. So that's the recommendations. We had a number of footpaths and shared pathway upgrades planned for that.
And through the chair, yes, there were a number of projects that we had put up, about 9 or 10 in connection with walking and cycling and footpaths.
Well, you've got 600 for the Maitai walkway, so.
That's correct. That's the Provincial Growth Fund. Different.
Another question, probably in relation to the Maitai Bayview development. I'm just wondering where we're at with, probably a question for Ms. Barton in terms of the application for private plan change, because I understand is that it's dependent on the density of housing we can get in the lower areas for the affordability. Otherwise, it's an opportunity to go. So I wonder if Ms. Barton sort of help me understand where we're at with a private plan change.
Ms. Barton.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Nothing has actually been lodged, but what we have done is we've engaged an external planning consultant to sit alongside the Maitahi Bayview planning consultant, so that we ensure that when anything is lodged, it's up to the standard that we would expect. So that work is going on at the moment.
Okay. And that will include the affordable housing element, because I think it turns on the size of the sections and the density, which will be. Is that proposed in the draft Nelson plan? Is that a medium density zone?
So through you, Madam Mayor, we're still working on the zoning that would be appropriate under the Nelson plan for that land. The affordable housing issue is something that we are currently discussing with the developers directly through a heads of agreement process.
Okay. Yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important that we take some time to explain our role in this Mahi Tahi Bayview development. I didn't altogether think that the Nelson Mail piece this morning reflected that as clearly as I would like, and probably all of us would like. We are a facilitator in this, aren't we? We're not part of the consultant, the developers. We're not developing this. It's not our project. We are facilitators. We're providing the underground infrastructure and all of those things to entice them to do the best job they can, and to see it as being a successful development, hopefully, for what the returns will be. But it's not our project, Madam Mayor, is it?
No, it's not our project. The land is privately owned, but it's an interaction that we have with land developers throughout the city when they come in to look at creating more housing or commercial development, and the officers do this as a regular part of their role. We have a part of the organisation, the major projects team that work alongside. In this case, the scale of what is being proposed, warrants possibly a resource consent, possibly a plan change, and that's the part that Ms. Barton's they're still working through. But we felt that this was an opportunity, as the Chief Executive has said, to actually address one of the council's priorities, which was around affordable housing. And so that conversation has been embarked on, and I understand that the developers have also been having conversations with Kāinga Ora in terms of what could go there. So no, that's very much our role. The developers, through the infrastructure provision, I understand from Mr. Levertidis there is some greater benefit in terms of the upgrades that are required that will provide benefits to this sort of CBD wood area as well. So it's not out of step with what we need to do in terms of Three Waters infrastructure. Thank you. Councillor Fulton, Councillor Sanson and Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. So I have a couple of questions around this, and Claire, you might be able to help me understand a little bit, and I think Councillor Courtney has raised that question in terms of our role. Councillor Laurie's raised concerns around not wanting it to just be another subdivision, and I share those concerns because this is a very special part of Nelson, and we want to ensure that the biodiversity and the natural features of this area is retained. So for me, it's around more than just the water management. It's around the look and feel of that valley and how that's developed so that housing integrates well with the land, and that nature and that feel is retained as much as possible. So Claire, in terms of our role in facilitating or working on that conversation, particularly around affordability, sustainability and the aesthetics of a subdivision, what part do we play in that?
Ms. Barton?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's two aspects to that, Councillor Fulton. So the first one is we are very much in the process of having preliminary conversations with those developers. And as part of that, the staff have been talking with the developers about broader outcomes, which include biodiversity outcomes and those broader things around amenity. There will be a formal process that will then have to be gone through, which will be either the plan change or / resource consent process, and those things then become more formal in terms of consideration around biodiversity and those broader outcomes.
And so I've got two more subsequent questions. In terms of our current plan and the water quality within that, and our future plan and the water quality in that, how do we ensure that this subdivision is adhering to what is going to be in our future plan? So you held that up as being really high quality through the lens of Eugenie Sage, how do we ensure that that is what, those are the criteria which the subdivision meets? Because that's not the current plan.
So through you, Madam Mayor, no, the current plan is the NRMP. The Nelson plan doesn't have any statutory weight, absolutely not. However, the technical reports that inform that draft plan are very much live documents. So there are technical reports around freshwater and outcomes, which is what the basis of the Nelson plan provisions are, and they would have to be considered as a part of any process for this development.
Okay. And our last question through the chair, in terms of the actual houses being built themselves with that sustainability lens, having declared the climate emergency last year, how do we support the developers to ensure that the actual build of the houses is as sustainable and low carbon as possible?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's nothing statutorily that we can require them to do that. So there's nothing through the Building Act other than the standard building code requirements. However, if the councillors want us to have more of a discussion with those developers, we can certainly do that with those outcomes in mind.
Okay, so if we wanted to do that, how do we need to have that as a governance direction? Do we need that included in the recommendation so that you have that clear direction from us?
Ms. Bowden, I wouldn't have thought through off an annual plan.
No, I just wanted to
decision.
So I guess my thinking is if we're investing in a whole lot of infrastructure up there and we're putting a lot of money into ensuring that the subdivision happens, and I think it's the right location, and I think that the environmental outcomes could be really high, and I think it could be an amazing thing for Nelson, but facilitating that conversation to ensure that affordability and sustainability in terms of the actual builds is taken into account, I think that that's an important part of funding the infrastructure. Like, we're funding the infrastructure to ensure that this development happens, and so we want to make sure that the houses which are built on the land meet those criteria too.
Well, one thing we're potentially not going to be funding it if we can get the Crown to fund it, which is the objective.
Well, I would have thought the Crown would be looking for that kind of housing as well.
In any event, your development contributions will be required to be paid, so they will have to be paid by the developer as well. So this is one of the issues of, growth infrastructure gets charged through. But I think, I'm just like the Chief said, I think the best thing to do, Ms. Barton, is you're having ongoing conversations with the developers, and the first thing we've got to do is get to go. But I'm sure that those conversations can, those matters can be raised in conversation, so that there needs some thinking about it to come back to us. Is that the appropriate way, Ms. Barton?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's a sensible approach.
Thank you. I think that's really, we're just so far at this stage where we're not even at the building.
I understand we're preliminary, but sometimes we get to a point where we're past the point of being able to have the conversations, and I want to make sure that
that's the way that those conversations that are ongoing. Councillor Sanson. Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Councillor Sanson, and then Councillor Neil Stevens, and I'm coming back to Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm referring to 5.15 on page 15. $25 million has been requested from central government for critical infrastructure. If we don't receive that funding from central government, how is that cost covered? Is it through development contributions from the developers, or is it a cost to ratepayers?
So it would go in our long-term plan. It would be debt funded and repaid through development contributions.
So if we don't receive it, it's covered by the developers?
My understanding is we operate one catchment for development contributions across the city. So we do a long-term plan. We'd look at what we're providing for growth over 10 years and recalculate our development contributions. And then we recover those costs. So inevitably, as bulk infrastructure is provided to the boundary of all subdivisions, the council goes a banker, and as those subdivisions develop, we get our money back. So that if we don't get the money from the Crown, then those budgets will come back for the council to consider through the long-term plan process.
Okay, so it's kind of broadly funded through development contributions rather than specific to that particular development.
Correct, but the debt will show on our balance sheet for some time as slowly those lots are created and titles issued, and that's when we get our DCs.
And so do ratepayers fund development contributions at all? No, I like all those, that kind of, that
No,
debt?
Ms Harrison might be able to comment more, but the intention is that it's the developers paying their fair share of the cost of growth. That was the purpose that the legislation was changed to allow this to happen.
Okay, thanks.
And some of those upgrades, there may not be a growth component. It may be a component to deal with renewals or upgrading that we need, generally for environmental outcomes, which is, I think, the likely issue here, that there will be some infiltration issues that will be will be mitigated through the upgrades.
Exactly. I mean, there are some traffic issues in the Maitai Valley, the lower Maitai Valley already. We have to always be fair and acknowledging that sometimes we're fixing problems that are already there, and sometimes we're providing extra capacity. And really, that's the whole purpose of that is that fairness.
Thank you. Councillor Neil Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess just building off of some of, or a clarification from some of Councillor Laurie's points, I share those concerns around environmental impacts and that flow on. We certainly don't want to be labelled the council that wrecked the Maitai. I'm confident that our resource consenting processes are thorough enough to protect us from those outcomes, but I am concerned that will presumably be occurring after we've already broke ground on our own infrastructure upgrades. We're talking about the end of the calendar year. Am I right in presuming that a resource consenting process or a potential plan change would not be completed in that same timeframe for the development itself?
I'll go to Ms Barton. I'm not sure on timeframes.
So through you, Madam Mayor, it would be correct to say that the process won't be completed within that time frame, but the developers have indicated that they will be commencing either the consent or the plan change process before then.
Okay, thank you.
And
all right.
Initially, these were called shovel-ready projects that we had to be able to hit the ground in 6 to 12 months. Now we're hearing that they could be spread over 3 years. And some of this upgrade is to infrastructure that runs up Tasman Street, for example, so that we could be doing some of those things, which also address some of our renewal requirements if we got the money and had to start spending it straight away. But as the Mayor has already said, the rules are being written just in front of our application sometimes. That's how it feels.
Or after them. I don't know. I think after them feels a bit like it. All right, thank you. All right, now coming back to so we've got a recommendation on page, I'll deal with page 15 first. Now, Councillor Noonan's got some additional words that she sent through. Thank you, Councillor Noonan.
It was a compromise, I think. It leaves it a little bit broader than what I was wanting, but I'm happy with that.
All right, so we'll pop those up on the screen. They're on their way. Right, notes and principle. And as far as possible, any additional resources required will be funded from the Capital Works program. All right, happy with that, Chief Executive?
Yes.
All right, okay, fantastic, excellent. All right, are you happy to move that one, Councillor Noonan?
Happy to move that one.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that one? Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Any further questions? Any discussion? In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye, against, carried. Thank you. And now we'll go to the one on the next page, since have we had all the questions on that one on page 16? I'll just make sure I haven't missed anybody. No, okay, then we've got the recommendation on the bottom of page 16. So I'll call for a mover for that recommendation. Thank you, Councillor McGurk, and a seconder. We have a seconder, Councillor Courtney. Thank you. No further questions. Any discussion? Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye, against, carried. Thank you. These are all in principles, by the way, just team on my left. Right, good, okay, then I'll come back and do the sweep through at the end. Okay, just in case we need to make some wording changes or something else we see overnight. Right. Right. Next page is the Provincial Growth Fund, and we have had some success with some applications that were put up. Now, I have to say to elected members that in the middle of level 4 lockdown, I think this is the level 4 or level 3, I can't remember where we were. I think in the middle of level 4, as amongst doing all the other things that you need in the middle of a really stressful part of an emergency, the infrastructure team were producing applications to go into the Provincial Growth Fund. I think they were done in the second shift of the day. I think that started at, Lois, what time did that start? That started at 8 p.m. at night and went to the early hours of the morning. So thank you very much for getting those, and we really appreciate that. Thank you to your team, and we have had some success there. We did put up over, I think, $25 million worth of approximately projects, so that's a strike rate. But in saying that, this is the first run through, and the Provincial Growth Fund is again looking at a range of other options as they go through and reorganising. So I'm aware that some of the Provincial Growth Fund applications that had been considered as potentially favourable for funding, unless they're ready to go, they are now being put to one side to find ones that are ready to go. So this is our start. So thank you for that work. So you're happy to move that recommendation. Thank you, Councillor McGurk. That's on the top of page 18, seconded by Councillor Laurie. And question?
Thanks. Just a clarification, really, and it kind of relates to Councillor McGurk's questions on the earlier item. We've heard from Mr Laverdis that we haven't been successful in some applications for transport funding. However, I just want to clarify that the Rocks Road Walkway Cycleway is not one of those projects, and in fact, it is still possible that we might get Crown funding for that very overdue and fabulous piece of future Nelson infrastructure.
Well, I can confirm to you that that one is, I know despite some, raising of eyebrows from some of you about the fact that I was even going to have a crack at this one, that one is still live, Councillor Laurie.
That is what I was hoping you were going to say. Thank you. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yes. It's, yes, and we've had some follow-up conversations with NZTA as well, just to reinforce that that we have put that up because we think it is well and truly worthy and able to proceed. So let's see how we go.
And Madam Mayor, do we have any idea when we might hear back?
Well, I was aware
In the foreseeable future.
In the foreseeable future. A range of projects have already been up to Cabinet. Various ministers are taking up the projects in their portfolios for consideration by Cabinet. I think packages have been up a couple of times now, but obviously Minister Robertson's got some big decisions to make about when government funding is going to be released and how much is going to be released.
So do we know whether Rocks Road has been put before Cabinet?
I know it's been put up to ministers, and I haven't inquired yet as to whether it's been. Well, it will have been considered by, yes, Minister Twyford. Twyford has got it.
It's sitting in the Minister of Transport's office.
Yes.
It comes under the Minister's transport portfolio responsibilities, and it's been put forward for his consideration.
Yep. So it's
Madam
with
Mayor, I
Minister
think we need
Twyford.
tracking numbers on these.
Yeah.
Perhaps Councillor McGurk's got a tracking number on it. It sounds like he knows what's going on.
I think he's got the same email that I've got, and so. But whether Minister Twyford has managed to get it into a Cabinet paper for approval by Cabinet, I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see.
Perhaps, Madam Mayor, Councillor McGurk could flick us Minister Twyford's cell phone number, see as their mates. We could all send him friendly texts.
I don't think that will be happening.
No.
I don't think I'll give it to you either. He is very good at answering his calls, I have to say, but I will not be doing that to the poor man. Righty-ho, off we go. So that has been moved and seconded. We're on top of page 18. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. All right. Well done. That's, how many is that down now? Oh, 4. Okay. Page 18, we've got some background there. around now this is the employment funding. Now just an update on the employment funding. We've had a very good conversation with Minister Sage to review our projects that have gone up for environmental employment funding. That's at 5.24. I think we have around, and I'll just check with Ms. Barton, I think we've got around $5 million worth of applications. I think that's correct. I'll just check.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct. There are about 5 projects that are sitting in there of that value.
Thank you. And then in addition to the employment projects, we've had a very positive conversation with the Minister Sage's office around the opportunities for the Maitai Valley and the potential for a regional park. So I think I talked with you around that at the end of last year that I saw there was a real opportunity for picking up on our Kotaitanga Moti Taio Alliance approach to look at configuration of the land in the Maitai Valley, going up to the mineral belt to establish a regional park. And so we've had, that was one of the last visits that I made to Wellington to see Minister Woods and Minister Sage before we went into lockdown. That was warmly received. I've had follow-up conversations with some of the senior officials in the Department of Conservation, and I think that's certainly a project that I would like to see us advance. So when we started looking at the opportunities in the Maitai, actually sparked around some of it around the gondola proposal, was really thinking of the scale of what we have there and what we could achieve for the city. So I'd be really hopeful that we can see that move forward. That may, in terms of configuration of land, biodiversity gains, it's one of the reasons that we're taking out several of our forestry blocks that are in the Maitai Valley to put them into regeneration to really start to see that scale. So that's a long-term project, but been warmly received by the Minister. Councillor Svensson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just on 5.24 on page 16, I really just probably touch on what you've just updated us on, Madam Mayor. Is it possible that with the Maitai Valley Regional Park project, we would consider retirement of all council-owned forestry up the Maitai Valley?
Don't know the answer to that question, Councillor Svensson. We'd have to go have a look at as you and I are on the Forestry Advisory Group, we'd have to look at the harvest times around those, where they are. I actually haven't got the map in front of me to know what's left in terms of those blocks.
Okay, and then so specifically to this paragraph, I was just wondering if the projects that have gone up for funding actually include planting and regeneration on our own, on council's own reserves and the forestry blocks that are currently planned for retirement. It mentions private land, and I wanted to check, working with private landowners, I just want to check that it also includes council-owned land.
Ms. Barton?
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I just update? The 5 million I quoted before, it's actually 8 million. I've just double checked, so just to clarify that. Excellent. And in terms of private and public land, there is some council land included in the projects, but if you give me one moment, I will just confirm exactly where they are.
Thank you. I'll come back to you in a few moments.
Thanks very much.
All right, any questions on Councillor Skinner?
Sorry, just getting around this Maitai Valley Regional Park. Sorry, just getting up to speed with this Maitai Valley Regional Park. Where is that included? Is there some information on this?
Councillor, when I looked at the landscape and biodiversity values that we've got in the Maitai Valley, and you think about coming up to the mineral belt, the connection through to Mongatapu, and the opportunity that you've got in terms of land and public ownership, I think there's sufficient there that it gets to a scale where, in my mind, I went to look, it's not of, I think we'd be a stretch to get to the 4th national park in the region, but we don't actually have a regional park And so I'm quite aspirational about those things and think, well, that's kind of the scale I'm thinking of that could be there. So looking, if you're thinking about when you're going right up into the, that amazing mineral belt, that some of the land that's identified that's in Department of Conservation ownership, some's in our ownership and some still in private ownership. And I think there's some opportunities in there to really consolidate those land holdings into something quite special.
So you're talking about where there's different land ownership, that's part of that Maitai water catchment area you're talking about?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And where there's crossover of commercial land or our land, you're saying we put it together as a park, as a whole, sort of relabeling or don't quite follow, sir.
Well, I think in the application process that we went through for the environmental projects, there was a category for regional parks. And within that, we didn't have an application to go in there. So, but what we've talked to the minister about is the fact that there is, and to her officials, is that there is a real opportunity here to create continuity of public ownership through the Maitai Valley right up into that sort of ridgeline area. And that's certainly come to this council table before about the opportunities that we have.
Just trying to understand the game for the community or us on that, because a lot of that is already dock owned or reserve area and lots of access by tramping, etc. But you're sort of trying to put it into a package that we need to, and funding's required to do what, to transfer some of that land ownership over, or
we'd have to look at what's sitting in the valley, and well, more than the valley, right up to the ridge line, and sitting from a biodiversity point of view, and protecting our Maitai. Then I think there's a whole lot of opportunities that are sitting in there. So what we've done is just flagged to the minister, at the minister's officials, that yes, there is an opportunity here to create land and public ownership that is close to the city, that connects up with areas which have got high biodiversity values. And we want to keep working on that. It's part of the Biodiversity Forum's objectives that sits with the Kotai Tangamotu Taio strategy that we are in partnership with other councils in Te Tai who are in the Department of Conservation and iwi.
Okay, I might have a bit more discussion on that, good understanding on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Right, is that everyone? Oh, Ms. Barton's back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to confirm, in terms of the projects that involve council land and in particular plantings, there is land on the Grampians, at Haira and in the Maitai. So we've got all three areas covered in terms of the projects we've put forward.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, follow-up question from Councillor Sensen.
Sorry, just is there a dollar value on that, Officer Barton, of council land compared to private land?
I can come back to you on that. I don't know the split.
Okay, just by email is fine.
Great.
Thanks.
All right, now bottom of page 18 starts the commentary on the impact on council budgets and the strategy we're proposing. So I think if we've got any questions, I'll just see if there are any questions at pages 18 and 19, sort of 20 through to page 21. So just so I get a list of who's got questions on those pages. Anything for Mr. Tregueta? Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the interest of clarity and potentially for setting the public's mind at rest, if you read through this section on the impact of COVID-19 from 525 through, there's a lot of toing and froing of deficits and borrowing and deficits and borrowing against funds that are overdrawn, and to fund that we're going to have to borrow. I mean, it really does go backwards and forwards to a point where I think there could well be in the public arena a level of confusion about what is suggested here. The end result of which is, have staff considered, and would it be possible to consider a part solution as in terms of what is proposed here? the reason I'm saying that is if you go to 5.30, it's quite clear that the disaster recovery fund has been well used, even if it isn't there. Actually, it's been well used in 16, 18 and 2019. My question is it prudent for us to be drawing down against this fund to the level that we are considering today at this time, when it's quite clear that that amount is going to have to be repaid relatively quickly anyway? The impact is only for 2020, and I completely understand the surrounding circumstances, why that is in place. But is there a partial response to this? For instance, can we go halfway instead of drawing down the whole lot to achieve a zero balance? We're considering drawing against the disaster recovery fund of 3.4 million. Can we go halfway and achieve a rates increase of say 1.5%? And I know we've covered this ground before in discussion, but I don't think that the members of the public would necessarily be aware that this might be a possibility.
All right, what I think we will do, I think it's a really good discussion. So what I'd like to do is, I actually want to do a bit of whiteboard exercise on this. This is the best way, I think, to do it. So I'm going to suggest that we take a break for morning tea, and then I can have a chat to Ms. Harrison about how we do a little bit of, so we can talk through, because basically this is debt funding. So if you want to, this is what we're doing. We're debt funding. It's called the Disaster Recovery Fund. We keep it in that space because we try to be just to make sure we put a focus on it as to how we got there. But I think it would be useful just to look at if you took half, what would that look like on rates? A bit of a process with it, and then you can ask whatever questions you want. We can have a little play around with it after morning tea. Are you happy to do that, Ms. Harrison? I think we can pull in a whiteboard somewhere where we'll be able to see it well enough. All right, so we'll take.
Before you do that, Madam Mayor, just on that same topic while they're going away.
Oh, yes, actually, let's gather all those bits. I'm going to count.
So I did email about a question. My question was, if we adopted all the recommendations in this agenda, what would the debt level be? And they were going to go away and do that. And they gave me some things in the meantime from the Audit Risk Committee, but I'm hoping that they've got that figure now, because I'd like to know if we adopted everything as per the agenda, what the debt level would look like. So I'm hoping that will be available at the same time.
All right, just ask Ms. McDonald, have you had that email?
Through the Mayor, yes, that's correct. And we sent you the interim information. I think Ms. Harrison will have more to update on when we come back after morning tea.
Okay, because it does move around a bit. And Councillor Neil Stevens had a question.
Just a question around the commercial differential. Happy to let that lie if you'd prefer to address, sort of come back to it after.
Just flag it now, and then in the case we need to get Theo or somebody else up around that one.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a hard one. Just if we were to proceed with the continuation of the commercial differential, that would mean for residential rates and we were to adopt a zero rates rise. In practicality, that would look like residential rates rising slightly and commercial rates dropping slightly, correct?
Through the chair, yes, there won't be anyone that gets an absolute 0% rates increase. So the residentials will sit slightly above that, and the commercials, their percentages are actually, for the inner city and Stoke, because it's targeted at those two areas, they're getting reasonably substantial decreases.
And sort of following on from that, if we were to halt the commercial differential shift this year, would that look like a zero rise, sort of in a practical sense for everyone?
Through the chair, in a practical sense, yes, it would. There be, because of the impact of fixed charges, i.e. the fixed targeted rates that everyone has, and where that 0% actually falls, it won't be, in practical terms, it will be close to zero.
Thank you.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I could recall I sent another email regarding, we had a number of submissions requesting that we didn't make a 0% increase, that we didn't increase the rates. And I sent an email about that, about how that might look at the 1.9, I think, which was the CPI. So I'm hoping that that information might also be available.
Little look to see any nods around that one. Was that clear? Yep, so we'll go to Councillor Laurie and then Councillor Sanson.
Oh, thank you. Just picking up on Councillor O'Neill Stevens' questions. Am I right, though, in thinking that if we continue down the route that is suggested, the effect is the same? Ratepayers across the board, whether they are commercial ratepayers or residential ratepayers, when you put them all together, they're not paying more rates to us. They're not paying more than, they're paying, the increase is zero across the board.
Yes, net.
Net.
Yeah, net. Yeah.
So it can sound a little bit like
Yeah.
that if you're moving around here, it changes, but the net effect is the same.
It is,
That's
yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah, it is. So there's always unders and overs, but this time when you took the unders and overs and put them all together, it is zero. Councillor Sanson.
So just picking up on Councillor O'Neill Stevens' question, I'm just wanting to understand then that the commercial differential, continuing with the drop in the commercial differential, the rates, benefits commercial property owners, does not benefit domestic ratepayers, does not benefit shops, like shop businesses in the city centre who pay. That's right. So it's just, yeah, okay, thanks, just to clarify.
But so it depends how that is structured. So for some of the tenants, they pay rates and insurance. Some of them don't. There's some different something. So, but if you are a occupier of a CBD premise and you're renting or leasing that property, and your agreement with your landlord is that you pay rates and insurance, then you will pay less, 0.5% less than you would have last. Well, unders and overs.
So a follow-up question then, I guess, is that if we're going ahead with the commercial rates differential decrease, that means commercial property owners will be paying less. So there might be an assumption then from businesses in the community that their property rentals could drop because the property owners will be paying less. Okay.
Councillor Brand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just coming back to Councillor Rainey's question about the borrowing against the Disaster Recovery Fund. My question hopefully will get covered by the whiteboard presentation, is if we had a natural disaster like an earthquake or the landslides or the flooding like we've had in the past, if we're borrowing this amount, what is our ability to actually manage the disaster in that time, and what is our vulnerability? So I'm hoping that will get covered in the thing.
So I guess that's around our capacity to borrow further if we had a major disaster. Level of borrowing, yeah, okay. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. I think this is an important point of clarification. As I understand it, in Nelson, most of the people who pay the commercial rates are actually the commercial lease holders. It's the tenants who pay the insurance and the rates in most instances in the central city. That's what I understand it to be. And I think it's, if I want to check, is that true? And I just want to make sure we understand that, because it's not the building owners, for the most part, if they've got a tenant, who are going to pay less. It's the businesses. Can we just clarify that my thinking is right on that, please?
Ms Harrison.
So through the chair, that's a standard commercial lease setup.
Yeah. Okay.
That is rent plus outgoings, and outgoings for insurance and rates and electricity or whatever.
Okay. All right, Councillor Fulton, and then we really are going to take.
Yes, so following on from this conversation around a commercial differential, if we weren't to proceed with the discount, then everyone would pay the same rates that they paid last year. Yeah, substitute to. Sorry.
Through the chair,
No.
So because
effectively, we've got a zero increase in our rates take overall. There is no way you can fix the rates to be what they were last year. We've got new properties that have come on. We've, potentially had property, revaluations.
So you could anticipate if you were a ratepayer living in Victory or living in Tahuna and we've achieved a 0% rate rise, you could anticipate that the rates you're paying this year are similar to the rates you were paying last year. No, still not.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure why we're thrashing this out. There's a sort of an understanding people should already have
around the
of
commercial
how
differential.
people pay rates. And as you pointed out, Madam Mayor, it all depends on the setup. If you're paying like when I had a shop, you paid your rent, and they sometimes say, well, there's also an insurance and a rates aspect. Sometimes in my situation, I just paid one fee and it was all included. But like being a land homeowner and you're renting it out, generally it's all part of that package. Who and how they decide to take that out or reduce it or discount it because their rates have gone down or add to it, it's up to the landlord and the household. But I'm not quite sure I'm missing something. I'm not too sure why we're spending time understanding the rates differential or how people pay rates or whose house is going to go up in rates and whose house is going to go down in rates. It's 101. We should have a grounding on that. It's not for here to be discussing, unless we need a workshop on how rates work.
Point of order, Councillor Skinner. I was asking the question in relation to the commercial differential and the impact that would then have on residential rates.
You should understand that.
So that would have an impact that it would increase if your commercial ratepayers are paying slightly less. I would have.
This is painful. It looks embarrassing for public if we're trying to work out.
Well, how about we just do what I suggested we're going to do? So I hear you. For round the council table, Councillor Skinner, there are a number of councillors that are their first time coming in to do an annual plan, and I don't want you back on your microphone right now. So what I'm going to do is we are going to have a morning tea break. We are going to do a bit of whiteboard just to get those things lined up in terms of, what would happen if you took around the level of debt. What that does to our financial position. What if you took half and not the other half and looked at it so we could just see what that looks like. I don't think we need to get into the, if there are any particular items that you are thinking about now, which you are really unclear about in terms of how the rating system works, then I suggest that you try and get a little moment with Miss Harrison in the morning tea break, just to make sure your thinking's clear on that. Councillor Sansom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Sometimes I would say that councillors, I have in my observations asked questions to clarify things for members of the public who may be interested in proceedings. It doesn't necessarily reflect a lack of understanding on elected members' part.
Great. I don't have any problem with people asking questions as long as it helps us get to an end point, and I think that's the important thing. I think we'll be fine with this. We're doing quite well. So let's take a morning tea break now. So we'll just take an adjournment. Before you head away though, just before we'll go offline, and we'll just stop our live stream. We'll come back to those of you on Zoom in about, maybe we'll take 15 minutes for our morning. Well, yeah, we'll take till 5 too. Just Kia ora tātou, just to resume our meeting. Now, before we went to the break, we were just getting on to a discussion about the financial strategy. And I think it's worth just spending a bit of time doing some whiteboard exercise with Ms. Harrison, just to understand the debt levels, the kind of range, I think, Ms. Harrison, that the emergency fund has been at previously when it's been drawn down, where we are now in terms of debt, and then some options around if we were to partially fund the package from debt and partially from rates, what that might look like. So we'll run through that. I know councillors had circulated some questions about rate funding the Nelson plan costs as well. So we might just have a wee look at that too as in this process. All right, so I'll hand over to Ms. Harrison now. Ms. Harrison hasn't got a, we'll try and get a microphone a little bit close to you. If we pop it on the end of that, table, I think it'll pick things up enough. For those of you on Zoom, you obviously won't be able to see the whiteboard, but if we need you, we will let you know. All right, here we go.
So through the chair, I was just going to use the example from the report to sort of try and highlight what's happened this year in terms of the annual plan and the changes from the draft annual plan. So due to the COVID-19 impacts, our revenues are projected to decrease next financial year around just under $4 million. To counteract that and to balance it out, we've gone away and identified $3.4 million of savings. And these numbers aren't exactly final because it depends on how the deliberations proceed today. So effectively, we've pretty much balanced ourselves out in terms of the budget. We're just short about $500,000 in terms of that net impact. The option that we've been discussing is around reducing what we said in the draft from 3.7 to 0. So we went out with a draft annual plan of 3.7. We think overall with the rates requirement, we could have it at 0, and therefore you'd need to draw down 2.9 million additional from the disaster recovery fund. So in total, you'd be drawing down the 3.4 million. Now, just in terms of our ability to do that, we've actually got very low debt, and a debt to revenue ratio in the draft annual plan was 90%, and our limit's 150%. So with doing this and the additional changes that have come through the draft, effectively means our debt to revenue ratio is still at 101% against a limit of 150. So that still gives you borrowing capacity of around 60 million. One of the things I do need to highlight is that impact there is simply not just because we've drawn down on the disaster fund. A lot of it's actually to do with the fact that it's a debt to revenue ratio, and your revenues decrease by $4 million. So you kind of get a bit of a double whammy in terms of the impact on that. But that is not entirely just due to this drawdown. It's a combination of the both.
So we've got some questions for now. So essentially, just for our questions, the debt to revenue ratio is could be the proxy for capacity to pay. That'd be a fair way to describe it. So it's the fairest one in my view to look at, because it's acknowledging that our revenues have dropped by nearly $4 million. So, and you've heard and we've run through previously what's caused those to drop down. If everyone's clear on that as to why the revenues have dropped.
Just a question to clarify, our total revenues.
Just microphone, Councillor McGurk. Thank you.
Revenues, does that include grants, fees and charges, or just rates? Because if we look at total revenues, are around about what, 110, just over 100 million, rates are about 60, 67, 66, 67 million.
So it's primarily in the other revenue category that decrease has been in.
Yeah, we're just saying when we're talking about the limit, is it all revenue or just our rating revenue?
It's all revenue.
All revenue.
It's all revenue. It's your dividends, everything's in there. So it's the whole lot.
So dividends, grants.
Grants, all those sorts of things. Okay. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. My question is, thank you, Councillor McGurk. That was my first question. So my second question is, what level can we borrow to without affecting our credit rating?
So through the chair, we can comfortably borrow to 150, but actually the 225. So that's under having a AA credit rating. The LGFA are actually allowing councils through this period of time to borrow up to 300%. So they're actually relaxing and lifting those covenants through the COVID-19. It's sort of for about a 3-year period that they're actually increasing those limits up for people. So we've got a pretty conservative limit.
Okay, so everyone follows that. So local government funding authority. So they're saying, all right, you can borrow through this period to deal with exactly this issue, which we're dealing with now, is we're looking to use this period of time to do the financial stimulus, but also keep the cost to ratepayers as low as we can. So 300% is, significant. So what's that in dollar? What would that be in dollar terms? Nikki, before I go to some other questions. Can you roughly?
I can roughly do that.
Okay. I should be able to do it. It's
probably, well, it depends on revenue, but pretty much it's three times 116. So we could borrow up to, in the mid threes.
Okay, so we could borrow in the mid 300 million off that. Okay. Okay, Councillor Noonan.
My last question, I'll just draw down 3.4 million. Is that the borrowing that that's the drawdown that's the deficit? So that would be the borrowing, 3.4 million.
Yes.
Okay. On the basis of what's in this report.
Yes.
Okay. So my last question is, how did we go with the rates take in May?
Through the chair, it was remarkably similar to any other quarter.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you, Councillor Brand, then Councillor Rainey.
Thank you. So just to clarify, by borrowing the drawdown of what you've got there, that takes us to the 101% for the 2021 financial year, is that correct? So the following fiscal year, what does that mean to our ratepayer?
In terms of?
Well, if it's a loan, it needs to be repaid. There has to be money come from somewhere to create the revenue. So where are we getting that revenue from to start repaying?
So the Disaster Recovery Fund generally takes a rate contribution into it of 1.15 million. And we'd be looking to start that back up over time, but it wouldn't be immediately, I would suspect. So I think the report highlights that actually, if you're wanting to minimise, to keep the impact on ratepayers down, you're probably going to have to borrow from the disaster fund for a couple more years after this current year.
And that brings me to my question prior to the tea break, which is if we have a natural disaster, say earthquake, flooding, landslide, heaven forbid, in this time frame, how are we going to address that?
So we have the debt capacity. That's part of what we were discussing there, is we do have some headroom there. We also have extensive insurance policies that cover natural disasters. So we've got insurance, but we do have headroom, comfortable headroom up to 150%, and we could move, in a natural disaster, you could potentially move that higher.
Sorry, so just to clarify, because we wouldn't be recovering this over the next year or two, having a bit of a delay, so because of the situation that we're currently in, that drawdown effect would actually be limited in capacity, and then it would have a greater increase in the years that follow because of that. Is that what you're saying? No.
No, I think we were talking about two separate things there. I mean, that drawdown has some impact in terms of limiting our capacity, but as your revenues bounce back up in the future years, things will change anyway, naturally, in terms of that ratio.
Okay, so, and this has to be, you know, a point of time, but with some thinking out. So what Ms. Harrison is looking at is saying, well, as Chief Financial Officer, she's looking out over, say, the next, you know, probably even 5 to 10 years, certainly what we've got left in the LTP process, and looking at that saying she's comfortable that we've got sufficient borrowing capacity within there without getting to concern to the limits being, you know, impinged at all. And what we've got is 150% debt to revenue ratio is actually very low in the local government sector. So many councils are at 175, some are at 200 and some are at 225. We've taken a very conservative limit. So even with our very conservative limit, we've still got quite a bit of room in there. Nikki, just before I go to the other questions to Councillor Rainey, can you remind me what we drew down? I can't remember what we drew down on the disaster recovery fund. So it's what was it sort of? Was it? I'm thinking around 11 million, but I'm
so. Probably in that December 2011 event, it would have been 11 or 12, but it was progressive. You know, it was never at a peak point because that work program went over about 6 years.
Yes, it did.
Recovery program, but we drew down significant amounts for December 2011.
Yeah. Okay. So what we've been doing is since then we've been, for a period, nothing was paid back into it. So there was a period where there was no repayments made, and then we've started to make repayments, and then sometimes what we've done is we've actually put we'll put additional funding in. So we'll decide that we've had a surplus and we'll pay it off, you know, as we can more quickly. So we've been trying to, you know, bring that back, which is so it can go down and you can repay it as your capacity goes. At the moment, I think because the interest rates are so low, which I'm not sure what the current interest rate is. Nikki,
our weighted average interest rate's just over 3%.
Yeah, okay.
Including swaps and margins and all that sort of stuff.
Okay. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got two questions. If for hypothetically, if we went below a zero increase, if we decreased the rate, right, if that's the right way of putting it, does that trigger raised eyebrows by all? Does it put in place any mechanisms that would raise eyebrows, so to speak, in terms of our debt revenue ratios, etc.?
I'm not 100% sure it would, but it would probably be unusual to go below zero because effectively you are borrowing to do that.
Well, we are borrowing to do it.
Yeah. But, I mean, sorry.
No, okay, I understand.
Just pick any number there.
Yeah, no, I understand. And that's exactly my point, because I think this is exactly the point that we have to consider. Zero, you know, going from 3.7 back to zero is just a mandatory figure that we've plucked to make a gesture, a very important gesture to those who have told us quite clearly that they felt the 3.7 increase was too much. But it is indeed just a figure, and we're borrowing to achieve it. Arguably, we could go further. We could borrow more and reduce the rate burden on people at this time. After all, that's exactly what the government's been doing for the last 6 or so weeks by borrowing heavily to put in place wage subsidies for people who needed it.
I haven't seen my tax rate go down that period, Councillor Rainey.
That's exactly the point. They haven't changed tax.
No, they haven't reduced
at all, or GST. They have just borrowed to fund a situation that has arisen. Now, all rating is a blunt instrument, as we know. When we look at the rate system every few years, it becomes very aware that there's always winners and losers with the rating system. We have put in front of us now a consideration for a zero rate increase, but of course there may be quite a large proportion or a proportion of the ratepayers who are well able or happy to consider a rates increase. Could we, or is it too complicated, consider a targeted rates relief scenario similar in some way to the wage subsidy that the government has put in place, whereby some ratepayers would be able to achieve a lower rates increase or a zero rates increase if that was needed? Or would that be too complicated?
I'm not sure whether Ms McDonald or Ms Harrison wants to know. I think you'd be up for a special consultative process to try and do that. I think
Well, we already have rates relief system in place, don't we?
yes, but
There's the rates rebate scheme that's provided by government. There, we have been asked to bring back a potential for a rates, a council rates rebate policy, but it would have to be consulted on.
It would have to be consulted. Okay, thank you.
it's not
Because it's
within
a remission policy, it would have to be a remission policy.
So it's not within the scope of what we have here, but what we have been doing is make it very clear that if you have hardship, if you're in hardship circumstances, then please come and talk to the rating officer around a repayment plan.
Just to reiterate my point, Madam Chair, is that actually is what we're doing. We are putting in place rates relief for everybody and funding it by borrowing across the board,
Yes, meaningful, yeah. And trying to
as
do that
opposed to
meaningful.
targeting it. And the impact is hefty for everybody further down the track. And I think we need to be very mindful of that point.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Oh, thanks. Just picking up on Councillor Rainey's point about the government, not reducing taxes. That is true. But what the government has not done in a health and economic crisis is increase taxes. And you would never hear the end of it if they did. So what Councillor Rainey is talking about is the equivalent actually of the government not only collecting taxes, but increasing taxes, which I don't think would go down very well. And I think it would also have a negative effect on our relationship with the public at a time when we want that relation to be strong, so that we can do really awesome things like make our central city a more people-friendly place. I'm serious. This is all through the chair.
Good work, Councillor.
This is all. Councillor Rainey talks about arbitrary numbers. These numbers will define our relationship with the public. And we have to think about that very carefully if we want to do things with the public over the rest of this term.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm just wondering if the councillors are bringing up ideas, but can they please reference us to the submissions that they're using in order to raise these suggestions, please? Because that is what we are deliberating, submissions. So can we have the submission numbers that Councillor Rainey in particular was mentioning?
Councillor Rainey, were you referencing a submission? I don't think Councillor Rainey, were you? I don't think you were right. No, I don't think so either. And I think at this point, I'm actually quite comfortable, given we've gone out with some proposals. So this is like we went out with a proposal. Now it's the time for you to come in, take into account the submissions, and also bring your thinking into this process. I'm quite comfortable with that. You're actually here to deliberate on the submissions in the context of a financial strategy, and I'm very comfortable with that. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. In that case, Madam Mayor, there was a submission, I think it was a Mr. Richard Blunt, who suggested that the rates, that some people can afford actually their rates and in fact a rates increase. But I think his suggestion was, and I'd have to look it up, was that if we go to a zero, then those people can actually give the extra funding to a charity or something of that kind. And I think that I'm just going to put that out there as a suggestion that came from one of our submitters.
Thank you. Ms McDonald gave me a piece of paper before that says rates submissions, 65 for 0%, 17 against. So just in terms of some analysis around submissions. All right, any other questions? Councillor Fulton. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much. Following up on Councillor Rainey and Councillor Laurie's questions or comments. In terms of the rates rebate, what percentage of our current ratepayers receive the rates rebate?
Through the chair, I think it's about 1,800 ratepayers receive it.
Okay, so as a result of COVID, we could anticipate that the number of people who are eligible for that rates rebate might go up. Could we do some communications around that to actively really promote that so that our most vulnerable ratepayers are able to receive that? Because it's quite a significant discount. I think it's about $1,000. How much is it? Is it up to $1,000 off your rates? 640, and that's comes from central government, and so I just think that that's a really good way of supporting those who may have lost jobs or may be struggling to pay their rates, to really promote the rates rebate scheme.
So through the chair, we do provide that as part of our communication with ratepayers when we're talking to them about their rate payments.
Councillor Skinner.
Yeah, I'll just say, hey, I agree with a lot what's been thrown around here, but this, and as far as trying to keep our finance good, etc. But at the end of the day, it's the ratepayer whose financial situation, whether they can afford it or not, is what we're really coming down to. It was good us keeping our ratings, etc., and working within that 150% limit. And I get a bit concerned that we see that our rates increase as a norm rather than ideally working within a 0% rates increase, or working with your long-term plan budget, which was about 3.2%, or working within what the general increase in costs of living. But please keep in mind that whatever decision we make, we might think it's being financially prudent within our books. It's, at the end of the day, it's coming out of the pocket, the checkbook, or the hours and days that people can work to earn that money. Every time we add 1% or $100, you might think, oh, adding another $100 or $200 to the rates. We can do that, but it's a difference. Seriously, it's a difference between someone putting bread and milk on the table or not putting bread and milk on the table. And it might seem a bit trivial, but that is the reality. I can refer to submissions, 73089 in regards to someone who's been at work for a while, and 2 pensioners on pages 106 and 111. For example, they're saying, hey, my rates have gone up another $100, $200. That's a big difference. Another $10, $20 a week is a difference between having Griffin's ginger nut biscuits for a cup of tea or not, and some of us just buy those without thinking twice. But it does have an impact. And as much as we try and balance our books, which is great, and us trying to keep a good credit rating, which is great, as much as we think we're working within our ceilings, the reality is these rates affect the person's pockets that they pay for them. And there's only so many hours in a day. When you increase by $20, you've got to find another hour of daylight to earn that. Literally, pensioners who chop wood to earn another $20 because their rates have gone up $20. And we might think $20 is nothing, but there's only so many daylight hours in a day to do that. So many. So just please keep that in mind. It's all good. We've got some great financial team here. We've got some great strategies happening here, but people's pockets are only so much. And as we've got people without work, out of their control, and there's people on fixed incomes which haven't been affected by the COVID, but their incomes don't increase by 4% year on year. As I've said it many a time, it's not sustainable. But as Councillor Rainey has put, we're borrowing money to get through a difficult time, but we seem to be borrowing rather than cutting our cloth. We've got to pay that back later. Next year will be harder to pay than this year for many people.
Councillor Skinner, I think we did work on $3.4 million reduction in expenditure, so we have certainly been some.
I appreciate that. We have, and the staff work extremely hard, probably do a better job than us at times on that, and we are working very hard at the moment, but it's coming out of someone's pocket.
Certainly is. Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Eager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I was similarly going to comment on our reductions, and we may still be able to find some more, but finding 3.4 million is quite significant, and of course the staff waiving an increase as well. was a significant contributor to that, to which I'm very appreciative for the work the CE did on that, but also to all the staff. But just in relation to debt, there's a lot of commentary in the media and the government themselves saying to use our balance sheet, and that's exactly what debt is. If we look at every Productivity Commission report that's come through, starting from the Shand one in 2010, using debt is our primary tool that we have. Now, for some councils, of course, they're at their debt caps and they don't have this capacity. And even if we take this debt on, and even if we needed more debt in the next 1, 2 or 3 years to help a smoothing process for the ratepayers, we will actually still continue but to be below our projected LTP projected debt level. And I think that's really important. So we, through prudent management from the previous councils, and I acknowledge the work they've done to help us to be in this position where we can do that. We don't have all the levers that central government have. We don't have, we have very limited opportunities to be able to help our ratepayers, which, as Councillor Skinner said, we know that $20 can make a huge difference, and whether that's $20 a month for some of them. We know that there are children going to school without shoes. We know there are children going to school without food, and we know that situation is going to get worse. And so while there may be we need to absolutely watch our debt and our debt to revenue ratios. This is the one tool that we have in conjunction with those savings we've got. And so we need to use it, and this is the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie, and then I'm going to just try and wrap back to the agenda in a moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me have another go. I think it's important that people understand that a zero rates increase in 2020 does not equal an austerity budget. I think it's really important people understand that, But at the same time, I also don't think that what happens this year should be seen as a prelude to austerity. And I think it's really important that people understand that the physics of running a city, and that is there are costs, and the costs of running a city, like the costs involved in everything, go up. So rates increases, while people might not like them, are part of the way the city works. Unless we're prepared to reduce our services, which actually we don't hear very often. Most people want what we've got. They don't want to pay more for it, but if they're going to have what they've got and costs go up, rates increases are unfortunately a fact of life.
Councillor Neil Stephens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am very appreciative and I do support this borrowing for a zero rates rise. And however, I do just want to talk about sort of what I view as the elephant in the room, which isn't ratepayers, but actually those who don't pay rates. I'm looking at our under 30s who have already discussed as being our bracket of, fastest increasing unemployment. Often our poorest residents aren't those who own houses, but those who do not and cannot, and are in unstable rental situations. And with that, I think comes the question of the use of debt. And I support that we need to be using our books, and I support using debt, but I think it's really important that we think not just about using debt in times of crisis to fund those already in homes, but also looking at and encouraging the use of debt to invest more in our community for things that will benefit everyone. A lot of the future ratepayers right now won't be benefiting from this rates cut. Believe it or not, rents usually don't follow how much rates increase. They're usually much above that. And so I think we really need to be conscious, and especially moving forwards, the way that we use debt is to make sure that we are investing in things for the future. And I accept this as an extraordinary time, and this does call for an extraordinary measure, but keeping in mind that this is a short-term measure with a limited impact, which is needed, but when using debt in the future, I think we need to be really conscious that we need to make sure it's going to be benefiting those who will be paying it off in the long term.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go through a little bit of a discussion now about this year. Just in terms of that financial strategy as we're moving through, in terms of what are we investing in, one of the approaches that I've taken as I've gone through this is to say, will this investment help address the unemployment crisis that we're now in and that is going to be growing, and will it help our most vulnerable? And then I do the lens across, so that's the two big picture things that I run across. And then I also look at what were our 3 priorities that we set for this term of council. So we've set those, so I look at those things and I go, okay, as I go through this deliberations, how does that sit in terms of where we are? So we've got a whole wellbeing spectrum to work with now. That's good, it's a good thing for us, but we've got some really immediate issues that we need to keep top of mind. Now this year, Ms Harrison's now just going to make this a little bit more complicated, but not tremendously more complicated.
I just wanted to kind of keep the conversation separate from the disaster fund, because I suppose we've highlighted to the Audit and Risk Committee that we'd come back to the deliberations just to give you a bit of an update on how this year's projection is looking in terms of that rating number. So as you're aware, we've rated for a certain amount of rates this year, and we've had some impacts that weren't foreseen, and it's looking like the current year rating deficit could be around $3 million, and that really is primarily in terms of it's kind of a continuation, it's the start of the impacts of what we've had to build into the plan. So in terms of our commercial revenue, it's probably going to be down about, so that's dividends and leasing income, it's probably going to be down about $1.6 million. So that's from the indications from our CCTOs, as well as the rental impacts that we've taken so far this year. Resource consent and building consent fees is projected to be about 850 under, and parking and enforcement's about 400k under budget. So those are all sort of impacts that we've talked about in various contexts at various times, and obviously we've created that emergency community group fund as well, which is another 200,000. So look, I've still got some more work to do on that number, because obviously that's just what staff have put in as what they think they'll have, what their numbers will look like at 30 June. There's only 4 more weeks left, so I'm challenging a few of those numbers in terms of people's ability to spend that amount of money in 4 weeks. But anyway, so that's just to give you a feel. So the fact that we've effectively end up with a rating deficit means that it just sort of flows naturally through those accounts, but we've built up rating surpluses historically, so it will just fall where it falls. We've effectively end up with a rating shortfall this year as well.
So just to make it really simple, so in previous years, so often we'll have a surplus, and so what we do with the surplus is that the most of it that we pay to debt. Okay, so we reduce debt. So what we're now going to do, so what's going to happen is that there will be another $3 million. So we'll drop again. So there'll be another 3 million instead of going, paying off the debt. We're going to have another 3 million coming off again for this year. Is that right, Nikki?
Yeah, effectively you end up with a shortfall.
With a shortfall for this year. So historically we've had, and actually probably prior to me being mayor, we had actually some. Well, probably, when I was first on council a couple of years, we had some massive rating surpluses, essentially because we were putting forward a program of works for the year, which there was absolutely no ability for this council to deliver. So we were taking rates off people for jobs they weren't getting. And I have quite a big problem with that. So I have to say that didn't sit well with me. So I've worked really hard to bring down that surplus to say you should only have to pay for what you're getting. That seems like a fairly fair bargain, doesn't it? You say so we've brought that right down, which does leave some. If you end up with a situation like this, you don't have sort of slack in the system to mop it up. So you're doing a very honest transaction to say, I'll only put a rates, take out for services and goods that I can deliver. And so when you lose your revenue streams, then you really are stuck with, there is no, sort of float that you've collected that you're not going to spend just to mop it up. So we've got about 3 million that we've got to work with there. But overall, I'm still quite comfortable with where we're sitting. Councillor Skinner.
Go ahead, just briefly. So thank you for that. So we're going to have a bit of a shortfall. This is for the year happening rather than the year we're rating for. Is that right? Is what we're saying? Yep. So it's going to be a bit of a buffer, not a buffer, but a negative buffer. Are there any concerns there we need to fund or help fund those shortfalls, or we're just going to sort of absorb that and it will sort of flow through in year 2 and 3? So if we're making a shortfall this rating year, it's going to affect, as you're saying, we're not going to have those surpluses to mop up, in your words, next year. Does that cause your team any concerns?
No, through the chair, it just ends up effectively being funded by prior years surpluses, as the mayor said.
Okay, well, that's okay.
Okay. No, I'm comfortable with that. And what it does is it also creates a bit of tension in the system. So
healthy tension.
A very healthy tension, because there isn't a surplus. So, means you really got to work pretty hard on your activity budgets, because there isn't a surplus around to draw on. So that means in terms of managing those budgets, it has to be some really good work going on there.
Good for us to understand that landscape.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Right, now the last thing I just want to come to before we go back to the agenda proper is the question around that. Councillor Noonan has some questions around rate funding the Nelson plan. So we just want to have a look at that one. And Councillor Noonan, if you've got any questions on that, just so that we can put up what the implication of that would be. I think that was right. I think I saw some emails on that subject, Ms. Harrison, did I? On the cost of rate funding the Nelson plan. So there's a recommendation here to debt fund it, because it's deemed to be an asset that will last for many years, more than a decade, probably more like 20 by the time someone gets around to reviewing it again.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. I didn't realise that I'd asked that question prior to the break, but that's okay. It is a question that I had probably emailed you about. What I'd like to know is, how have we funded the Nelson plan in the past? Why cannot this continue in the same way that it has? And what are the prospective costing for, when's it going to finish, and how much is it going to cost between now and then total? Because this is only 1 year. So it's $1 million, over $1 million for 1 year. I struggle with that. I do struggle with that, and which is why I've raised the question. So I'd like to know first, how have we funded it in the past, and why can't we continue that way? And how long is it going to take? That'll be a good start.
All right, so Ms. Barton's with us now. Councillor Fulton's partway through an Environment Committee meeting, and I think there is an item on the agenda relating to the Nelson plan, and you'll have seen that agenda, and it's got a table that sets out the multiple years. So I think it's important we do talk about that now, because that matter won't come back for discussion until next Thursday. I think I'm right thinking that. Thursday the 4th, is it? Oh, no, sorry, no.
We might get through it tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's Thursday the 4th. This is what happens for me on a long weekend. It's terrible. Okay, so it's tomorrow, so it'll come back tomorrow. So very quickly in this meeting, and then it'll be up for more discussion tomorrow. So Ms. Barton's back with us.
So through you, Madam Mayor, Ms. Harrison may be able to answer in more detail about how it's been funded in the past, but certainly to date, the Nelson plan has been funded through rates that sit in the LTP lines for budgets that sit against the Nelson plan. The report that's coming up tomorrow to the Environment Committee gives an awful lot more detail, but broadly, there are a number of phases of the plan that are still to be got through, including the hearings process, and past that there'll be an appeal process to Environment Court. So the intention is that the plan will be out to the public early next year for comment, and then the next phase after that will be the notification phase after we've heard from the public as a draft. And if you bear with me for a minute or two, I can go back in to check the out years of the details of the financials. I don't have those on the top of my head.
All right, thank you. We'll let you do that and come back to that. Now, remembering that item is up for discussion tomorrow. So we won't get into having that discussion outside the Environment Committee meeting, but we just need to be aware that it's there. So in terms of this year's annual plan, Ms Harrison.
So through the chair, on page 35, effectively, so I suppose we've historically funded this through rates, as Ms Barton said, and they were reasonably stable amounts per year. But the problem is that we've now got this, well, we've got an additional, much longer, more expensive plan than was initially thought. So we had a discussion with audit pre the draft annual plan going out, and they were comfortable that because the plan has multi-year benefits, our revenue and financing policy allows us to actually debt fund expenditure where it actually, you're effectively spreading the cost so that the ratepayers that get the benefit of it actually pay for it, as opposed to it all hitting in one particular year. So if we weren't going to do the debt funding in this particular year, it would add 1.45% to rates. And that's covered on page 35 of your agenda.
So that's the amount that would sit in there. And then you have so you're going to have that discussion tomorrow. And then by next Tuesday, I'll then have a sense of what you've got recommending up from the Environment Committee. Ms Barton's back before I go to Councillor Skinner with, I think, with just the other numbers.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm frantically trying to go through the report and
Oh, that's right. You just, right, I'll wait. I'll give you a bit longer. I'll go to Councillor Skinner in the meantime.
Thank you. This is something that doesn't come around very often, the Nelson Plan, and it's a big job. My first reaction was, let's not do it. Let's be bold. Let's be bold here.
I feel you.
Before you react, can we not just cut some out of the workload and not do all that's needed in there, because we're in unusual times, and B, should have been something we should have budgeted for 10 years ago coming up to it, a bit like you got your house, insurance, which is, always big, and you sort of save up knowing you're going to get a $2,000, $3,000 insurance bill coming up, or a car replacement or whatever. Is it something we should have or could have been aware of?
Right, I'll come to those questions in a moment. I'll go back to Councillor
And
Noonan.
seriously, can we just not do it?
All right, so this is all sitting in tomorrow's report, so I'm not going to have a pre-debate around it, but we'll just cover it off.
Yeah, it's sort of difficult because we're looking at 1 year here, but it sits in a program of work that's gone before and is anticipated to go forward as well. So it is a difficult one too. Look, we started this in 2014 and it's been 6 years, and we thought we did our Making Good Decisions course in 2014 on the basis that we would be needing it by 2017. Mine's expired. I gave up because I thought, well, it's not being used. I haven't expired, but my qualification time has. So I think the important thing is how much longer is this going to go for? And can we have something that rather than, and I'm looking at page 35 at the recommendation, which is number 9, I need to make my decision is when's it going to finish, and what are the flag points that we're going to have along the way that we're actually making some progress, because it doesn't feel like we are, and it's taken far too long. And now we're not only taking it not out of normal rates on a year to year, we are now looking at borrowing. Sorry, I find this very hard to swallow.
Righty-ho, Ms Barton, how are you going with recognising that this is for the purposes of context for the annual plan, and the discussion and debate on that matter happens tomorrow? But just, I don't think I'm doing anything to compromise Councillor Fulton's no, she's comfortable at this point. Okay, thank you. Ms Barton.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the paper that will be going up to the committee tomorrow sets out the years out to 2024-25. And the process, as I broadly outlined, is that we have to go through, we're going through a draft process so that we can engage with the public. We will then have a notification period, which is the formal statutory process. And at that point, it goes into a hearing process. That hearing process will be run by commissioners, and it would be fair to say that there has been additional requirements put on us through changes to the freshwater provisions by central government. That means we need a panel of 5 members. That pushes things out. It would also be fair to say that the budgets, when they were initially set up, did not anticipate the hearing process and the true costs that were associated with that.
Okay, just to finish off.
Councillor Noonan's quite upset about.
I am quite upset about
this, Councillor.
So I think it's just because when it was sold to us a long time ago, I thought it was going to be over and done with. So my comments are split it up, tender it out. I think 7 million was the number in the report. Because we've still got another 4 years.
I think it was 6.35.
So closing up to 7. So can we tender out the balance of the work? It doesn't seem to be able to be done in-house. We seem to have trouble even getting people to come and work in that area. They probably get burnt out because they're so bored with it, but let alone when it hits us.
So, Councillor Noonan, what I'm going to do is if you, I hear your frustration, and I can see that you're really quite cross about this, and I do empathise. I do empathise, but what I'm going to suggest is, and what I'm going to say is that you're going to have that debate tomorrow. So let's not have it twice. You take your frustration to that meeting tomorrow, to Councillor Fulton's meeting, and you will have to be present to have that conversation tomorrow.
So for the
purposes of this one, I wanted to make sure that you've got some context around it, that you understand the question that you'd emailed through earlier, which was what impact would that be? And you've been told by Ms Harrison 1.45% straight up on that one if you decide to fund it, put it to rates rather than put it to debt. And what Ms Harrison has said to you is that the revenue and financing policy allows for and provides for expenses to be debt funded where they're an asset, or essentially deemed to be an asset that has got multi-year benefits. In the case of the Nelson plan, it is really a more than the exercise from woe to go is only reviewing every 10 years. Often we have to do plan change, or there'll be government policies that will cause changes in the interim, but it's a more than 10-year asset. It's somewhere between 10 and 20 years by the time you end up going through the process. Councillor Laurie.
Just to finish, sorry, I thought I had. But
can I just hear from Councillor Laurie first, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Noonan.
Just a quick comment. I was on council when we decided to do the full plan, and at the time, people warned us. A lot of people warned us, and we went, no, this is something we want to do. So, we were warned. I am reminded of a quote by Winston Churchill at times like these, which goes, if you're going through hell, keep going. So with that in mind, I think we should keep going.
For all of the staff who work in the planning area of Nelson City Council who might be listening to this live streaming, Councillor Laurie doesn't mean that personally. You're not devils. Okay, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. And on that note, I'm not fighting on the beaches, but I feel like I'm fighting on the streets. Look, to get this, I'm looking at this recommendation. So this is what you want to confirm. I would need some things added to that to make sense of the year, things like the targets I expect in that time frame and the reporting for that to be done, because otherwise I will not be supporting this.
Well, thank you for foreshadowing that. So if you could work on some words around that, or certainly you can email Ms Barton about your thoughts on it to try and get that worked out.
I think they would need to tell me what they're expecting to be able to do.
Well,
in the 12 months.
You need just to what you're thinking about.
I will need some help with that.
I'll leave you with that. All right. Okay. So now we've had a bit of a context around here. There are a few other things moving back in the agenda around the financial strategy. And thank you for sticking with us, Mr. Trigusa. We talk about on page 19. So I think we've had some good discussion, so that hopefully the public are following this as well in terms of what the challenges are for us. I would say to you, this is one of the reasons why those applications that we've sent off for central government funding are so important, because we've lost revenue streams. We've had some, over 2 years. We've got some major challenges in front of us doing the recovery, and some central government funding into this region would be enormously helpful for getting us just to keep this on track and keep investing in the community. Council depreciation has been canvassed on pages 19 through 20. There was some discussion around whether we deferred depreciation, and the officers have talked through in that section about the reasons why they don't believe that is the transparent and prudent thing to do. So we've put that in the report because it was raised. Everyone's following that part. Then we come to the commercial differential, and there were some questions earlier around the commercial differential. We started a process a few years ago now. We're probably in the third year. I think the third year we've been following this. Yes, Councillor Courtney's nodding. And Councillor Courtney will remember the background of this one, that we essentially, many decades ago, the council decided to allocate a percentage of rates to the commercial sector. It was 25%. But with property revaluations, that percentage has become inequitable. So essentially, we need to start to balance that out to better reflect the values of the property in that sector and the rates that should come from it. Now, we're doing it over time because what we wanted to do is make sure we didn't cause a sudden change in the residential rates sector. So we're doing 0.5% per year, which I think is a reasonable adjustment. And my preference is that we continue with that this year, so that we just continue noting that in this instance, there are, it may seem like a small amount, but actually for the beneficiaries, I think it would feel like the right thing to do, rather than to say to stop it at this point in time when we've got a commercial sector that is having some fairly massive challenges. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As often I've signalled in the past, I think we should stop this commercial differential change, but I think the LTP may be a better place to do that. And my views, I know we put a lot of focus on the city centre, and I'm a big supporter of the city centre, but as far as rates and impact of COVID, but just in general day-to-day impact, there's a far broader input into Nelson's economy than just the CBD. You've got the engineering sectors, etc. Broadly fit people work from home, all sorts of businesses online, that also need to be given as much facilitated support, just in day-to-day services rather than just the CBD. But my view on the commercial differential is, we talk about the rates, average rates being 3.7, the actual average rates for Joe Blogg is 4.4% increase. That's a reality of most people in the pay, and we seem to forget that. Constantly reading here about the impact of 3.7%, but it's actually 4.4% the impact is. So my view, personal view, is that we're in a good space at the moment as far as differential. I don't think we should be swinging that seesaw any further, but it'll be something I'll be raising at LTP, because I don't think I'll get much traction on it on this annual plan.
All right,
but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's others to support me on that view, because that would help ease that rates increase substantially if we didn't do the further change in the differential for this year.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. It does include Stoke as well. We'll sort of see what the views are around the table. Councillor Laurie.
I agree with the proposed way forward, and we know that commercial ratepayers in this town burden a disproportionate amount of the bills that it takes to pay for the city to work. And those commercial ratepayers, for the most part, are not the owners of those commercial buildings. They're the businesses in those buildings, many of whom are the small businesses that we love, that are independent, that define our city. And the problem is that we use land value to rate. That is the problem. Now the alternative is that we switch to a capital rating system, but that, I think we all know, would be intolerable for most residential ratepayers, because most of their rates would go up. So unless we're prepared to make life more difficult for many of our residential ratepayers and make ourselves extremely unpopular, we're stuck with the system we've got. And I think taking this step and continuing in this direction is a fair way to proceed. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand the difference between capital value and land value. But we've got it, we're stuck with it. It does make things difficult, but this does balance things out a bit.
We have, for those of you first term council, we've had several goes at moving to capital value. It doesn't seem move the burden around, it just moves things around, but it's potentially our neighbours use a capital rating system, but a bunch of other mechanisms. So far, I'm actually prefer capital rating. I think it's a more transparent, fairer system, but I've had a couple of goes at getting it brought up to through LTPs, and I haven't been able to get enough support around the table. So we'll see what happens this time when we get to the LTP. Right, who's next on my list? Somebody else had their hand up. Councillor Eager, and then Councillor McGurk.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Laurie did mention rating system, so I had to. It was in my head. Yeah, a key reason we have a differential is because we have land value. Capital rating balances that out, because you can have the same land value, but you can have a multi-storey dwelling with multiple households in it paying the same rates for the land value of the property next door with a small heritage house. You can have a large lifestyle block or a working commercial farm, and you will pay the same rates. You can have a large engineering business, or again, you could have a retirement, an Abbeyfield retirement place, and you will pay the same rates if the land size is the same. And so capital rating value balances those out. That is not an annual plan discussion. It's not an easy discussion to have with the community. Even revaluations every 3 years usually ends up in confusion because it's about the incidence of rates rather than an increase. And so a change to capital value, which actually we are in the minority of councils having a land value rating system. The majority have adopted or changed to capital rating value because it is considered the fairer system. But as was identified, it isn't a discussion we can have as part of an annual plan. It's one we'll need to have as part of a long-term plan. But changing your rating value system is not an overnight or a very simple discussion to have with your community. And so that's why the commercial differential is there. But I do think we need to go with what we have proposed within the plan, the draft annual plan.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan.
I have a question, if I may. The question is actually, how much is the 0.5% for this year? What sort of money are we talking about?
Ms. Harrison, we'll have to come back to you on that one.
Because really what the reality is, whatever that happens to be, is what the difference would be going over to the residential ratepayer divided by 22,000 or whatever, which is probably minuscule really, but it means a lot to the commercial ratepayer. But it also says in here that that the businesses receive those extra things for that, for the more that they are paying more anyway, so they're getting a few more services. So it'd be interesting to know how. I imagine it's not a huge amount of money.
Through the chair, from memory, it's a few $100,000. But what ends up happening is because you get a big impact on the commercial inner city in Stoke, so they see substantial reductions. But because that switch has been spread across a whole lot of residential, it's looks quite different on either side. So you get quite substantial drops in the rates within the commercial side, but because you're spreading it across a whole lot more residential, it's kind of.
So I think there was
so a few $100,000.
on a calculation of 200,000, it means $8.69 in the pocket of a. Does that sound about right? So it probably means more to the commercial person than it will to the residential. The benefit to the residential ratepayer. Thank you.
It's small but meaningful. Yes. Right, rates, debt and affordability is the next section, and I think we've covered most of those matters
Madam Mayor,
already.
we're going to talk about depreciation. We've seemed to have skipped over it.
I did raise depreciation and discussed it before. Yes, I did, which was raised. I have covered that.
Did you have a question on it?
The question came up during some of the earlier discussions about the fact that we fund the suitors depreciation. And a query was that if we didn't fund the suitor depreciation for maybe 1 year, what difference that would make?
Mr. Tregurta, I think that section 13.6, page 39, suitor depreciation has its own separate section.
We'll come to that as we go through. So I'll leave you to read that, some commentary in there. So we've got plenty of time to come to that one. All right, so consultation process, we've set up what we've done, and then we've got start into our discussion. So what I want to get a sense of before we start on the activities is just so I've got some sort of way of understanding where I'm tracking. Now, I'm not going to hold you to this, but I just need to get a sense of whether we are contemplating heading to a net zero rates rise, that's where we're feeling that might be where we want to go to, so that I can start to think about this, because there's quite a bit of work that goes on overnight between these sessions as I start to look at where it sits. So what is proposed in the report is that we sit with it, and it's at the end, that we sit with net zero. Councillor Noonan has got some amendments she wants to make to the Nelson Plan item that we'll deal with overnight. And in principle, if we can work to a net zero using the debt method that we've been discussing up here through the emergency fund, is that feeling like something that we can work with as a proposition? Getting a sense of that? Councillor McGurk?
Well, yeah, as a principle, it's probably admirable, but, I'm thinking about if we use the CPI, not the local government one, but the CPI might be, if we use that as perhaps an upper limit.
I think will be CPI at the moment will be.
It's about
1.9. Yeah. All right. I have to say my preference, and I see this when we came to that, is that we sit with zero at the moment, because I actually just think right now people are under so much, and not everybody, but a vast majority of our community are under enormous financial pressure. And actually this is a signal that we're listening. It's a signal that we're saying, look, we have tools available to us. All of the economists that I have listened to, every single one of them, their message in those webinars that you've watched, their message to us has been, this is when you use your balance sheet. This is if you're in a position like we are and you've got that capability, you do it now. Use it. Use it. If you're ever going to do it, this is when you use it. And I just feel like I would be stepping aside from every bit of financial advice that I've been given to do anything but that at the moment. I've heard, and I think the messaging that we had in one article that was written up from Minister Mahuta and Minister Twyford, which was interpreted somewhat differently than intended, was around don't go for zero. What their message was don't take an austerity budget and cut back on all of the things you're going to do and then come to government expecting to get money. And we haven't done that. We've said, no, we're going to continue to do this. We're continuing with our infrastructure program. We've got more infrastructure to bring forward if we can, and we've got capacity. So I think we're doing everything we've been asked to do. So I'm telling you so straight up, just so we know, that my preference is that is where we land today. So that's where we work to. If we're not doing that, so if a majority of you think, no, that's not the way to go at this point, then I have to spend a lot more time in this report trying to work out how I'm going to get to another proposition. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. I have a slightly different view, but I hear what you're saying. As you know, I've always pushed for a 0% increase, and I've always felt that if what we've set in a long-term plan, so be it. And I thought we should have been trying to work within our budget for a long-term plan, which we didn't. It was about 3.2%. We've ended up at 3.7%. So I was disappointed in that. But I have concerns. I think we should be cutting our cloth to fit our budget, at least of the long-term plan budget, and even do better to match what real incomes or the rate of inflation, etc., not just what we think we can keep spending on. But I'm also concerned that we're well-meaning trying to hit 0% rates, and I keep getting people commending us on that, but I don't think they understand that we're actually borrowing for it. I think a lot think that we've cut our cloth. Well done. Please do that every year. That's what we should be doing. But we're not actually. We're actually borrowing. We've made some great gains, but we're actually borrowing. So I do have a bit of concern, and maybe we've got to come somewhere prudently in between that, so we're not hit in year 2 or 3 or 4 down the track. So it's, I do agree that borrowing is a time on the spreadsheet to make use of that in a time of, like a time of emergency, a time of war, etc., an unusual event, which some of that is. But let's not forget our original rates increase had nothing to do with COVID, etc. We built that in spending. So at least we should have been working within our long-term plan budget, not going up. So I do have a bit of concern, and that is reflected on a number of submissions, is that saying, hey, cut our cloth, but if you're just delaying that till year 2, year 3 or borrowing, that has an impact, and maybe a bigger impact for many. So somehow, some ways, I think, by all means, I'm always championing 0% increase or trying to work on a budget, but I tend to think that the downside of that is going to bite us the following year, etc. So maybe it's something more in between, or as Councillor McGurk, keeping within CPI, etc. So I just want to explore that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Skinner. I think the Chief Executive and I have been through this a few times now, just to be really clear, because we've had the questions around what does this mean for next year. And my view is very much that we are still going to be, most likely, with my thinking about the future, it's still going to be tough economic times 12 months out from here. And so we're going to have to take again a pretty, very conservative look at any rates rise. So don't expect that there's going to be some sudden kick up coming from this, because that just isn't going to be a financial strategy that is viable. It's certainly not one that I'm going to be bringing to you as the draft annual plan proposal. I can absolutely assure you that won't be happening. So I don't think from this position you can go, what can you relate from this to next year? What you can know about next year is it could be very, very similar. It could be, depending on what the unemployment rate is like, depending on how well we go with recovery, depending on whether we get some of these projects in, we're still going to be at potentially 0 again, or a very low rates rise, and working our way through what that model looks like. So it certainly won't be above what was in the LTP. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know your intent is and I agree with your intent there, but there is a flow on cost, and borrowing year on year is not sustainable. It's called bankruptcy. So, I mean, we have to this time around, part of it, but I know there will be a upkick the following year, and it is a bit of unknown. So we really just got to survive. We're really taking year by year at the moment, because there's plenty of unknowns we can't really budget for the following year. Not sure how COVID is going to impact the economy long term, but borrowing, it feels great to borrow to keep our rates to 0. Next year, we may end up having to borrow again, more or less, but we're hoping it sort of starts to pan out. We can catch our breath again, come up for air, but it may not. And borrowing as a feel-good measure, I know that's not why we're doing it, but the public, I think it is. If we're borrowing year on year and year, it looks great on your books, but it's called bankruptcy eventually.
No, it's not. It's not. It's called having to do deficit budgets, which is what we're having to do at the moment. I
understand. I'm supportive of this.
Because our revenue stream has gone down by nearly $4 million straight up, and I don't know what it's going to look like.
It's lack of prudency leading up to this annual plan, and there was a lack of prudency in the long term, where we kept putting rates up, and then when we hit that long term plan, year 3, whatever we're on at the moment, and we're going above that again. You just can't keep that going.
Councillor Skinner, I respect that you have an opinion about what financial prudency is. I disagree with it, and I actually think when we went out with our original budget based on the economic circumstances in our region and where we were trying to get to, that I was quite comfortable with going out at that point. The entire time that I have sat in this seat, I have avoided doing this with rates, the SAW. I've said no to that, because I don't actually think that is the way to approach a good financial strategy. But I'm going to move on to Councillor Rainey.
Our rates doubled.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll put you on the list.
I seem to recall that the range of increases per ratepayer sort of averaged out somewhere between $150 to $450 per year for a 3.7% increase.
Harrison?
Roughly the range, something like that. Oh, sorry. Well, look, it was roughly that amount. And I think it's really important to remember that the ratepayers of Nelson don't all fit into the same camp. There's a vast range of different circumstances, from those who've lost their jobs to those who are not affected by the scenario that we've got at the moment, even to those who've potentially use it to their advantage financially. And I know there are those that fall into that camp. I personally would like to see a midway point. I think that if we could achieve a 1.5 to 1.9% rates increase with a resulting increase to the average ratepayer between $60 or $75 and $300, say, or $250 spread over a whole year, I think that is achievable when every single member of our community at the moment is being asked to buy local, to spend on domestic tourism, to keep your local shops or your local restaurants going. They're being asked to invest in their communities. I think that would be the same message that we would be sending to the ratepayers of Nelson, is that now is the time for us to be careful about how we manage these things, and things like the emergency fund, tremendously important. Let's not just fund this by borrowing, let's fund this by collectively dipping into our pockets with a modest amount that across the board we think is achievable.
I'm just going to check, we're just having a conversation at this point. We're not speaking to an item. I'm just getting a sense of where we're going because it helps me set up for the little next period. So I'm happy with what we're doing from a standing orders point of view. Elaine, are you happy with what we're doing? Good, jolly good. You happy, Pat? You're relaxed, good. Okay, Councillor McGurk.
I suppose it's just a question of clarification. I think I know the answer to it, but when we put in the bids for the from the Crown Infrastructure Fund projects, they're not grants, they are low interest loans. Is that or we don't know yet?
We've indicated a strong preference for grants.
Yeah.
Or 20-year interest-free loans.
Yeah. But even if it's a 20-year interest-free loan, we're still going to pay back the principal, the capital.
Yes, but that was our fallback position.
Oh, right.
And that was only on some of them.
Yeah.
It was another thing where we thought we were applying for grants until about, I think, 24 hours before we were due to put them in, when we were told that they may be interest-free loans, and we made it clear that no, they were going to be loans. We made it clear we could borrow money pretty cheaply at any rate. Our strong preference was grants if they were genuine about helping local government.
So I've indicated that, I suppose what I'm getting to is we've put up a whole lot of projects we think have got real value to the city now and into the future. And it's just a matter of funding them. Now, if we don't get the grant funding, do we suddenly decide that they're not as valuable, we're not proceeding with them, or we then go to plan B, we'll fund it ourselves? So that does actually has a fiscal cost.
Well, it does, but I think we'd have to then come back, and this is a discussion we've had about whether we've got capital projects that we can bring forward, and we have a look at, what is the balance and what is the value? So that then goes back to how does this sit with our priorities around, who can our funding partners be? What is our capacity to borrow, which is, reasonably solid at the moment, and just making sure that we're timing, making sure that we're making investment for the future.
Yeah.
And things that would be strongly supported by the community. I think, but at this stage, we were asked to enter into a process. Yes, wasn't a lot of rule book around it. We've done the best that we can to put up what we think are projects that are important to the well-being.
Yeah, I've got no dispute about the project we've put up. These are really important. These are important to the city and the people that live here now and the future. So the point I'm making is that, say, for instance, no, the government says, no, you're not getting grant funded. What do we do? We have to have another discussion. How important do we think it is? And are we prepared to debt fund it?
Yeah.
That then turns on to, our debt levels. And
because they had to be shovel ready, inevitably they were almost all projects that were in somewhere in our work plan, because if they had to be more than $10 million, well, you just don't have a design for a $10 million project just sitting in the drawer. So there were ones that we were already starting to think about. So there are ones already in our long-term plan. So we envisaged that if we are unsuccessful, they're still in our long-term plan and they will roll forward. But if we got the grant funding, then that's good for the council and gives them the opportunity to gives you the opportunity to bring other work forward if you wish, or simply enjoy the benefit of it. But
okay, so there's nothing. So given the process that we had to go through in level 4 lockdown, we had to choose, exactly what the Chief Executive said, we had to allocate projects that essentially were sitting in outer years in the LTP, or ones that we were had good sense of confidence in terms of what the community's views were around that. Now, the Roxroad Walking and Cycling project, I was quite comfortable, saying I want it up. I want it up now because actually I think it's the heart and mind project that the city would back. So I had no trouble putting that up. And I think all of you sitting around that table, none of you have raised a concern with me about doing that. You felt that that was a good solid project to put up. Councillor Laurie, then Councillor Courtney, and then Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first comment is a request. If any councillors want a zero rates rise without borrowing, could they please explain how they want to do it? Can they please specifically describe the services they would cut to save $3.4 million? Because we've been talking about this for a long time, and I haven't heard too many people come up with the exact ways that they would cut services to save that $3.4 million. So if anyone else wants to talk about zero rates rise without borrowing, could they please give us the details?
Right, well, I'll put that on my list.
In terms of a zero, I think a zero rate rise says we're listening. It is a number. We could use CPI, but I think if we don't do the zero rate increase, it'll tell a lot of people will see that as council not just being tone deaf, but actually being deaf to the pressure that Nelsonians are under and their needs. And this is not a normal year. This is the year that's going to be written about for years to come. And personally, I want to be remembered, I want this council to be remembered for being one that listened to where people were at. We had an ability to help, and we chose to help. We can move things around a bit, for sure, but I think sometimes symbolism is important, and I think a zero rates rise is important in 2020. And to be honest, at the start of this process, I didn't feel that way, but I've thought about it a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciated what Councillor Laurie said. I agreed with practically everything, except one small part, or big part actually. Madam Mayor, I want to commend you for still clearly giving a lead as a leader in this city on this very important issue at this very important time. You are clearly stating to your council that we should, in your judgment, and I support you in it, we should go for a zero rates rise. It can't be business as usual. It can't be. We've just been through a world pandemic, a world health crisis. And I'm predicting, as I did with the rates, the 11th of March, the World Health Organization stated that we had a worldwide pandemic. So on the 12th of March, at a meeting, and you'll remember this, I suggested that we did include a zero rates increase option in our plan going out for consultation. I did that then. And the situation, as the Mayor rightly says, has even intensified. It's deteriorated even further. And this is now upon us. And I think it is, and the Mayor outlined it at the start. She gave us a rundown on the financial pressures that this community is under, New Zealand is under, and the world will be under. And we are in the midst of a serious world economic crisis. And we have to, as Councillor Laurie rightly said so eloquently, we've got to be seen to be standing alongside our people, feeling their pain, the unemployed, the small businesses trying to survive, caught in a corner, trying to fight their way out, may not succeed, but I hope they do, and so many others that are really struggling quietly at the moment in our community. We stand beside them, we say that we understand, we're with you, and we have very few tools at our disposal. And this is one of them, to just ease back on the rates. And it can be brushed aside and can be said it's only a token and all the rest of it. But it's a signal. As Councillor Laurie rightly said, it's a signal that we do understand, we do feel what you're going through, and we'll do what we can to be prudent with our spending so that you may survive and come through and succeed.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Now, next on my list is Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, having looked at the submissions, there are, and it says in the report, in the officer's report, that a few submitters did not support zero increase rates. They thought that we should be stimulating the economy with that increase that was proposed. Some also said that they wanted some help with the water rates and charges. So some people want the basics, some help with the basics. Some submitters supported the zero rates increase, and I'm reading it from the report, but did not support funding this from the Disaster Recovery Fund. So what concerns me is that while we might be saying, well, we won't increase your rates, I'm wondering whether they did not contemplate that it would be funded from borrowing. That is what concerns me the most. And I haven't got a real sense of whether we went out, I can't recall whether we went out and said we would borrow.
Yes, we did.
But it's interesting, thank you, but it's interesting that there wasn't a lot of submitters that responded to that particular method of paying the difference. What also concerns me is that if we do not increase or look at something between what we went out with originally and what we went out second, and in response to Councillor Rainey's comments, it looks to me like the rates increase ranged from $96 a year to $277 for domestic. So if that's any help to some people. But I think if we don't look at the potential of some sort of between zero and CPI potentially, we're going to have to look at our levels of service, because something will have to go or be reduced. And our citizens do have a high aspiration for our city and they want things done. So we just need to balance all these off. But I just don't want to think that we don't look at the potential of an increase in response to the submitters that have asked for that to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. I just want to be very clear. We did, after we had our emergency meeting, well, no, it won't be in that document, because you recall that document had to be produced and is the work from last November. And the point that it actually had to, by, statute, go out for consultation. There was no ability whatsoever to amend it. So you went out into that period just as we started to see, as Councillor Courtney talked about, the crisis that was unfolding. So you had no ability at that last meeting to do anything other than what you did. Subsequently, we met and we produced further material, Councillor Noonan, that did go out, that was very clear about how our zero rates rise could be achieved. And it certainly proposed that would be from borrowing. Mr. Tregurtha, anything to add to that?
Through the Mayor, some of those submissions that came in where it appears that they didn't understand that council was proposing to borrow came in early in the process.
Right.
So there were already submitters who made submissions even at the end of March, where they were saying council should go for zero rates increase, and this is how it should be achieved.
Thank you for that clarification. And just in terms of the levels of service are, as we're putting together in the report and what's sitting there, so there are no hidden drops in levels of service that aren't disclosed today. They are here, and that's what's being discussed. Councillor Edgar, then Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, for me, not that it is a tick box exercise, but you go, not an austerity budget, tick. Delivering services to our community, tick. Maintaining infrastructure, tick. New infrastructure projects, tick. Stimulates economy, tick. Maintain debt level below projected LTP debt levels, tick. Uses our balance sheet, tick. Responds to the pain of the community, which is our individuals and businesses, tick. That's what the revised draft annual plan with the zero rates does. I can't see any other scenario that delivers like that. And look, bless, if there are people out there who can afford more and afford to do more, I could provide them a list of charities. And I would probably start with Fifeshire Foundation, because they do food and shoes and warmth. And these are basics that I know people in the community are going without. And one thing that is missed in a lot of these statistics about unemployment is that there are households where one person has lost their income, but they don't get unemployment because their household income is covered. And so we know in the retail, tourism and hospitality sector, while it is disproportionately younger people, we also know it's disproportionately women. And they are not being picked up in these statistics. And even in a lot of the government's packages that are around construction and building, women are disproportionately not reflected in those industries. And so they're not getting those jobs that are coming out of a lot of those stimulus packages. And so there are a lot more people who do not have jobs, who are now at home, and they're pulling kids out of childcare centres because, great, we can't afford that now because the wife may not be working, but they're not showing up in our unemployment statistics. So we need to be really aware of all the hidden pain that is out there, because there is so much more than what is just in the papers. And I know I made the comment earlier, but I'm just going to reiterate it. You know, debt is not the bad guy. Debt's a tool. And I think a lot of why people think it's such the bad guy is that historically councils used to try and compare it to a household budget. And that was the worst thing councils have ever done, because in any household, your goal is to pay off your debt and have no debt. Whereas local government doesn't have a finite time when we personally will retire, but council as an entity won't get to 65 years old and stop being here as an entity. So we're not trying to move into our retirement home. We need to look at what the government is doing. And even with the tens of billions of dollars that central government is taking on, actually the debt to person ratio is still one of the lowest out there, even after they take on all of the tens of billions of dollars of debt that they are planning. We've still got one of the lowest per capita debt ratios in the world. And our council is still going to deliver all the ticks I listed while keeping debt below what was promised to the community in the LTP. And I think that's commendable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have, pleased to know, Councillor Eager, I have, and I won't show all of the statistics, but I have asked for the unemployment statistics to be disclosed by gender, because I want to get a read on actually what that looks like. It won't get everybody, but it'll certainly give me a sense of it. Councillor Fulton.
Just before I speak, are we actually debating on 22, 23 and 24? It certainly sounds like we've entered into a debate on 22, 23 and 24.
I think we're having what I call a healthy, it's a healthy dialogue. So what I'm trying to do is to get a healthy dialogue that'll then give me the financial strategy. Hopefully I'll get a sense of that we've then got to work to for the next couple of days.
Okay.
Because otherwise what I'm concerned about is that we could go through item by item and then everyone at the end could say, but that's, I don't want to come to, I don't like what the equation says at the end of it, and then I've got to start all over again. So I'm just trying to get a sense today.
Okay, so as we're not debating, I'll just give you the steer, because I'm looking forward to hearing your debate again tomorrow, Councillor Edgar. It was very, very good debate. You can do the ticks again for me, just to,
I think it'll be on Tuesday.
I'll come out with new points for tomorrow.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch on, Councillor Noonan mentioned that some submitters had asked for us to maintain our rates rise in order to continue to stimulate our economy versus austerity measures. And I guess for me, this is where the debt conversation comes into place, where not taking austerity measures, and in order to do that, we have to go for 0% rate rise, we have to increase our level of debt. So it's you can't do both. It's either austerity or debt. You can't keep spending and not have debt right now if we don't take from the ratepayers. So I'm very comfortable with where we've got to. I think some of the submissions were concerns that we wouldn't keep spending and we would particularly drop spending in social wellbeing for our community groups and environment and climate change work. So there was concern from the community that a 0% rates rise might result in decreased spending in areas which we're all very concerned about. That's not the case, as Councillor Edgar just ticked it all off. And we are very committed to continue to stimulate our local economy and to meet those needs of our community. So I'm comfortable with the 0% rate rise because right from the start, we've been very clear that this is not an austerity measure, but it is a signal to our community that we understand that life before COVID is not the same as life right now. And I think that's really important. I think at the same time, we need to remember that those who are really, really struggling can apply for the rates rebate as well. So there's another tool in the toolbox to support those people. And we need to encourage people to utilise that as well. So I'm comfortable with where we're at. And I think the Mayor and Councillor Courtney and Councillor Laurie have reflected the direction really well.
Councillor Neil Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to acknowledge that there's a whole lot of councils out there that wanted to do this and couldn't. But we can be the little council that could. We have an opportunity as a unique position with our debt levels to be able to deliver this in a way that is not austerity, as Councillor Fulton and a number of other councillors have indicated. And that's an incredible privilege to be able to be a decision maker at a table where that is the potential and can be a reality. When we talk about cutting cloth, $3.4 million can buy you a lot of cloth. And we've already cut that. I just think it's irresponsible to act as if we haven't done that part of the process. We have. And for a decent chunk of it, it's been thanks to the willingness and support of our staff who have given up a pay increase to help get us there. And we need to acknowledge them in this. I want to say our social safety net in this country is broken. That's a fact. The government's own advisory group has admitted as much. And we can't fix that from here, but this is something that we can do, which will provide support for those who will slip through cracks in the system, and something that we can do to provide very real support for them. As Councillor Edgar said, we are not a household, but we are a community, and communities need to do all that we can to care for one another. So I think that a zero rates rise is definitely a desirable end outcome. But what I want to make sure is that we're not using it as an excuse and to tend towards austerity, and that we are still making sure as we go through the rest of the resolutions and decision-making items that we aren't afraid to invest in our community, even if this is still the outcome that we would like to end up at. And it is a desirable outcome in my view.
Thank you. Now, anyone else going to tell me what they're thinking, or am I going to be left doing a guess of where we are?
I think they need to.
Be very helpful, but I can't ask you to speak. So, right, I'm going to work on the basis of that's all I'm going to get at this point. That is where we're going to be heading. So we're going to be working on that basis that we're going to zero, and we're going to be doing the debt funding. We've got some decisions to make in between that, and so we'll work our way through all of those, but that's kind of, I just need to have a sense of it, otherwise we really could be here for, we might have to take Councillor Fulton's committee time tomorrow. And in fairness to the officers, because they've got to get all the financials sorted out. So that is the sense of it. If overnight, some of you have feel you really need to communicate with me, at the end of the day, I really need to know whether we're heading for something that's different to that. But I think we're feeling okay, comfortable. All right, okay, that's good. All right, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Look, I think we've heard everything. Yeah, I get the sense that that's where everybody feels like they want to go. So I'd have to say that if we're looking at 0%, which is okay, I will be looking as we're going through for any savings that we can potentially save, because every dollar is going to help now, if that's how we're going to do it. And if we want to keep that debt as low as we can, because we might need it further on, is my concern. But I think things will get harder later. So we need to have some of that headroom left. So as we go through, I'd like to think that we can be quite conscious that we need to be finding every dollar we can to save.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Sanson.
So I would like to be part of the little council that could. Thanks for that analogy, Councillor O'Neill Stevens. However, it's really important to me that we are not part of an austerity council and we're not remembered as such. Like, there is some really big issues facing our community. Climate change obviously is front of everybody's mind, but we also need to be investing in our active transport infrastructure, biodiversity, environment, community services where it's applicable for council. So I will support a zero rates rise, but I will not support austerity measures. And I'm comfortable that we leverage the debt that we need to ensure that we're doing what we need to for our community, not just this year, but in years to come. I think, you know, we really need to be taking some positive action in quite a few areas for the community.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I think we've got a bit of a sense of what we're going to be trying to work to over the rest of this afternoon. I think we should take a break you happy to take a break for lunch now? Yes. Would that work? And we're saying we're going to have 45 minutes for lunch. So if we come back, let's say at 20, if we're back by 20 past maybe, 20 past, let's go for 20 past 1. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tragutha, for sitting with us through that. I find you very reassuring to look at as well. I'm getting started. I just had a job ahead to get done. All right, we're back to the meeting and I think we're back on live streaming. Just about to happen. All set. Well, welcome back. I think we're ready to step into the activities now. We've had a good conversation about the financial strategy and we're up to our section on transport. So I will start on page 22. And we're starting off with some commentary around public transport. I will invite Mrs. Parfitt to join the meeting just in case there are any questions or any updates, because I know Mark did give us a little bit of information at the start of the meeting. And Ms. Plum's here as well. Welcome to the meeting. Welcome, welcome Mark. Thank you for joining the meeting. Welcome Lois. So we've got any corrections or updates that we need to make to the transport section before we get underway? Other than what Mr. Treguth has talked to us about on page 25.
Madam Mayor, not from me, except to say I did phone the New Zealand Transport Agency as recently as lunchtime today to see if we had any update. And they said, no, it's sitting with the ministers.
Thank you. All right, we're working on the most up-to-date information in that case. Lois, is there anything that you want to change in terms of the report? Okay, lovely. Okay, questions starting on page 23. Councillor Laurie, Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question relating to something on page 25, 7.23. The section talks about submitter 24285 stating our footpath, I think it's supposed to be our footpaths, are now dangerous for pedestrians. And I'm just wondering if I could ask the officers through you, do statistics support that often made claim?
Through the Mayor, no, the data isn't there to support that. Certainly there are no police reported cycle versus pedestrian or crashes. Trips and falls on footpath we can look at through ACC data, but there is certainly a perception, and whether it is a real perception or just a perception, that footpaths are becoming increasingly challenging, particularly for the less abled community. But I would say there's not even really data to support that. And you may recall the angst we had around the Paxton conversation, and we put a lot of things in place to record near misses or crashes, and there simply weren't any, and nor were there any complaints. So there is a perception, but I'm not convinced it's real.
Thank you, through the chair. One follow-up question. Is there anything that staff think we could do to perhaps change that perception? Because it's the sort of thing that does take hold, and I agree with you, Mrs. Parfitt, in my experience of being a pedestrian and a cyclist, I'm not conscious, I'm not aware of there being any increasing danger, but I wonder how we can communicate that to people who might be feeling concerned because of what they hear and because they read quotes like this.
Through the Mayor, I think the Council's work is ongoing in regard to etiquette on shared paths, and at the moment it is still illegal to ride your cycle on a footpath. You will recall through the Accessible Streets package we made a submission to some proposed changes that could see cyclists on footpaths, and in our submission we called very strongly for robust national education around the hierarchy of use and the priority that pedestrian safety must be given. So we've called for it as a council, and if and when that package is adopted and that is rolled out, we will certainly play our part in communicating messages about shared courteous use.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, yesterday, upon returning to council in the afternoon, I nearly got completely taken out by a cyclist going at speed along the footpath outside the State Advances building as I came around the corner. I was literally within that much of being at the hospital. So I have would just think that one of the things with slowing of the speed limits in the CBD, to make things, safe for everybody and to try and get that distancing on the footpath, it might be just good to just do a little bit of city centre streets, just be really great to get the bikes off them. And it was, literally within a whisker of total collision. It's not the first time that strippers can be quite busy with just bikes coming and going. So I just think, given that was one of the things that we were trying to achieve by slowing the streets down, just making this safer for everybody. But I think right now that be just really good if we could somehow do some messaging around that. It was bordering on me making one of those records of what had happened. Okay, Councillor Iga.
Thank you for that. I would actually just like to support that comment. I went for a walk on Monday, did a loop from Bishopdale all the way around Tahuna Rocks Road and back to Bishopdale. It was a bit long the last half hour, but anyway. But throughout that, what was a 2.25 hour walk, not one cyclist rang a bell, and some got very close. And on Railway Reserve, no one who overtook me ever, not one. And of course, and it was quite a contrast from, walking around the Railway Reserve in that area during lockdown, where you got waves, smiles, hellos, to everyone's back at pace, and a lot of the courtesies seem to have gone. So the actual thing I wanted to ask about in the transportation section is on the spreadsheet, and it is just in relation to line 313. And so there's
page 58.
Yes, and there's a $330,000 increase. I was just wondering if you could talk us through that, please.
Certainly. So it's work category 222, traffic services, renewals, signs, markings and delineation. So it's good for us to carry that forward so we can reallocate it where there are other areas in our subsidised program that are under financial pressure, such as traffic counts, street trees. So we've moved that budget across to bring it forward so that we can maximise that subsidy from the New Zealand Transport Agency and use it to offset where there are other overspends, and certainly street tree maintenance is one of those areas. So it's there to, again, maximise subsidy, and we can use it in other places.
Sorry, there's only a $31,000 carry forward from last year, and the increase is $330,000.
So there was a $30,000 underspend last year.
Yeah. But the total budget for this year has gone up by $330,000. So that's $300,000 more than the carry forward.
So I'll have to come back to you with more detail on that one as to why there is the big jump. I'm sure there's a good reason, but I will just need to check it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So councillors, as we go through each section, and just encourage you, if there's anything in the capital program that you want to raise, we'll just go to those by activity. So next on my list was Councillor Sanson and then Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just noting that the recommendation on page 24 notes the reduction to the transport revenue of 374,000. And I guess I'm kind of wanting some assurance, which you may not be able to give me, but I'm going to ask anyway, that I guess our improvements in the public transport network are not going to be impacted by that reduction in revenue. As you know, to the best of your knowledge, Is that likely to impact improvements in our public transport network?
I'd like to be able, through the mayor, I'd like to be able to say, no, it's not, but I can't give you that assurance at all. We're looking at potentially a hole in our revenue there, but our public transport improvements, which were not in the next financial year, they're in the long-term year plans, year 1, 2 and 3, of course, we're waiting the outcome of the public transport review. We'll be putting up a case, but what the New Zealand Transport Agency is signalling to us is that their income has taken a huge hit through petrol tanks, road user charges, and they themselves aren't sure yet whether they will be able to substantially fund public transport improvement across the country in the first 3 years of our LTP, or whether they will be using the funds they have to sustain what we have. So I don't know, and that's the phone call I made at lunchtime today to see what the budgets look like, and the Ministry of Transport are the ones that have to look at that revenue and make those calls.
Okay, thanks, Meg.
Councillor Brand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on while you're on page 24, 7.16 about the parking strategy, it was previously mentioned that time, money and other resources had been used to develop this strategy, and then the council office advised at an earlier meeting that the community consultation did not support the council direction. So basically the parking strategy got parked. This proposal asks for 100K to develop this parking strategy. So what is the intention this time of council if the community's response does not support what the council plans to do?
So through the mayor, the last strategy was back in 2014, and we are in a different world. So it certainly needs updating, but we had the workshop with councillors to ask that very question, is what is the scope of this parking strategy going to be? And we've held that initial discussion with you. So we got an idea from you as to what you wanted included and not included. We'll be using some of the previous work done for sure, but there might be we know that there are new issues that need to be consideration when we go out for that work again.
Any other questions on the transport section? Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm just going to raise again exactly what Councillor Laurie raised. And regarding one of the submitters who, again, it's cyclists and pedestrians, and it seems to be an age-old problem really, but this particular submitter had a problem crossing the bridge between Trafalgar Park and Trafalgar Centre, the fact that the bikes don't stop. And I noticed that actually a sign has been put up there to help that. And I'm wondering whether we've had some response, because I'd have to say that during the lockdown, several of us went out walking in a distanced group. But the bikes did not stop. So you'd be waiting for someone to cross the bridge, and then it was your turn, and then a bike would come from nowhere and go. So we all had to back off the bridge. So it is a bit of an issue just because probably it's so narrow. But have you had any feedback? I think that one was like, watch out for people really, rather than anything else. Are there plans to do more of that in other places where it's an issue?
Through the mayor, so the sign you're referring to was around the 2 metre distancing, and we put it on all of our footbridges that they were narrow bridges, and if there was a need, people had to treat it as a one-way bridge and give way. We do have another bridge, the Arthur Cotton Bridge on Waimea Road, actually has stronger signage. It has wording that says cyclists give way to pedestrians. So if there are specific bridges where this is an ongoing issue, we can certainly look at beefing up our signage. We haven't had any feedback with regard to the Trafalgar Park footbridge since we put that signage up, other than the initial call that resulted in signage going up.
Right, and I'd say that with some feedback, it is an issue there. And this is where this particular submitter also had an issue. But I think it's the narrowness of the bridge. And I also wonder whether it's an not so confident cyclist, to be honest. I think the person that was on the bike was an older woman and probably didn't want to stop. Maybe she couldn't reach the ground. I don't know. There's probably a reason. But there was no way she was going to stop, and we all had to back off in a hurry. So it's good to hear that there is another option, so we can pass that on to the public as we experience those questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the report? Councillor Courtney. And
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam Mayor. Through to Officer Mark. I'm following on more or less from Councillor Sanson's questioning, and I want to understand it more clearly. 7.9 on page 23 and 7.10, the likelihood that the MBUS could have greatly reduced income. And then you go on to say in 7.9 that NZTA are urgently working on 2020-21 funding advice, and you continue on with that. And then you say in 7.10 that there is a risk that, well, wait a moment, the National Land Transport Fund revenue may not be there. They may not, there's uncertainty about that. So would you like to expand on those two, 7.9 and 7.10? There's a risk there, and I want to know the degree of risk. Is it just the amount of 374,000, or will it be greater?
Well, through the Mayor, if I had a crystal ball and I could tell you what the patronage level is going to be on the bus, I'd be able to answer exactly how much revenue we're not going to get. But I don't have that crystal ball, and nor does any other council in the country. We don't know how long it will take passenger levels to come back. People are a little nervous about riding on public transport at the moment. When this report was written, we'd only been in level 2 for a matter of days. I can say in the last 2 weeks, we're sitting now at around between 30 and 35% of normal patronage, which is not bad. But I don't know how much above 60% we'll get. And the figure that we have noted in this is based on a 50% patronage drop over the 12 months, averaging. So it'll start off possibly higher in the first quarter and until people get more comfortable, and hopefully lessen as time goes on. But we don't know.
With your indulgence, Madam Mayor, I sort of read in this that there's a possibility of funding from another source, not from council, though.
So through the Mayor, since we went into level 4 and patronage dried up almost completely, it was down to about 5%. Because we have to keep the bus operators going, we have been paying them, the New Zealand Transport Agency have been paying them what they would normally have received in passenger fares. And that will continue until at least the 30th of June, is my understanding. But beyond that, we don't know. And of course, fares at the moment are non-existent anyway because we're travelling for free to protect drivers. That could change. The latest advisory from the Ministry of Health is that cash doesn't pose quite the risk that we thought it did. And Nelson is a little exceptional in that we're also tied up with the electronic ticketing program, which goes live in August. We have asked the New Zealand Transport Agency that we could stay cash free until August, and that is being considered at the moment.
Thank you. Now, just for context, might be useful if you shared the shortfall that Auckland are facing.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Auckland Transport face a $100 million hole in their revenue from passenger transport fares.
So this is quite a big issue for NZTA to grapple with right across the country, but there you go, 100 million. Councillor Fulton.
Wow. Mark, I just wanted to go back to Councillor Noonan raised some concerns around the perception of feeling safe on shared pathways, and the Mayor and Judine echoed that. I wonder if, even though you're saying 7.26, I think that ideally would have a national campaign on etiquette and look at regulation. I just wonder if at a local level we could begin to do some comms around that and make some of our signage a little bit more fun. Alec Levertis did some really great campaigning around recycling and plastics, and I think it's been very effective in terms of the comms on that. And if we could pick up on some of that, and we have to do the same with our dogs. In many ways, cyclists and walkers are a little bit like dogs on lead, dogs off lead. If we could pick up on some slightly more fun signs which people might actually read, particularly around, so I think one of the issues is that cyclists have an assumption that they have the right of way when they don't. walkers have the right of way. And I think that's where the confusion occurs. So a cyclist thinks because they're faster, they should be able to go first or move through people who are, that the walkers should step aside and stop and wait for the cyclist to pass. And I certainly had that experience during lockdown, where someone was ringing their bell probably 200 metres back and charging along and just expected me to move off the footpath. And if that happens multiple times when you're out walking, it does get a little annoying. So I think that that's part of the comms, is that etiquette, that actually cyclists give way to pedestrians, and that we need to remind cyclists of that on the shared pathway routes.
Councillor Spencer.
Thank you through the chair. Just on public transport and people's maybe nervousness around it, there's just an update through from the Prime Minister that level 1 is going to mean all restrictions are lifted except for border controls and contact tracing. So hopefully that's going to mean good things for our public transport. There's not going to be any restrictions on gatherings or businesses or anything. So that's really good news.
There you go. That's good news, isn't it? Really big news. It's really good. Well, certainly makes our task a little bit easier for the next round of trying to work out the whys and wherefores. So we'll just see when we get to one. Any signal on? I've definitely been catching up on my stuff at the moment. So what? Any indication of when?
There's going to be a briefing on Monday.
Oh, perfect. Okay, well that'll work nicely for us.
I guess as early as next week.
Okay, so that'll work nicely for our AP. Hopefully for our AP and final day.
Hugs all around the council table.
Yay. Okay, Councillor Skinner's next up, and then Councillor Rainey.
Thank you. Yeah, just giving feedback in regards to page 26, in regards to pedestrians, cyclists on footpaths. I agree. Some might think it's just a view people have, not a reality, but it is very much real for many people, as far as you've explained, Mayor, and I've sort of only discovered lately. But it's great we've been facilitating cycling, and yes, we should, both in our reserves and safe areas of cycle, but, and as Councillor Fulton has rightly put as well, there is some misunderstanding that cyclists tend to think that they can cycle as they wish to commute. But also keep in mind, we've got different sorts of pathways. We've got the CBD, we've got shared pathways, and then we've got the likes of our reserves, and then we've got recreational areas, and it is a balancing act to provide all those. But I am concerned that with the pendulum swung to an extent now that many of our reserves and areas which were tranquil walking for dogs or running, etc., and are being shared, which is great, the pendulum's gone a bit too far, and the cyclists are starting to forget or take for granted what those areas and tracks were initially for, tramping, running, etc. And you only have to read some of these submissions where people are backing off from walking their dogs or going for a tranquil walk in areas they once used to enjoy because they're being misused on occasion and more recreationally. And it does also concern me where we're trying to provide commuting ease of cycling, which is great, but it's at the expense of walkers and runners or tranquility where they go. So I'm just conscious of that pendulum. We've been making some great gains, but the pendulum's going a bit too far, and that's coming through very strongly. And it's not just a perception, it's a reality. I mean, I've gone jogging some of those tracks where people complain about it, and I've been a bit oblivious because I'm a big guy and I run. And if there's a cycle coming the other way, I'm quite comfortable carrying on running, and they'll hope to try and find a spot to move out the way, but that's not the case. So when I went running my teenagers, they just quickly stopped their stride or try to get off track. And I'm saying, hey, you'll get an injury like that. Just the cyclist needs to look out. And I'm no special with my wife and others who now are not walking in some of those areas, or they feel rightly or wrongly a bit bullied in those areas. They're walking, and cyclists probably not really thinking, and a bit of a high from racing around or in a hurry to get somewhere, or they're just a high from recreational riding. They forget that that person, even though they might see you or don't see you, they're a bit concerned that they might get knocked. And it does happen. We've had even just on either shared pathways through Stoke, broken bones, injuries. So to say it hasn't happened, there has been a few years ago. And just recently, like I said, I went on those runs up in our reserves, getting fit for this coming season, which I hope will start soon. And it's seen more and more cyclists are just thinking they've got that track, you should get out the way. I carry on riding and I've got out running and I've got elbows, And you see the surprise in their face when you don't stop. And I think it's a two-way thing here. You both should be signalling. It's not for me by default to get out the way. In fact, my boys said, Dad, what are you doing? Well, why aren't you stopping for them? I said, well, might be making a bit of a point. But for people with lesser, elbows than me, I can understand they freak out and they do get hurt, or they don't take their dog for a walk. But so I'm just pointing out some great feedback here in the agenda, and we do need to take cognizant of that while we've got opportunity. And signage will work. Signage will work so far, but it's not working often in the case. So I'm not too sure what the solution is, but there's probably an expectations that we have to change.
Right, we're getting a bit of feedback here that our responses to submitters might need to we'll do some overnight thinking.
And really
we'll have some thinking about this. I've got a few more speakers, and I'm sure that the creative member of the infrastructure team, Alec, will have something sorted for us by tomorrow. Good on you. Councillor Sanson.
If I may just quickly add, I think we do need to set aside some places for walking. We're setting aside for all sorts of, which is great, but I think we need to start setting aside for walking, even to access some of those hills and reserves, so people can traverse some of our great reserves in tranquility and in safety.
All right, so I think this is out and about policy stuff. I think that's where that sits, which is, it's not an infrastructure matter, it's Mark Preston Thomas. I saw that neatly.
And I'm conscious, Madam Mayor, it comes under parks and reserves, some of what I'm talking about.
Yes, it does.
And so I'm conscious of that. I'm putting it through, but I'm also aware of the ups and downs strategy, but I'm also just trying to reflect.
Just watch those
I'm enjoying this, but I'm trying to reflect what the feedback is. I don't want us dismissing.
No, I don't. I think that's the message. I think that there is some. What we're getting is it's some anecdotal feedback, but we just need to think about how we deal with it. I haven't quite got a solution for it today, but I'm hearing clearly there's some thinking. I think the message I'm taking from this is that actually one of the behaviours that would be really great to continue from lockdown is actually just being nice to people when we're out and about and thoughtful. And maybe that's what we need to do. I think that's probably the message and some. Yeah. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could refer on page 24 to 717 regarding parking strategy. A submitter was concerned about the effect on businesses if there was a reduction of car parks. I'm still getting comments from business owners around Montgomery Square, and I've passed this information on to Meg earlier regarding how full the car parks are with people parking all day. And I know this is not necessarily AP, it's due to the current situation. If you could just confirm, Meg, the current situation is there's 1 hour free parking and then a 2 hour limit on top of that, free, after which you could potentially be ticketed. Is that correct?
Through the Mayor, that is correct for Montgomery and Buxton. So Whakatū Square out here is all day.
Yeah.
But time limits do apply, and within the resources that they have, the EIL contract is enforcing time limits.
So through you, Madam Chair, the comments that I'm getting back from business owners there is that it's still not working, and that when their cars are chalked, essentially they have 3 hours. When the cars are chalked, the car owners essentially have 3 hours within which they can then shift their car and get another 3 hours, theoretically. And this is rife in Montgomery. I'm not too sure about Buxton. The suggestion from one of the shop owners was that we just had a 2 hour limit to reduce it down, to try and encourage stopping all day parking in the squares. I know this doesn't pertain to the annual plan, it pertains to right now, and I'm very aware that the rollout of the new parking meters is about to happen. But these businesses are saying that their business is being decimated right now. Is there any way that we could consider that in the context of this?
Last week we made some changes, so I think they've moved along with making some of those changes. So Mrs. Parfitt, this kind of does fit in this area because there's a revenue stream that sits with it that needs to come in, or maybe it sits with Ms. Barton, who's on the Zoom.
Madam Mayor, I think to change the time limit would be a change to the vehicle control bylaw.
Oh, okay, which we can do because it's in the schedule.
we'd have to take some advice about whether it's
Right.
a substantive sort of a significant change and
Okay.
requires consultation.
Well,
Councillor Rainey?
subsequent question. I thought that we were in a emergency scenario that the chief executive had put in place the free parking, or that we collectively made a decision to have free parking to the end of June. I'd like to blame it on the chief executive if I could.
Can't do everything.
Yes.
Right, could you?
Changing a bylaw and which will then have legal enforcement implications is something where you really have to follow the due process, or you run the risk of failure in a court case.
All right, could we leave this with the chief executive to come back with have some and the staff to have a conversation about some possible options here, because I have to say I share Councillor Rainey's concerns around. I asked last week for some occupancy numbers on those car parks. They're right up there at, during peak time of the day, 98%, 100%. It's not ideal.
Well, Madam Chair, if I could suggest whether that consideration would be to bring back parking charges.
Yes, I think that may have to be what we do in order to sort this out. Mrs. Parfitt, I really like the idea of the chief of staff having emergency powers to solve all problems.
Madam Mayor, the problem with that is that we are in the middle of a rollout. So we are literally removing the old meters as of next week. So to bring back parking charges between now and the 29th of June is going to be difficult, if not impossible.
You're reminding me about conversations that I've already had. Yes, I have. That's right. I've already had this conversation to say I'd like to put back, and I got the same answer, that it's not in the middle of rolling out the new technology was going to be challenging. Right. However, I think it would be worth. I just think what would be worthwhile at this point is actually popping in to see some of the business owners. Councillor Rainey and I can give you the appropriate contact details just to see if we can come up with some sort of assistance for them in the meantime, some workaround for temporary
Through you,
parking.
Madam Mayor. Hello.
Hello, God.
There's been a flurry of emails between myself and Brent this morning about this issue, and I just want to confirm that
God was a woman. Hello, Claire.
Well, I did put my hand up, but it wasn't working. We can't charge because of the parking meter issue, but we are moving to infringe people where they're going over the time limits. So that will be starting from tomorrow, and we've been doing some comms around that. And the feeling is that once we've got back into that program, people will be moving, and there will then be more vacant car parks because people have been parking elsewhere.
All right, I'm just wondering if we might be able to do some of those. This is thinking aloud in an annual plan meeting about something that's not annual plan related, but I just wondered if we had some of those. Outside of the meeting, Chief Executive, I've got an idea about how you might be able to create some temporary short-term parking that might help. Okay, thank you. Right. Right, who is next on my list? Councillor Sanson, thank you for your patience.
It's okay. I feel like the conversation's moved on a little bit, so this might seem a little bit irrelevant now, but I actually just wanted to acknowledge all the councillors around the table who have highlighted the tension around cyclists and pedestrians, and want to reassure members of the public who might be listening that we're not dumping on cyclists, and that we are encouraging as a council and as a country. We've got quite clear direction from NZTA around encouraging active transport. So we are encouraging more people to get on their bikes and get active. And I'm confident that with the work stream underway, that our team here at the council are going to be, working hard to address those issues. And I guess what it's really highlighted is that there is a lack of infrastructure or work that needs to be addressed for improving shared pathways and cycling infrastructure in particular to make it, safer for shared use.
I think this comes and goes from time to time, but I think what we're hearing is anecdotally a few issues, and certainly my experience yesterday isn't one that I would like somebody who wasn't, quite as quick on their feet to have experienced yesterday, because it really would have been a broken bones and concussion if I had to deal with that very fast cyclist. So we just need to
you know, they're one-offs that sometimes they're one-offs, sometimes they're more frequent, but that one is, there's just some pinch points. But I think, you know, the lovely thing about what we learned during lockdown is actually we can all move around together. We can just be a bit, you know, thoughtful and actually keep that up. And I think that's, you know, a good start. So let's make sure that we all maintain our social license for the things that we like doing, whether it's walking or cycling or whatever it happens to be. Right, any other questions on transport? Several pages to go through here. They go right through to page 28. So if there's nothing further, and then you remember you've got your capital program at the back. So anything there that you want to have a look at, that was on page 58. No, all done? Okay, fine. Are there any resolutions that we need to take into account? I don't think there are. No, that's pretty good. Eight on eight. Oh, yes, we do. Pardon me, we do. So happy to move, Councillor Eager. I'm happy to second that. We're noting that the public transport revenue has reduced. And that's as at this point in time. I'll put that, all those in favour. Aye, against, carried. I'm never quite sure, Mr. Tregurtha, why we needed to do that as a resolution, but I'm sure there was a reason. Okay, moving on to the next section, which is water supply, I think. Hello, David. Welcome to the meeting.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you in person. So, are there any updates, David, on the water? You did a water supply, wastewater, storm water, flood protection and solid waste?
Not solid waste.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No, sadly not. There is one amendment I would like to bring to your attention. So in the budget section on page 59, line item 445, which is called Tahuna Nui Stormwater Catchment for Bisley Ave, there is, for next year's draft annual plan, there's $30,000 and that's been shown as being removed. I want to confirm that it's not being removed, so that should be.
Could you just repeat that number for us, please, David? It's all right, David.
Can you hear me now?
If you just repeat the line
Page
number.
59.
Thank you, 59.
Line number 445.
Thank you.
445.
Thank you.
In his defence, I heard him.
All right. Okay, so thank you. So sorry to ask you to repeat yourself, but come on, bit of order, please. Bit of order. Come on. Right, come on.
I would just like to confirm that on column G,
yes,
we're going to have 30,000 there, so there's no change.
Oh, right. Okay, thank you.
That was all.
That's lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Now, opening for questions. You've all read the report. Councillor Eager.
Yes, thank you for that. So back on page 58, wherever it is, line 558 is on page 60. Could you just explain the $360,000 increase to that project, please?
Sorry, can you, I'd only got to number 56, so which line item is it?
Well, it's on page 60.
Orphanage
and it's
stream.
line 558.
All right, sorry, yeah, 558.
It's orphanage stream.
So orphanage streams are lowest.
In the draft annual plan, there was 500,000. There was a carry forward from last year of 110,000, but the final budget is now 970, which is a $360,000 increase when you take into account the carry forward.
So the budget, so Lois may be able to speak to this because this is currently being managed by her team, but the current budget for this project, Orphanage Stream, is from memory in the order of 900,000 for this financial year or thereabouts. So the column C just represents the draft forecast, not necessarily the total operating budget.
No. If you go to column F,
yes,
which was what was in the draft annual plan budget. So this
so the next financial year. So effectively what we'll be doing is carrying over the remainder of budget from this year into next year.
Yeah, so but that is 110,000.
No, it's not.
Well,
so column C, column C represents the draft forecast. It doesn't represent the total operating budget.
No. Okay, so the draft forecast in 1920 was 200. The final forecast was 90, so there was 110 carry forward. Okay.
Yeah, I know, I understand. I'm just, yeah.
So So, but between the draft annual plan budget, which was in March, of 500, which was what we were told in March, that the budget for next financial year would be 500,000. So even if I add the 110 on of carry forward, what accounts for the extra 360? Because that's not, F isn't what was in the LTP, F was what we were told in March would be needed.
So in March, they were, so effectively, these projects had been, we had round about, I think there's 900,000 or so in this financial year to do this project. And at the time we forecasted we were going to spend 200,000 and they were going to phase the works over 2 years. So next year was going to be, say, 500,000 for next year to do some portion. And the following year, they were going to do another portion of it. They're now looking to do majority of that work next financial year for 970.
So we are saving money in 2021-22. That's coming forward.
As I understand it, yes.
Lovely, thank you.
Happy with that?
Yep.
It's good. Okay, that makes sense because I didn't, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, it's right. It's just the budget was more than, yeah, than what was forecast. Okay. All right, any other questions on councillor Brand and then councillor Fulton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on page 30, 10.8, about the pest control, about the veterinary parcel and the water salary, I read this as actually only half addressing the issue. The spray and discussion with NIWA have only addressed the above ground foliage. Therefore, the cost required to remedy this issue is not correct. There is no mention of removing the root system, and that root system is a tight-knit structure and creates build-up of sediment and prevents water flow. So I believe that by not removing the root system that we are, as a council, we are not meeting our obligation for flood protection and mitigation. So what is the council plan to cover this cost and removal of the actual root structure?
So with regards to this whole issue, so this is I've got some notes aside for this one. So water celery is currently in a variety of streams, and this weed is a biosecurity issue, and it's currently being dealt with through the biosecurity program, which is being managed by the environment team as well. So this is a cross-council issue that we're currently working on. So the problem with this weed, just to put some context around it, is that it reduces the dissolved oxygen levels within the water. So basically suffocates the aquatic habitat in there and affects the ecosystem. So we would like to try and get rid of this issue. So at present, we're currently removing that weed we're hand pulling it out. So it's quite a slow and intensive process. And if we were to go through and just cut it off and then remove it, we're at risk of actually spreading it further downstream. So it's quite a difficult system to do. So at the moment, the team are working closely with the environment team on and with NIWA on how do we go about tackling this quite complex issue. So we're looking at using some herbicides and using that as one of our potential options on how to deal with it. So that will include, so when you do that, and herbicides, I don't know the chemistry around it, I'll be perfectly honest with you. But this seems to be the best approach to eradicating it, and that's the advice we're providing from NIWA.
Sorry, I accept and understand that. My question was around the root structure, because it's so fine knit and pulled together, that in some trial areas where the spray has been applied, it didn't affect the root structure itself. So therefore, in here, it doesn't talk about removing the root structure. And if we're just relying on the spray to deal with that, we're not actually addressing the full issue. We're only addressing half the issue.
Yeah, so I expect that at sometimes once the whole thing has died off, we'll probably we don't want to let it just wash down and go down out through the environment. So there'll be an element of having to then hand pull a large majority of that out.
And so are we then going to be coming back for unbudgeted funds in the future because we have not asked for money for that process in this budget?
So at the moment, we're first of all getting our ducks in a row to try and understand how to combat it. So we haven't, for example, we're applying for resource consent at the moment, or will be applying for resource consent to be using such herbicides. So we'll be working through that, and those things will be considered via the long-term plan, which is currently underway at the moment.
So David, when do you think you'll have the resource consent application?
So it's currently in its draft application at the moment, and we're working with the environment team on that application. So I can't confirm timelines as to when that's going to be submitted at this stage. I can come back and confirm those timelines to you, of course.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be appreciated. I know that I've had several emails about this particular issue. Joe, I've just seen Joe come into the chamber. Joe, is there anything you want to add around this issue that we've got with the Vietnamese parsley and water celery? I mentioned in your team has got some involvement. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just kneel down here. This is a biosecurity issue, so it's being dealt with both from a biosecurity perspective and an infrastructure perspective. So it's a new incursion, and we're needing to.
David, that's not meter.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
It's a new incursion, and so we weren't expecting it, so we're needing to respond. So we've got technical advice, and we're now going through the process of trying to deal with it that way. And what David has said is completely correct. We are going down the process of the best advice that we can get to deal with this problem. And it would be fair to say that through the resource consent process that we're applying for, we will have to deal with assessment of environmental effects as part of that. So we'll be doing our very best to make sure that we minimise the negative impacts on the waterways.
All right, thank you. It's not an easy problem to resolve this one by any stretch. All right, thank you. Councillor Fulton. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. My
Thanks,
question
David.
was the same, Joe, so you could just start. I've got two questions, but through the chair. So can I just confirm then that you apply a herbicide which kills the root system, but then you have to manually remove the root system? So, but you would only remove the root systems once they're dead, because otherwise there's a chance that the roots will end up elsewhere in the waterways, and sounds a little bit like convolvulus to me.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, because the only other option to removing it is letting it wash away, and it would still be, there's a lot of biomass there. Yeah. We don't want to risk it clogging the culverts.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. It sounds like you've got some good strategic thinking about that, and you'll keep us updated. My other question, Madam Mayor, is around rainwater tanks. And I know in 8.3 and 8.6, page 28 of our agenda, so there were quite a lot of submissions asking for it to be a requirement for all new homes and new builds, a rainwater tank. And my question is, if we wanted to achieve that, would we do it through the Nelson plan? Claire?
I think it's set out in the report. In terms of a requirement to have them.
In terms of requirements, 8.6 looks at providing interest-free loan schemes for people who might voluntarily decide to opt into having a rainwater tank, which is really exciting in terms of perhaps existing homeowners. But if we wanted to make it a requirement for all new homes and new builds to install a rainwater tank.
I'll just go to Bliss Barton, because I think there is something in the Nelson plan around this.
Can you remind me?
Claire?
There isn't currently anything specifically requiring them to put in a rainwater tank into new builds, no. The other part of this is it traverses into the land development manual, which also doesn't include anything. So we need to do a bit more consideration around it. I think though, part of where the report has got to is to suggest if we really wanted to make the impact, then we might run it similar to some sort of system where we might subsidise it, because the other part of that would be the cost equation for people.
Absolutely, but with when we phased out wood burners, it was a requirement. You either had to replace it with a heat pump, or there was a requirement to replace it with a
a burner of a certain level.
No.
Existing burners, yes, you had to replace them. You had to phase them out. So I'm just wondering if we wanted to phase in the use of water tanks, could we make it a requirement through the Nelson plan?
Ms. Barton, just clarification on the air quality plan. I don't think there was a requirement to replace with another wood burner. Was there?
Back in 2010, you had to phase out your existing open fire or older log burners, and you had the option of replacing it with a heat pump, or you could replace it with a newer, more modern wood burner. When we went through that first phasing out phase, yes, we did do that, and the way we supported the community in achieving that was we provided 0%. And we provided the loans to pay for that at a 0% interest rate.
Yes, but you could do that through that process, but you didn't have to. If you wanted to go for a radiator system, and you could choose to do that.
Yeah, you could choose to do that.
Whatever.
You effectively couldn't keep using the fire.
No.
So the regulation was around no longer being able to use old fires.
Well, as far as I know, it's before your time at Nelson City Council, but you may recall I'm not sure that gets us any further. I think the answer is if you want to, Nelson plan, if you wanted to have a rule, I'm not sure that it would be you'd have to really test it out as to whether it would be for a resource management purpose. I think that could be a bit of a challenge, but it might be, or the land development manual. Is that right, Ms. Barton?
Correct, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's my thinking on that.
Okay, all right.
Could we do a little bit more thinking around that, please?
Well, I think
as a result of the submissions through the annual plan, I'm sure we're already thinking about it, but I think it's been flagged. There's been quite a lot of submissions on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So what I took from the officer's analysis in response to the submissions is that they're interested in looking at this through the LTP process, and in the process of preparing that, you'd need to consider whether there were land development manual applications as well. I think we could note that. Ms. Barton, are you happy with that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I am.
Thank you. Councillor Girk, did you have something to add to that?
Well, yeah, not really. I just, I'm aware of what the recommendation is. There's nothing to stop anyone now putting in a rainwater tank now. If you wish to put one in, you can. I suppose what we're doing in terms of the requirement of the Nelson plan is that if you've got stormwater, is it's reticulated.
I absolutely understand that, but if we want to really support sustainable intensification of our housing, then all new builds should install a rainwater tank. They've been doing that in Melbourne for 20 years. In Melbourne, you cannot build a house unless you install a rainwater tank. So that's part of good water use, that new builds should include a rainwater tank.
There is actually precedent for this already in New Zealand. The Kapiti District Council, I think, already requires that on new developments that they have a rainwater tank. I believe that there's also something around grey water, but for sure rainwater tanks has been in a requirement for quite some years, and I've always been surprised that Nelson kind of hadn't taken it on. So there's a precedent for it.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
You'd be able to tell us.
Yes, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just briefly though.
Yes, that is correct. The council was struggling to introduce water meters and to try and reduce water usage. Introduced a requirement that every new house had to either have a 10 cubic meter rainwater tank that was connected, that supplied the toilet and the outside taps, or a 4 cubic meter rainwater tank and a grey water reuse system. Through the Kapiti plan, yeah.
Okay, and subsequently did Kapiti get water meters? Yes.
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 But still has the.
Yes, still has the role. Yeah. Okay.
It adds about $10,000 to the price of each house.
Yeah. Councillor Skinner.
This is something we've discussed last term, and the idea sounds good about harvesting your rainwater, which is not stopping anyone doing it, and great, cut your water bill down, but we already invested and we already have a very efficient water catchment. Rather than your Ruth, we've got the Maitai water catchment area, which very efficiently and effectively captures the water, and then we very efficiently and effectively, which we invest in, distribute that water to each household. So one sense it's good for an individual to do it, but all you're doing is then making it very expensive for what we got. If everybody did that, then you'd have a fairly inefficient way of collecting your water individually, and you're undoing the facility that we've already got capturing. I can understand when we go through great water shortage and you may be capturing some of the water from going down the drain, but if you've got a garden that captures the water rather than concrete, and you we already, as every ratepayer pays into having a water supply. I just see these, if we're promoting or funding water tanks for individual homes, we're undoing the facility that we've already invested in with our huge water catchment area and the huge dam, which is one big water tank for everybody. And it works very effectively. So it's counter-achieving sort of one or the other.
I think there's a resilience discussion possibly that comes into this one, councillor. So that's
And
probably where it comes.
we've dipped our toes in that, but we have thrashed this out really intensely.
So for the purposes of today, there isn't an annual plan decision that's required. There's some discussion being had about whether this should be considered in the Nelson plan, and that certainly as Chair of the Environment Committee, Councillor Fulton, involved with the Nelson plan, you can raise that, but obviously the process is it's out for feedback from submitters at the moment. So we'll work our way through that process. Councillor Edgar?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, when those discussions happen, I just personally think it would be good to involve probably Councillor McGurk as Chair of Infrastructure and Deputy anyway, just because there also is infrastructure impacts as well. And so we need to just make sure infrastructure and planning are talking together, because it doesn't actually reduce a small 10,000 litre tank, doesn't actually save people from needing our reticulated water system. It doesn't actually mean we need less stormwater systems, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be a nice thing for them and an additional cost. But on our infrastructure, there actually isn't the exponential savings. And so we just need to make sure that any discussions around this are done totally in conjunction with our infrastructure team.
Totally agree.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan, on a different subject.
On a different subject. And I haven't got a nice segue, so I'm just going to go straight to it. On page 60 and at line 554, this is a similar question to the Deputy Mayor, I think. We've got an additional fund. We went in March, the amount was 2.1 million and now it's projected to be 2.350. So there's $250,000 there. What is that?
Thank you, through the chair. Some of that is landowner agreements that were put in place, and there's some funding that hadn't been originally counted in that 2.1 million. That we needed to cover off. So predominantly that 250,000 is linked to some land agreements.
So that's happened since March?
The agreements were put in place, but because the project unfortunately had been handed across a couple of people, we had missed it in our forecasting.
Right. Thank you. The technically it's unbudgeted amount, but we can fix. We can gather that up in an annual plan situation. Thanks.
Right, any more questions on water supply? Any wastewater questions? No, okay, this is all very good. Any stormwater and flood protection questions? No. All right, all done. Thank you very much, David. Thank you, Toby, for coming down just in case. Solid waste. Oh, thank you, Lois. You're done too. Right, solid waste. Margaret's back again on this one. Thank you. So any changes to solid waste? No, that's all as is. So we'll take it as read. So any questions for Mrs. Parfitt? You're on pages 31 through 33. Councillor Stenson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. I have a question around the food waste collection trial. It's my understanding that we have, I guess, ratified, is maybe not the wrong word, but acknowledged that there is the tender process has been set aside for the next 12 months and that infrastructure has the authority to award contracts. And I'm just wondering why for the food waste trial, this in particular is going to tender rather than just being awarded. And I guess I'm particularly interested in it in terms of you know, the broader outcomes that we're looking for with our procurement. My understanding from officers is that Community Compost have put together a strong case, business case for this trial, and we've received probably, I think, the majority of the submissions were on this, and I'm just curious as to why a tender process is being followed for this, but not for other much larger contracts. Thanks.
Ms. Parfitt, can I just check, is the tender process currently live?
So this one, an RFI went out prior to the streamlined tender process that you speak of, which was about capital work. This is OPEX, so this is a little different in that regard.
Right.
And an RFI went out, and we have some prospective operators, and we have gone out now and requested a price and some other attributes from them, and that closes on Friday. So the request for interest, an RFI, went out prior to the other work, but the other streamlining process is much bigger capital works anyway. So this would have gone on anyway, and we are nearing the conclusion of it. So we're now seeking prices and some other information about attributes that we value.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
Okay.
That answers my questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So given that's in its process of evaluation, it's not appropriate. I don't really, if it's all right, I have no more questions on that one because I don't want there to be any sort of suggestion that there's some political influence in that. So we just need to leave that one to sit there. All right. Any other questions for Mrs. Parfitt? No, it's all clear. All right, excellent. Okay, are there any recommendations? No, they're all covered off very well. Then we're on to the environment section of the plan. We'll have a little break, maybe at 2:45. How would that work? Just in 10 minutes. So environment section is starting with climate change. So we've probably got Ms. Barton on this section, I think. Hello, Ms. Barton. Are there any changes that you want to make us aware of in terms of pages 34 and 35 of the agenda?
So through you, Madam Mayor, it may be that Ms McDonald may want to present around the climate change.
Right, thank you. Thank you. I do keep muddled on that one. Ms McDonald, is there any changes that you want us to be aware of?
Yeah, no changes, Madam Mayor.
All right, questions for the officers? Any questions? Things are reasonably well. Councillor Neil Stevens.
Yes, I was just wondering whether there was any discussion. I did note that a submitter suggested topping back up the climate change fund. I just wondered if the officers had any discussion or thoughts to that matter.
Through the chair, I mean, our view would be that was a one-off action which actually went against an existing council policy, so it was quite a significant decision for council to take. It was taken in the context of declaring a climate emergency, so we would see that as a one-off move, but we do have the long-term plan coming up, and there'll be opportunity to put climate change related budgets where you think they are needed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you. There you are, all the way over there, Ms McDonald. I have a question with regards to 12.4.1 on page 34. So that's around the incentives for property owners to install solar panels, a little bit like rainwater tanks in terms of supporting housing intensification in a sustainable way. I don't know if Claire's listening because it might be relevant for Ms Barton as well. Is that something we can look at within the plan too?
in terms of whether you would expect new builds to install solar panels? Or what are your thoughts in terms of how we incentivise that transition?
My microphone on, that doesn't help, Ms. Barton. Well, through the chair, I think if in relation to the Nelson plan, I'd leave that to Ms. Barton.
Thank you.
Oh, there she is there on the big
So
screen.
thanks, Claire.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think this is a similar issue to the rainwater tanks. I don't think it's as straightforward as simply putting a rule in a plan requiring it. I think if the council's looking to incentivise those things, it needs to be part of a consideration of a wider package, which may include support.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, any other follow-up questions, Councillor Rainey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may be a level of detail that's a bit too deep, but 12.12 on page 36. In regards to pop-up park at 29 Halifax Street. Are we, I'm not jumping here too far, am I? Oh, okay, sorry. I'll wait. I am 2 by 1, sorry.
Next page, nearly there.
Just hold that thought, everyone.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so no further questions on page 34. In that case, we'll go, Councillor Skinner.
Sorry, I was just looking at 34 and the climate thing. I know you're talking about food waste, but it comes under climate as well. Curbside food waste trial, which is $120,000. And I see it's a trial for 220 people. It seems a lot of money, but I mean, things cost what they cost. But if you extrapolated that from a population of collecting food waste, you're looking at $20 million if you're doing it for 22,000 households, which is one submitter rightly pointed out. So what is the cost of that? I know we're trying to achieve some good things there, but I'm always conscious if we're actually taking a step backwards in both the environment and financial. Why does it cost 120K?
Mrs. Parfitt.
Works out at $500.
So through the mayor, it's so the size of this makes it per household more expensive than it would be if we rolled it out. It's economy of scale.
Yep.
So if you rolled it out across the entire city, it's about the equivalent of what the curbside recycling collection costs, which is not 20 million.
So why not just let them do that as a business?
So the trial it's really, through the mayor, it's really important that this trial is done in a certain way so that we can quantify how much organic material we're going to collect, so that we know that we can process it appropriately and what is the end product going to be. So the trial requires measurement of buckets literally being weighed and keyed into the address that it was picked up from. So across a spread of socio-economic spread across the city. So we want to get a really good informed database on which to base a future decision that will come to you potentially in the long-term plan.
Okay, so that would be helpful. My gut, and hopefully I'm wrong, is that it would be a very expensive way of trying to achieve an environmental
So
gain.
Through the mayor, the research and the other cities that are doing this, the likes of Papakura, we believe that the cost of running an organic food or an organic collection at curbside is about the same as what we pay for recycling. So it's not out of step with that.
And I'm concerned a bit like when we did the green waste, when we provided a service and it was doing out businesses that were doing it, and then those businesses weren't available. So we felt.
So through the mayor, there is currently nobody other than the community compost who are currently doing some commercial and a very small scale residential curbside collection of organic waste, but there's no widespread business of that in Nelson.
Debate a little bit in the sense that when you've got garden services, but like when you're doing landscaping or prunings or mowings, etc., which are green waste, probably less of your potato peelings, but yeah, more of your garden waste. There's a lot of businesses that do that.
And through the mayor,
kids
what this is trialling is organic food waste, not green waste. So green waste is commercially provided in Nelson. We do accept it at our transfer station, but there are commercial providers who do curbside collection of green waste, not council, and that's not what this trial is about.
Potato peelings. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, any further questions? Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, probably just a quick question. The food trial, that's, just correct me, that's just limited pretty much near the central city, the Woody area? Or is it right across the whole city?
Through the Mayor. It's not determined exactly where it will be. It will be a stretch of about 6 to 8 kilometres, 220 households, maybe every third house on the left and every third street needs to be continuous so that it's an economic trial. And we will try to find a slice of the city somewhere within a 6 to 8 kilometre range that gives you from high-end real estate down to sort of lower socioeconomic area so that we get a representative sample, but we don't know exactly where yet. You may be confusing it with Community Compost current organic food waste collection, which we bought the e-bike for.
Yep.
That's in the city.
Excellent. All right, that's that one done. Okay, moving on to funding of the Nelson Plan, which I'd like to deal with after the Environment Committee. All right, so tomorrow you've got an Environment Committee discussion. We've already had some discussion this morning, and I think there just needs to be some work done overnight if there's going to be some changing to the resolution, but I'd rather have the discussion if that's okay before we deal with that here. Seems the appropriate way around. Everyone happy with that? Excellent. So in that case, we'll move on. Councillor Rainey to page 36. So you have something to raise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 12.12. The pop-up park at 29 Halifax Street, adjoining the library. I understand that there was some suggestion that we might be able to put a hole through the wall into the library, but that may have dropped back. I know this may drop out of environment and go into community services because it's library, but if possible, I would like to see that be retained if it could be. If it's dropped out because there's some savings trying to be achieved, it would be, I think, sad, because I think the opportunity for kids to be able to get in and out of the library into that pocket park would be fabulous, even taking into consideration that it's only a short-term, i.e. potentially two-year project, could end up being longer, we don't know. So that's just my first one on there.
So, Councillor Rainey, I'm a little bit lost there. You've got information that I'm not aware of. So what?
No, this was information that I'd received from staff discussing that project.
All right, so perhaps the staff could update all the council on what's.
Because it's really an observation to be noted if you want. I don't need an answer on it at this stage.
Well, I do, Councillor Rainey, because
Okay,
I'm a bit
sure.
lost and I can see councillors. Who would like to speak to this one?
Madam
City Development.
Mayor, I'm waiting for the update too, but I did just say there is an emergency door right in that area, right next to where that is. So I just wonder about the merits of actually poking a hole in the wall when there's a door right within meters.
I've got Ms. Gabellini's on Zoom.
There she
Welcome, Lisa. Just a
Just to give you a quick update, we have been doing, we were planning on busting a hole through the library so that the kids could enter from the children's part of the library into the Imagination Playground, which was going to be a fenced off area, a part of that pop-up park. So there's been a couple of issues. The library was going to be funding that, and they don't have any surplus budget to contribute towards that. There was also an issue, there's also a level change there. So the pop-up park, so there's a bit of logistics to solve in terms of actually getting a functioning door through there. And I think also because of COVID, Serena at the library felt that it might not be appropriate to have an additional area for librarians to have to control the whereabouts of children in that pop-up park. So we have decided, at this stage, we had decided that we wouldn't proceed with that door. I guess there was also an issue that was raised that it is only a temporary pop-up park, and that 35,000 that it was going to cost is quite a significant cost for a door that would possibly only be there for 2 years, which is what the current lease of that area is.
All right, so Councillor Rainey, just so you were raising, what would you prefer to happen? Or what outcome are you seeking?
Well, I personally think it would be worthwhile putting the hole in the wall, because I think it would really encourage greater use of that pop-up park. So it just needs to be considered if there's any way we can.
All right, so there's some cost involved. So what I'm going to do is ask, since it's just come to the table, anyone else got other questions, then that one's going to have to come back because I need a bit of time to understand that better. So Councillor Brand is first.
I've got a further question.
Oh, sorry. I'll finish with Councillor Rainey and then I'll come to Councillor Brand.
12.14. Officers now propose that the funding allocated to the Central City Safe Pedestrian Movement Project should be spread over 2 financial years to enable a staged rollout. This is the first that I've heard of this, and I'm a little concerned under the circumstances that a project that we have signalled yesterday going out to the public, or have I got the wrong end of the stick here? Because I would rather, if the project's going to go ahead, I would rather that it went ahead as soon as possible. And I'm sure if it goes ahead, depending on the feedback from the public and decision of council regarding that process, in regards to that process. But I would like to see that it wouldn't be staged, and it would be a green light to get the project underway as soon as possible. Indeed, Madam Chair, the timing of the rollout, if that was to proceed, the timing of the rollout of that project is crucial to the retailers. We've got to get it exactly right, because it has to be phased in at a time, obviously, with the least amount of impact on businesses who are extremely aware of the potential impact. The nature of that project is that it would be potentially, if it goes ahead, constructed off-site and put in, so it can be relatively quick. But I'm concerned to see that this has the potential to be rolled out over more than 1 year.
Right, Councillor Rainey, I'm a bit puzzled about this one. So, as Councillor Igueras, who's sitting to my right, so any officers want to speak to this one? Ms. Gabellini.
Yes, sorry, that was a last minute addition to this plan and I failed to update you, Pete. So I guess there
probably
was...
Excuse me, it's probably a good idea to update the chair of the meeting as well, Lisa, because at least I know what's going on, but never mind.
All right, so what happened was there was a few questions about the up to $5 million that was going to be that was provisionally put in the annual plan, pending the outcome of any funding that we get from NZTA, and also pending the outcome of this whole public consultation process that we're doing and council's decision. And so there was a few questions about our ability to deliver an up to $5 million project in next financial year. The application that we've put into the Streets for People Fund for NZTA for Innovative Streets is an up to $1 million project, which we would probably stage and focus doing on Trafalgar Street. So I think the concern was really about what the impact that we don't actually know what the costs are, because we don't really know what the project is that we're doing until we've had the public, the results of public feedback and deliberated on that. And that possibly sticking up to $5 million in the annual plan was going to have an impact that could be unnecessarily adverse if we had no ability to deliver that amount of project in the 1 financial year.
All right, on the basis that I haven't had any opportunity to discuss this with Councillor Rainey or any of the officers, as chair of the meeting, I'd like to come back to that one. So are there any other questions that people have in relation to this section? I'll take those now. Councillor Brand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just actually seeking clarification because about the, there's quite a few bewildered faces around the table about the hole in the wall from the library into the pop-up park. And I remember it being a brainstorming idea when new councillors went on our bus trip and ended at the library, and we were talking about things we could do to improve and make it more interesting and excitable for the younger members of our community and to utilise that space. And we did talk about putting in some automatic doors that would take you from the child's library out into that area that's going to be the pop-up park. But when on earth did a brainstorming idea turn into an actuality?
Ms. Gabellini, you able to help us with timeline? Oh, thank you.
So the pop-up park, he came to a council last annual plan workshop, I think it was. We showed you our ideas for the pop-up park, and it's been part of the city centre program. It's been to the city centre working group a number of times. So it's been planned, it's been well underway for 10 months or so. We've entered into a lease with Wakatū. The project's being designed.
I'm sorry, that's not the question. The question was around the opening from the children's library into the pop-up park. The pop-up park, yes, that has been a 10-month discussion and has come to the council and planning and stuff like that, but the door opening has not.
Right, so through the mayor, sorry, the door opening's been on the plan. It wasn't maybe at the original council annual plan workshop, but it has been on the plans all along. So it has been part of the pop-up park design. So it's been to the city centre working group.
Councillor Rainey, up to just.
Well, I mean, it's a level of detail
Yes,
that we
see.
hadn't got
No.
down to be honest with you.
No. No, I wouldn't expect.
As are other aspects of the pop-up park. There's a whole range of things within the pop-up park that were sort of levels of detail that we hadn't discussed.
So go back to Councillor Brand. So no, it's the level of detail.
I understand it's an operational level detail, but however, you're asking for $35,000 that would have come into the annual plan, and we're in a tight fiscal situation, and I'm just concerned that these sort of things just slip in and get passed, and before we know it, we're paying for things we weren't aware of.
Yes, so I think if I've understood from the discussion that's been had is that the door was not going to be no longer being proposed. Is that correct?
It wasn't a case of slipping it in, it was a case of it actually slipping out. That's all I was.
Yes, slipping out. Yes, that's what's being raised. So Councillor Rainey's rightly raising and making us aware of it today. So that if it has to, yes, but if there's an opportunity, then there'd have to be a resolution of council now to put it in. If that makes sense. So that would cut, yeah, if we want to leave it in. So at the moment it's not there. If we want to do that, I'd like some time, at least overnight, just to become a little bit familiar with this, maybe back by Tuesday, and also the other proposed changes for the livable streets projects. Any further questions on this section, Councillor Noonan?
Thank you. I'm still trying to gather my thoughts on it. Sort of things are moving around. Look, if we go to 12.12, we see that due to COVID-19 that some of that Upper Trafalgar Street work didn't happen. And the pop-up park is supposed to begin as well. The question I've got is there's 314,000 of capital works that's going to be carried forward. How much of that is going to the top of Trafalgar Street? Because the businesses up there are very conscious that we haven't finished that work. I'd like to know that that's going to be completed before anything else happens anywhere else, really, because otherwise we're going to start things and never finish anything. So that's my first question.
Yeah, so through the mayor, that 314 is partially pop-up park, but the majority of it is Upper Trafalgar Street funds that would have been spent this financial year if we hadn't had COVID. So they've already restarted at Upper Trafalgar Street, and so that work will be getting finished.
Good, I think they'll be pleased about that. So I'm not sure where that budget line is, because when I go to line 407, it looks like we've actually overspent by 60,000. And for future annual plans and long-term plans, if we could have some sort of the budget, when we're doing the commentary, it would be handy to have the budget blocks that relate to it, potentially. But with 60,000 overspent, or have we got, where's that 300? Where is that 300 balance
Just
to be
give us
carried forward?
the page number and the line number again, Councillor Noonan, would be helpful.
Well, that's what I can't find. So at 12.12 on page 36, there's a capital works budget of 314,000 to be carried forward, but I can't see it in the dollars in here in the spreadsheet. Can somebody help me find it, please? 58, line number. And that's where it's overspent. So it was 250 and we spent 310.
Let's go, Belenia, to help us with those numbers. I'm not sure if you've got.
Yes, sure. Through the Mayor, there is an overspend on the Upper Trafalgar Street, and it's being topped up from our other CBD enhancement fund, the normal operating fund. So council specifically set aside 250 last annual plan for Upper Trafalgar Street. Some of the multifunction light poles have come in a bit over cost. We decided to top that up from the CBD enhancement fund. And I think that 300, I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, sorry, but I think that 314 has rolled over into the next year's CBD enhancements fund. And so that will be, you won't see it as 314, you'll see it as the total balance for
And the 3.1 million, is that what you're referring to? The 3.1 million that's gone in that wasn't there before? On line 384 for anybody looking. That's CBD enhancement line. Yes. So it's gone to 3.1 million. We didn't have anything there in March.
No, through the Mayor, that 3.1 million is in relation to that resolution 10.
Yes.
Yeah. So that must be a different line to the CBD enhancements budget, which is our normal CapEx operating expenditure, which has increased because of the rollover, the proposed rollover of the 314.
So somebody might want to have a look at where that is because it's not, I can't see where it is.
Right, could I ask someone?
Maybe line 388, CBD aesthetic elements.
388.
Any of the finance team maybe to help with this one? Thank you, Ms. Harrison.
Through the chair, it's the line 291, which sits under economic.
Oh. There are lines all over the place. Okay. There's where your 314 is. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. We found it later. That's all right.
Okay. So we've gone from 590. We're carrying over 314, which there was a 590. We've spent 276 and there's 314 left. Okay. That's that one. Thank you. I'll just check, Madam Mayor, and see whether there are any other questions I've jotted down. Anything further? I do have another question, and that is regarding the clarification of the funding and how much of that is actually council funding and how much of that is external. And I can't really tell from the recommendations. It would be quite nice if that was reworded so we know how much is rates funded and how much we're expecting from applications for funding, and whether that actually the whole thing is dependent on applications being granted for us to actually do the work.
Right, can we just get some clarity on the split?
Through the Mayor, so we're talking about the Streets for People funding application. So that will be up to $1 million. So we're not sure if we'll get any or if we'll get $1 million or 500. That's quite a competitive fund and there's been a lot of applications. So I guess the reason why we haven't been specific in that recommendation is because we don't actually know the amount of funding that we'll get. We don't find out until a couple of weeks. And I think when we discussed it in the Streets for People, when the report came up, the reason why we put up to $5 million in that council resolution to be provisionally set aside was to acknowledge that it would be minus whatever funding it is we receive from NZTA. The same thing applies for the R funding for the rest of the street upgrades. Some of that work will get that FAR funding 51% subsidy, but because we haven't done a design yet. So things like street furniture and seating, they won't be eligible for that funding, but some other aspects of any upgrades that we decide to do as a result of this public feedback what may also get up to 51% funded. But again, we can't be specific about that until we know what the final option is, if any, that council goes with and what the final design is.
So in effect, if we approved these recommendations, we would be committing our ratepayer to $5 million, whether we receive any government funding or not. Is that right?
Through the Mayor, yes, I think that's the intention of saying up to $5 million, yes. Acknowledging that it could be less, but it may be the total amount.
I'm going to have to think about that one very long, very hard. Because so, Ms. Gabellini, can I just take you to paragraph 12.14 in the report? And I'm just looking at the way this is described. So it's the funding is a mixture of NZTA subsidised and council unsubsidised transport budgets, and pending NZTA funding decisions not known at time of writing the report. So we've got a preliminary split is 1 million from, so we're looking at 1 million from Innovative Streets, potentially with 90% subsidised, 1 million there, 1 million normal far rate, and the remainder 1.1 million unsubsidised. So that's essentially the first three. That's the first bullet point, and then we've got the balance. So what you're saying is that 3.1, the way that's written as the preliminary split will be coming with a significant contribution from NZTA.
Yes, that was our best estimate at what the funding might be, that we would get up to $900,000 from our Innovative Streets Fund, and that approximately $1 million of the works of any option that we decided to go ahead with would be able to have that FAR funding.
Okay, all right, that's fine, thank you. Councillor Edgar.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to clarify on that point further. So that covers the first 3.1 million. So the other 1.9, why is that not eligible for any subsidies?
Through the Mayor, that will be eligible for, or some of that work, depending on the design, would also be eligible for the FAR funding, and at this stage, there's no further round of Innovative Streets funding. But we haven't, I guess we didn't put the split in because we're proposing that goes next year in the long-term plan.
Right. Okay. Yes, but we are, however, considering the project right now. So, yep, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, Councillor, anything further? Just one. So I just need Nikki Harrison to confirm to me that of these two, of 10 and 11, that the calculations that we looked at this morning, that this amount has been included in the borrowing calculations. Through the chair, yes. Okay. All right, and they're based on the projected split in 12-14, or it's the total amount against council? The 12-14 split. Okay, so through the chair, the capital budget is included in total, and then you make an assumption about how much funding you'll get. All right, so what's in the final debt projection then? Does it include all of it, or it'll be the net amount? The net. So you based it the borrowing. So the borrowing, council's borrowing, is based on the projection in 12.14, which is seeking where we'll be successful in getting funding from other sources. Okay, all right. As I said, this is a... Sorry, just to clarify, Madam Mayor, just so the calculations were not done on the full 5 million, they were done on assuming that we're getting some funding externally. Is that right? I just want to be clear. Yes, they are. That was what I understood from the answer? Yes. So if they don't give us the funding, we would have to borrow the balance. That's correct. I think we need a calculation on if we don't get anything. Through the chair, this would be coming back following consultation anyway, and we would know our position then. So basically, you're putting a provision. Yeah. Essentially, you're putting a provision in so that you've got the opportunity to consider it when it comes back. Does that make sense? And the only issue that I've got at the moment is that I wasn't aware that it was split over 2 years, and apologies if that was in the draft report that came to me, but I don't think it was. In fact, I'm not even sure this whole section was in the draft report that came to me. And then, so I need to just have a little think about that with Councillor Rainey as to in the offices. Councillor Rainey, last comments on this?
Well, Madam Chair, I was under the impression that the up to 5 million had been established through a resolution of council at a previous meeting. And it's just unfortunate that the phasing of this consultation period goes over the annual plan, but there's not a lot we can do about that. We started yesterday, it goes for 4 weeks. Then whatever comes back, council will have to, subsequent to a recommendation, I guess, from the City Central Working Group, would need to consider that. Well, it may not go ahead at all. So, but that doesn't mean say that you can't make, that you shouldn't make provision for it in the annual plan.
That's right. We do that on, have to do that on a regular basis just because it's, otherwise we stuck. Okay, Councillor Eager.
Yeah, so while I don't disagree with anything Councillor Rainey's just said, I just want to be cautious just based on what Ms. Gavellini said, whereas Ponchi said, well, you know, for example, any street furniture won't get the FAR subsidy. And so the assumptions in the annual plan are actually based on, if they're based on 12.14, that's not going to be correct because we know we won't get a 51% subsidy. Or is that being calculated? All the street furniture and other elements that may not get subsidy.
So through the Mayor, the $1 million is our estimate of the part of the 3.1 millions that would get subsidy. So we set 1 million for innovative street, or 900,000 from the innovative streets, 1 million unsubsidised and 1 million subsidised.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, and so probably it's just, you know, slight split in comments because Ms. Gavellini said, you know, it would assume it's in, but no, it comes back to council. And we would get to go, this is how much subsidy we got, this is the public feedback, etc., etc. And yeah, so I'm very happy with that process.
All right, thank you. Next to the questions, that one will just have to come back. So we'll just leave those for the moment. They'll be coming back to see us. Right. We need to move the resolution that we've been sitting here for 6 hours, or that's a different piece of paper. Something about 6 hours, you know, 3 p.m. extension time, motion, got to keep going. I'd like to finish if we can by 4. So if we take a 5-minute stretch now and then come back and see if we can get through a few more of these, please, that would be great. So I'll move, we extend, seconded by Councillor Skinner. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And we'll just adjourn for a quick 5-minute stretch. That would be great. Thank you. Right, I need on page, we're now onto environment, I think. That's where we got up to. Got quite a lot still to get through. This takes a while to do all the tidying up at the end of AP deliberations processes, so we do need to keep moving. So Nelson Environment Centre, as we were up to top of page 37, I think that has. So any questions, Ms. Barton's online, Councillor Sensen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess for me it's more of a comment really rather than a question. That this for me is one of the kinds of projects that I would really like to see being considered for economic development funding through the NRDA, because there is quite a lot of economic potential that could flow from it. Yeah, so just as that conversation happens around funding for the NRDA and the kind of focus of what we're looking for with outcomes.
All right, I think what we could do, Mr. Triguta is not here. Oh, yes, he is. Mr. Triguta, we can certainly make that submission. We can move that submission across into to make NRDA aware of that one. Engage some dialogue between the Environment Centre and NRDA. That I think would be useful. Yes. Any other questions, Councillor Fulton?
That's a great idea, Councillor Sanson. My other question is, are we able to just pick this submission up and move it into the beginning of the LTP consideration? So just checking, because I do think it's a good idea, and I agree that it's would be more appropriately considered as part of the LTP process. So will the staff pick up on that and begin that work in anticipation, or would they have to submit again to the LTP?
No, what they're saying is it's more appropriate there. So now we know about it. It goes into the list for the thinking as we start to build the LTP. But whether it survives that process, I don't know. So it goes into
so it goes into the list in that preliminary round.
I mean, for those sorts of projects, they're not things that you can really effectively address on the basis of a submission. That's what this is saying. You need to be thinking about it as you're building a plan. So that's
I totally agree, but I think it's. I guess my question around this is this project, the Nelson Environment Centre submission, and then the Good Food City piece of work, for me sits under the climate change lens as well. And I'm just curious why it's been separated out, because I guess the part that council, the role that council plays in creating resilient, sustainable cities is around food production in our open green spaces, as well as the composting, as well as food waste. So for me, that arm sits sort of under the climate lens more than perhaps separately. And I'm just curious, why was it separated out when?
Through the chair, look, I mean, every part of council has its role to play in climate change. We can't put them all under that heading. So we're aware that there's lots of contributors to that work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just noticed 1216. The centre also requests some assistance or consideration given to some assistance towards their commercial lease costs if they're going to move to another location of 40,000. There's no commentary on that. Now, I have a feeling that we don't, as a council, contribute to those sort of expenses, but nevertheless, there's no mention of that in this 1217.
Through the chair, sorry, perhaps it's not clear, but staff are not proposing that we fund that amount. Yeah.
We don't normally do it.
We wouldn't normally pick up a rental like that.
No, we did. We did facilitate a look at council premises to see if we had anything suitable for them, but there wasn't anything suitable. I understand that the Environment Centre may have hopefully found an alternative option to them. Hopefully it'll be to everybody's liking. Right, next one, Nelson Biodiversity Forum. reasonably straightforward. And then onto the Good Food Declaration, which is page 37 through page 38. We go to social and cultural. Questions? Councillor Rainey.
Not so much a question as a comment, Madam Chair. 12.23, the second or the third sentence, however, it's likely many residents would question the appropriateness of council leading a campaign to change their eating habits. But of course, we have done that before in regards to sugary drinks, and I do think it's not out of council's realm to be considering these kind of initiatives. Just a comment.
It's a good point. Councillor Sensen.
I mean, I think, thank you through the, Madam Mayor, through the chair. I think following up on that, to me, it's actually much broader than just about eating habits. Like, it's really, climate, it has quite, I think, significant climate change mitigation impacts, and there are aspects of that are relevant to council work and kind of leading our community in a lower emissions direction. So I am happy to see that we are expressing our support for this and encouraging Nelson Marlborough Health to lead on this. And I do wonder whether we should be or could note in the minutes that we are supportive of Nelson Marlborough Health leading this, and will kind of cooperate in whatever way to kind of for all of those who are trying to progress this initiative, so that they know that council is really supportive of them in this.
I think that would be a good idea, and I think there needs to be discussions with Ministry for the Environment and PHO as well. So I think that's where the discussions could happen. Really conscious, and I mean, it was really interesting reading, I have to say, when I went to have a look to see what Good Food Cities are doing, and conscious that the cities that have picked this up are usually cities, international cities that deliver health services and provide food to hospitals and food to schools and all those things. So I think there's a really good conversation to be had about what's possible here for each entity. I'll be really particularly keen on, we're doing these things, that we've got the engagement and the endorsement from the governors of those other organisations as well, or the key leads in the region. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. This one on the Good Food City Declaration, in principle it sounds good, but some of the concern that's sort of based on overseas costs and impact of producing food. New Zealand produces food extremely efficiently and can grow things extremely well. But there's also scale. It's great, and maybe to a detriment, we've stopped growing our own fruit and vegetables in our own gardens, and we're sort of eating a more less natural foods. But that's sort of up to the individual, really. So it's a bit like my view, and it might be a sole view on that sugar policy. But it does concern me when it talks about trying to reduce meat and dairy consumption. That's sort of the backbone of our country, and we do it extremely well. And there's things that, and the other concern is, are we competing against business if we're sort of subsidising a lot of this? So, I mean, like I grew up my first 15 years as a vegetarian, and I turned out brilliant. And I spent the next 35 years eating milkshakes and pies, and I'm still brilliant. So, yeah, I get concerned that we're trying to dictate what people should and shouldn't eat. And I personally think that meat and dairy is produced very efficiently in this country still, thank goodness. Overseas, when it's grain fed and they got the cows and sheep under cover and heating those with coal-fired power stations, no, it doesn't work out. But we produce it far more efficiently. Even when we ship it by planes overseas, it's still less carbon to produce than in most other places in the world. But I mean, like, I enjoy bananas, and I'll get someone else to grow those because I'm sure they can grow those better than I can, and more efficiently. So, no, the intent is good, but I don't think it's something we should be involved in. Well, I mean, message out people should eat well, and so should, but you can do so much. But I hope that this COVID, one of the silver linings of this COVID, where we've been that self-reliant, people have been buying out the plants and veggies from the shops and planting on their own fruit and vegetables more than ever done before. So hopefully that will continue. But no, I can't support what we've got on here.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, the officers have indicated that they can liaise with the health board and indicate our willingness to explore this work in a possible partnership further. I concur with Councillor Sanderson with some of her comments regarding the same thing. And as Councillor Skinner said, pre-COVID-19, wasn't it interesting that the shops that sell the seeds for plants sold out? I think we've actually got a community that are interested in growing their own food, and we're certainly extremely lucky to have the food that we do. My food bag, I'll give a plug to. They have a high proportion of what they send out is locally grown. I think it was above 95% is actually New Zealand grown food. So we are very fortunate to have a country where we can grow things successfully. And I think a lot of it's encouragement and some more education, and definitely through the schools and encouraging that to happen. So while we may not, make a declaration of any nature, I think we can work away quietly like we normally do and encourage those people who are already doing those good things.
Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, a couple of things. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I certainly admire the passion of the people that submitted on this one. I think it's actually a very, very important conversation that we still need to have about it. But I support the recommendations that have come forward from the officers, and I think we probably need to sort of make recognition of some of the work that's already gone on. Some of it is, like the joint waste about, diverting green waste and stuff from the landfill. We could think about the food trial. We can think about our declaration of a climate emergency and the way we're dealing with carbon emissions. We can think about investment in active transport. So there are all sorts of things that this declaration talks about. So we're already doing a lot of work there. I think that needs to sort of be recognised. I think it will be part of the feedback we give to our submission. But I definitely think that, like you mentioned before, I think it's a health lead. I look at the list of the cities they are involved, as you said, in schools, education. They run hospitals. They're also a lot larger than what we. I think I had a total up the numbers. I think the population comes to 64 million people, the cities that were mentioned. It's a completely different scale. So I think the recognition, it's an important conversation to have. And I'm just thinking of the location where we are in terms of the top of the south is that if we're thinking about our food production here, I think we need to sort of bring our community along with us to show that when we're doing things like economic development and growing food, that we're doing it in a sustainable and probably an environmentally sustainable manner. So these are the sorts of things that I think we need to talk about. So I'm happy with that. So
thank you for that feedback. Councillor Eager.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor McGurk has probably said about 90% of what I was going to say. So I also noted that there was 14 signatory cities to it at the C40 World Meal Summit, and those cities actually serve 500 million meals per year through schools, hospitals and other public buildings. So they have a very direct line, and so they are, as it talked about, as food purchasing. And being someone who has recently tried to eat food within our hospital system, I'd love to see them leading with food that I had the tepid yogurt once, but several hours hot yogurt didn't work, and so my husband brought food in because most of the food was processed white bread and processed foods and very carb heavy. So acknowledging that diets contribute to heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and rising healthcare costs. I think absolutely health need to lead. In the list of organisations they should be talking to, they should also, I would add MPI onto that list as well, Madam Mayor.
That's a good idea.
And yeah, absolutely. But I also just agree with what Councillor McGurk said, is we actually do have a story to tell about what we're doing in this space, because we are doing a lot in that space but the health DHB need to actually start leading in this space themselves, and it's a good opportunity for them.
Thank you, Councillor. Go, Councillor Neil Stevens.
Thank you. And I'd echo Councillor Edgar's points around having healthy, but I'd also note that food procurement policy is only one point of the declaration, and actually the other 3 key points within there align far more closely to council's work, such as the reduction in food loss and waste, which is something we definitely can and actually need to be taking key leadership in, as well as I think what we saw with a lot of the submissions and also with a lot of the discussion around this commitment is that it is actually just as much about climate change as it is healthy living and acknowledging the interconnectedness of those things. I'm glad Councillor Skinner thinks that that New Zealand produces dairy and meat in a very efficient way. I just wish our environmental outcomes would match those thoughts. I wanted to say this earlier, but when it comes to climate change, I think back to something that Councillor Courtney said earlier on in this meeting, which is it can't be business as usual. And I do fear, and I'm hopeful that our long-term plan can be a bit more aspirational than this annual plan in terms of addressing the systemic challenges that we are facing, and it's even in the light of a pandemic, we still have the looming threat of climate change hanging over us, and it has not gone away as much as I wish it would. And so, yes, I do think that this annual plan has, in some ways, I don't think we're acting fast enough, and I don't think we're going far enough in terms of the moves we're making to address the climate crisis and the climate emergency that we have admitted exists. And so I would really like to see us, especially when we come up to this long-term plan, pushing hard. And I know we've got our personal climate emission reduction goals coming up, and I'd urge us all to think about that with some urgency.
Thank you. Very good points. Councillor Sensen.
And I'm just following on from those great words of wisdom from Councillor O'Neill Stevens. The group of people who submitted to us were really looking like they want to lead it, but the nature of what it is, they need endorsement from the City Council. And I think we all received an email saying that they are prepared to work on policies and do whatever they need to do. It won't cost council anything. But my understanding is that for them to actually progress this work, they need, some kind of, I guess, clear endorsement from council.
Councillor Fulton.
Having heard quite a few people speak, and I know we're not debating, but there seems to be some feeling in the room that actually this is a really important initiative, and how do we work strongly with, I want to call them the DHB still, but they're now the NMH, in terms of achieving these goals. Because for me, I see that it is a really important partnership, that there's a health aspect to this, health for our people and the well-being of our communities, and then there's a climate perspective and an environmental perspective. So if we're going to do ticks, there's a tick for health, there's a tick for well-being, there's a tick for environment, and there's a tick for climate change. If you look at the different strategies within the Good Food Cities, and you look at how we produce our food, the food choices we make, and that is really pertinent to New Zealand right now when you consider the environmental impacts of some of our food choices, as well as the climate impacts of some of our food choices. On top of that, the health impacts on our communities have are significant. So I think that it's a really important piece of work, and I think that council could be collaborating with Nelson Marlborough Health in terms of the work on food waste, community compost, edible landscaping, so supporting our community to grow food locally, so you decrease your food miles of your food, and you're also increasing the resilience of our city, which is something we saw happen in the last few weeks, or 10 weeks it is now. So how do we
support our community with that arm of it, I think is really important. Council can play that role in terms of a vegetation strategy and our parks and reserves and supporting our community groups in growing food locally and harvesting food locally. It fits into the Nelson Environment Centre submission on the community urban farm, but that's a much bigger project than these smaller scale community groups wanting to support smaller communities to grow food. So I think that that's an important part of this, and that's not reflected in the report, in my mind, enough. And then the community or the composting aspect of that, plus supporting Nelson Marlborough Health in the conversation around health and wellbeing for our community. We have done that with sugar, and we have done that with smoke-free too. We play a really strong part in creating smoke-free environments and supporting that transition. So this is around a planetary diet. It's not around a plant-based diet. It's around a planetary diet, which supports the world population as it continues to grow to eat food which is sustainable both for the planet and is healthy for people. And I can't think. Finally, one last point is the more plants we plant, we're also offsetting our greenhouse gas emissions. So whatever we plant, whether it's Indigenous trees or fruit trees, we are it's a step in terms of that sustainability, in terms of land use too. So I would like to come back. Are we able to come back to this? Yeah, how would we
I
pick
felt
up on
we've
this?
got enough there to work. We've got some, you know, we've set the framework. Now we can build on that and flesh that out. But we need to do the approach back to see that we get some buy-in from Nelson, whatever they're called now, Nelson Marlborough Health.
Nelson Marlborough Health. They seem very keen to collaborate with us.
Yes,
on
they do.
this.
But I do hear the messaging. So I think there's a lot of things that we're already doing within this organisation that are really positive, and they're acknowledged in here. And I think we build on those. But the provision of meals, as Councillor Egger has highlighted, is something actually that is right and truly their bread and butter. And on that note, so I would say, look, I do think there's some things. I was there's quite a lot just in terms of actually climate change and what needs to happen there. Having still got the picture of, which was very nice. He was very grateful of the Easter meal that my husband had after he had his visit to the emergency department in level 4 lockdown. Awful lot of plastic involved in that meal as well, massive amount of plastic. So I just think there is some work that needs to go on, and I'd really encourage Dr. Beaglehole really to just, you know, always say, get your own house in order is a really good starting point. We'll be there alongside him, absolutely, in those conversations. And again, our schools are doing some amazing work in terms of the Enviro Schools projects that we support with their school gardens, with their reduction in plastics. They're doing some absolutely brilliant things. So I think it's just about now just, you know, all holding hands, looking at what we can do together and seeing what we can achieve for the region. So thank you for good, you know, there's good positives around doing actually acknowledging some of the important work that individuals are doing, and then just doing the connections that we, you know, really sensible things that we've seen happen actually during the COVID lockdown around a focus on resilience. Councillor Rainey.
I was going to ask whether we'll be moving on to the next.
Yes, we are now. Yes, definitely.
No, the reason I'm saying it, Madam Chair, is that
social.
I do have a comment regarding housing intensification I'd like to make, but I do note that the chair of what's it called, community services isn't here, and then we're heading on to a whole host of
true.
things.
I thought you might be back by now.
I was kind of wondering whether you might draw a line under this.
Well, I was actually
housing intensification. Just a wee suggestion.
Were you thinking that? We'll see how it goes. I was thinking we could probably, because we've got 15 minutes left, and I thought that we could probably get through about 5 items if we're really quick and focused. So any questions on sections 12.26 and 12.27? No? Okay, moving on. Housing intensification and affordability. Councillor Rainey.
So I note with interest the comments under 13.1 regarding the submissions about housing intensification and affordability, etc., including supporting council undertaking work, including inner city living. And I would certainly hope that in the course of the annual plan and heading in towards the long-term plan, that we could give serious consideration to inner city living. And I have a suggestion to make. I think one of the issues that faces us as a city is that we haven't actually had a target to aim towards. And I know that targets with housing on a national scale haven't exactly been hugely successful. However, I do think that this city could potentially raise the concept of a 10-year target. And I would like to be as bold as to say that why don't we try and aim for 1,000 people living in the CBD in 10 years? How's 1,000? Why not? It would be something to look towards. And it's certainly something that I would like the Central City Working Group to put some consideration to. I haven't seen as many elements that are positively contributing towards this kind of scenario before in the last 10 or 15 years. People whose mindset is shifting towards repurposing buildings right across the board. And I think now's the time. It's obviously not necessarily something for the AP, but it would be something for the LTP, and perhaps the AP is the conduit for getting the thinking going. So 1,000 people in their CBD in 10 years is not unachievable.
Councillor Roney, I love that concept, so thank you for that. Hat, I thought that was brilliant. How's 1,000? That was absolutely brilliant. And I'd like to think that we can progress it before the LTP. So there's certainly some discussions going on about some opportunities at the moment. There is some projects that are moving through, with some actually through the Crown Infrastructure Fund for City. So let's see if we can get on with that and actually bring something back through as one of our key priorities, housing sitting as a whole of council action. And so I'd like to see that actually through the next 6 months, we've actually got that coming up. We're reporting up to the council agenda on housing pretty much at every meeting. And I think we need to just really make it top of mind. We set three, we set three focus areas for us in this term, and those 3 focus areas should be featuring in every agenda that's coming up to you as governors. So just certainly I've got that focus at council level. I'm really keen to move that forward and then build on it through the long-term plan. So thank you for raising that. Councillor Eger.
Just a question on that, and you may be able to answer this yourself, Madam Mayor. As part of the future development strategy, did that identify CBD living and
yes, it did.
Numbers around that?
Yes, it did. I don't know offhand what the numbers were, but we can see
they were quite low in the actual CBD, and as Alan's got those figures, so he might get them for you for another day.
Would be good for a start, because you've got that starting foundational document, and out of that you can go, right, well, why wasn't 1,000 houses, for example, identified as potential? What are the limiting factors or inhibiting factors to intensify? And that's a good start for those discussions.
So there certainly are some in relation to some of our core infrastructure, and actually that project we were talking about earlier on in Milton Street that would relate to the Maitai actually assists with CBD as well. So there certainly are some of those, but I think the focus that Councillor Roney's identified, and we've all seen it, is that city centres, as a result of COVID, are likely to change again at a far more rapid pace. And this is a real opportunity for repurposing and I won't say reimagining, because that's not a word that people in the tourism space want to hear at the moment, rethinking the CBD. So let's get that one underway. Right, we'll leave all the social ones because Councillor Laurie's not here, so it would be good to have his input on those. And we'll just go to Parks and Active Recreation and see if that's on page 42, and see if we can get through maybe a couple of pages here. So any questions on page 42, starting with Stoke Memorial Hall? So Mr. Preston Thomas is here, and a report's coming to Community Services to seek direction on the level of remediation. Someone will just have to remind me whether there's likely to be any budget call. I know I've had a response to this with McDonald in relation to that report. I don't want to find that that's coming soon, and then I've got another anticipated, the report's coming and it's calling for money, but we don't know about it today. So we're in Parks and Active Recreation on page 42 now, Stoke Memorial Hall. Miss Harrison, thank you.
So through the chair, my understanding is that there is sufficient money in the annual plan already for design. I think it was 200,000 ringing a bell, and that the report would be that's coming back is around the level of remediation and the level of earthquake strengthening. But officers believe that there's sufficient money in the next year's annual plan.
Okay, thank you. Good to know that. All right, so that's an update of what's happening there. Kawata Park. We're on page 43. Just ask Chief Executive, have you got any update on Kawata Park? I know that you've had some recent meetings with this group.
So I think we'll be bringing a report to upcoming Sports and Rec meeting, the one after that, outlining that proposal to get approval from in principle to investigate. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Which is this one, it talks about a commitment to the project for 2020 of 30,000 in support for Ngāti Kawata and other partners to advance the project.
So nothing more to update on that. Obviously, COVID-19 has slowed things down quite dramatically. So looking at how they can appeal to a wider group of visitors, and so that when the timing is right, there is a hope that the government will start providing funding for tourism operations again, and have more of a chance of applying for that type of funding.
Right, thank you. Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure this might be public exclude. The status of the Maitai campground area, is it public excluded? Yeah, okay.
I think we're getting some legal updates on that matter. Just, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
There will be a report.
And that'll be the report that's coming. Okay, thank
Deal
you.
with it then.
All right, Councillor Fulton.
With regards to Kawata Park, in terms of looking at that COVID response and project Kokiri, is that fitting into that umbrella? Because I guess in my mind it fits quite well in terms of creating internal tourism and low carbon tourism into the future. I know it's not obviously shovel ready, but in terms of future economic stimulation of the Nelson region, is the NRDA turning their mind to Kawata Park?
No, I don't think we're at that point yet. If we're going to be looking at a gondola project, there needs to be a serious capital investment. A lot of that needs to be private investment. And at the moment, the chances of getting private investment to go into a tourism-based project, although there will be cultural and environmental strings to it as well, it still will be heavily reliant on tourists and international tourists. And the type of investors that were being courted for this at the moment all are in lockdown themselves, and certainly would not be interested in having a conversation about putting more money into tourism activities.
So in light of that, is this a project which needs to be parked for now? I mean, I think it's a great project, and had COVID not happened, I'd be in full support of it continuing. But I think we need to be looking at this project through a new economic lens. It ticks the boxes in terms of internal tourism, and it ticks the box in terms of a low carbon tourism, but it doesn't tick the box in terms of the cost. And so how do we, if it's not financially viable to continue to progress, why do we fund another 30,000 in terms of continuing to pursue it?
Councillor, I think it's worth putting that provision aside to allow things to progress. These types of projects can take the Brook
It's a decade.
So they can take another half a decade to get there, and there's an awful lot of work that goes into setting the groundwork for things to happen. So I'm quite comfortable with it being there. I've actually got some phone calls that I haven't been able to return to some of the representatives from Kawata Park, so I'll try and do that this evening.
I guess I was just curious. I just wanted to be updated on the thinking, because I imagine people are thinking quite carefully about if we're decreasing international tourism, particularly through a climate lens as well, how does this project stack up if at the same time we're promoting internal tourism? Because a lot of New Zealanders travel overseas, they're all staying in New Zealand. Does it stack up in terms of that 10-year plan as still being a project worthy in through a new economic lens? I think it's an important conversation to be having now.
And the work that's going to be done, I think, over the next 9 to 12 months, we'll be looking at that and how they broaden the appeal of this and have a product that's got I guess, a lower risk profile to pitch to some of the major investors as they come out of, as their businesses pick up and they're looking for expansion opportunities.
Thank you. Fantastic.
We also think that at the moment the government has not put a lot of money into tourism operations. Obviously, with international quarantine, there's not much point. But the hope would be that if in a year or two's time there was a request for shovel-ready tourism projects, if this one was ready to go, then that would be the chance to break the back of the funding. So there could be a mixture of public funding and private funding.
That's really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, next item is the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary, by column 43 and across to page 44, where there is a recommendation. So any questions for the officers in relation to this item? Councillor Brand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the New Zealand native wildlife and birdsong as much as the next person. However, we're looking at constraints on the council's financial commitments and restrictions at this time. So therefore, the council already provides and has committed to financial support to this independent organisation of 150k per annum. I appreciate the council has provided this type of support that it's recommending of 40,000 business manager to the Tahuna campgrounds, yet that is a council asset and is set up as a trust that operates on behalf of the council. Therefore, why are we recommending to provide extra funds at this difficult financial time to a non-council owned trust? And do we plan to support other trusts that need this help at this time?
Okay, who would like to respond? Ms McDonald or Ms Harrison?
Through the chair, it's true, it's not a council-owned organisation, but the community through council has invested a great deal of money in it, and it's about protecting that investment and making sure it's sustainable into the future. We've seen the good results of that sort of intervention at the Tahuna camp, as you mentioned, and we think this would be really useful at this time for the trust, which has a new chair and is forging a new path for the sanctuary.
We used a similar process for NCMA as well. So we very similar to this. And it came through for the last annual plan, or that LTP, I'm trying to remember which one. So any other questions on this one? No, Councillor Noonan and then Councillor Courtney.
Look, I have some sympathy with Councillor Brand's views, and I'm just wondering if there's some other way that we can help them get that money through external. I know we've got a pretty smart person sitting next to you who's done a lot of funding for community groups. She may know of somewhere else that we can try, and I just think that we should help them try and connect with other funders and maybe with community partnerships. I don't know whether they've got anything either, or if there's anything new that's come out of the government lately. They seem to be opening the floodgates. So is there anything in the environment section that they can apply for? I just would like to see a little bit more thinking going into this.
All right, Councillor Riga.
I mean, there are. It is that catch though with any organisation is funding money doesn't fix all your problems. If there are other structural organisational problems, and I guess that is the core behind the business manager. It gives them the opportunity to go, you know, is it just, you know, a lack of money, or are there other problems around their model? You know, their business model was done before it was even built,
And when they tried to introduce charging, of course, we saw public concerns about introducing charging. So it's an opportunity for them to look at their business model, their charging, their funding, the governance and the management, because, yeah, if there's bigger problems, money won't fix them.
Okay, thank you. And I think that is good advice. However, I would like to see that recommendation changed a little bit, because it basically says that if we make that provision for someone to go in there, that they're going to report at the end. I would like to know a little bit before they go in, what they're going to be doing, what they're wanting to achieve, and reporting partway through. And then finally at the end. I just think sometimes we don't follow things enough, and then sometimes they get lost. So I'd like to see a little bit more of a report or reporting back, not necessarily too formal, but you know, how they check in with maybe one of the group managers and report through the committee as to it's you know, it's ratepayer funding, so I think they'd like to know how it's going.
I think it's a sensible suggestion, Councillor. I think we could note that in the minutes, that instead of our expectations in doing this, that we draft it up, that there would be reporting through the committee, reporting to the group manager and back through the committee on a regular, you know, quarterly reporting.
It probably could
Through the
go
quarterly
in here,
report.
because this is just a note anyway, so just a slight amendment to that.
We won't write it, no, we won't. But I think, although I'd really prefer to get this.
Well, maybe we need to take the conclusion bit out, because otherwise that's just report to council.
Okay.
Then you're not making it at the end. You can actually.
It's fine. I'm happy with that change. Are you happy? I think that makes sense.
So it would
Report
just
to
read,
council on
notes the grant would be contingent on agreement that the business manager report to council of their work or on their work.
Yeah.
On future opportunities and challenges. It just means we could have more reporting than just at the end.
That's fine. I'm happy with that change. Okay. Rather than, yep, that's absolutely fine. All right, Councillor Courtney.
Do you want me to move that, or
Yes, please.
Councillor?
If no, if you're
Newman?
happy to move.
Yes, I'm happy to move that.
Second.
15, 16, or vice versa?
Councillor Courtney to move.
Thank you.
I'm quite happy to do whatever. You go first. I'm comfortable. I'll tell you, no, not.
I'll let you move it and I'll second it.
No, wait a minute. Just a moment. Look, this is a good first step, this officer's recommendation here, 15 and 16. I think.
Moved by Councillor Courtney, seconded
Yes,
by Councillor
and it's
Noonan.
prudent. And I say first step because we're getting a business manager in there to provide advice. Now, it worked exceptionally well for us when we took that initiative in respect of the Tahunanui Beach Camp, Holiday Park. But my condition is, and I won't come down, I think we should consider discontinuing with the services we offer to the Tahunanui Holiday Park, the business manager we've got there, and move those services across to the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary. I think that under the climate, I'm entertaining the chief executive, and you agree? Oh, great. Well, it's two of us, probably no one else in the room will, but that doesn't matter.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you very much, Councillor Courtney.
Good. Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Councillor Skinner, I think, was first, and was Councillor Skinner or speaking to what's been moved and seconded?
It was. Thank you. This is my concerns are that by providing a business manager for them, when things aren't going well, then it sort of fingers pointed at us. It's well-meaning to help them out and business advice and prudence or strategy, and we've been burnt like that in the past, and it becomes our problem. So in the past and currently, they're well resourced with business management and advice, and it's become a bit of a running joke in the past when Hudson Dodd would come to us for money and he would reassure me that's all I need because I've got a very sound business model. And I don't think anyone in the table thought it was a good business model, and the business model always was for charging at the gate. And they ignored that advice, but we still gave them money. And now the intent may be good, but I don't see how that's going to solve their woes or help the situation. So it may seem like a little amount, but we've already given them a lot of money and they've get a lot of support. And there's some real good gains from that sanctuary if it goes well, but it's been a long time down. It's the wrong way around. The business advice will take adherence to business advice should have been at day one, not at 10 years down the track. I mean, you're aware, Madam Mayor, we've plenty of things we've supported well-meaning and they say, just give us, and we'll be away laughing. We end up holding the baby at the end going, well, and then we feel reliant that we've already invested money and energies and resources and a lot of our staff resources, which is not monetary, a lot of staff resources go into it, meaning well put, and then it sort of falls back on us when it comes the time you've got to let your teenager go and find his own way in the world, in a sense. But there's plenty of support from the public, and I don't think this is going to fix things.
Councillor Skinner, I actually concur with quite a lot of what you've said there, not all of it, but a fair amount of it. And I think where I've got to with this one is that we have an operational grant of $150,000 a year that goes to the Brook Sanctuary, and I need to be confident that that ratepayer money is being applied in a way that is delivering the benefits that we were expecting from providing that grant. And this is an opportunity for the sanctuary to take up an offer. They may choose not to take up that offer, in which case this matter will need to come back to council for a further discussion.
Sorry, you're letting that lie on the table?
No, I'm happy with what's here today, but if the sanctuary declined the offer for Nelson City Council, then I would need the matter to come back to work out what our next steps would be. So at this point, I do think we need to have a look at the business model. I think there are have been a range of challenges, and I need to be confident that when we're spending $150,000 of ratepayer funds per annum, that actually we're getting the outcomes that we were expecting.
It should really be justifying that $150,000, not coming for another 40,000. We already give. This is not the request. They asked, no, what they requested was a significant amount of money that we had not. I see that. But yeah, I won't repeat what I've said, but I don't think this is the solution.
But I do understand your feeling that actually by stepping in to do this, it's almost creating a scenario where there could be a sense of us taking responsibility, but unfortunately, by the fact that we grant money, it already makes us responsible for that grant, and that's the element that comes to fore for me. Councillor Fulton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just had a couple of questions. First of all, with regards to the actual recommendation, it says agrees in principle to make provision for 40,000. Should it say for an additional 40,000? Because there's already it implies slightly to me that is that okay that the 150,000 is already in there?
Yes, because the annual plan's an exceptions document.
Okay, so all right, so that's fine then. My second question is the submission was around increasing the operating hours. So at the moment, I understand that there's just volunteers doing Saturday, Sunday, Mondays in terms of opening the gates to the public. Having a business manager won't address that. So have officers thought about how we might, how will the manager look at that scenario as well? Because I guess in my mind, council has an obligation in terms of biodiversity restoration, which is why we collaborated with the trust to begin with. But council also has an opportunity to support wellbeing and a place to walk. And we've heard quite a lot of submissions saying there's quite a lot of conflict between walkers and cyclists today. And this is one place in our city where you can walk without that conflict occurring. So how do we increase the access? And I've actually changed my mind. I used to say it should be free. I actually think at the moment they've got quite a good model where you are now paying, and you can pay a $50 annual membership, which increases their and then you can walk for free. And I think that that's quite a lovely, people pay $50 and then they feel like they're walking for free. So I think that there's some good stuff happening, but the hours of opening are still very limited in terms of providing for community wellbeing. If someone wants to walk daily and they don't want that conflict with cyclists, how would we enable that to begin to happen? So is that something which the manager will look at?
Well, councillor, I think that's a matter for the trust. So the trust needs to work out what it's going to do there and what it wants to do and what they see as valuable. I don't think that's for us to be.
But that's what they submitted asking for. They asked for
money.
They asked for money so that they could open their doors more.
Yes, and the answer from my perspective is no, I'm not giving you any more money. I want to have a good look at your business model to be sure that the 150,000 that we're putting in at this point in time is delivering the outcomes that we need. And I understand there are other things you want to do, but I'm not sorry. There is a point, as Councillor Skinner has said, where actually I do believe we've made a generous contribution to this.
I agree with Councillor Skinner too, but I would like that manager to be exploring options to open the doors more. That for me, if we're going to put a manager up there and spend 40,000 and we're already spending 150,000, how do we make it as accessible to our community?
It certainly can be part of the review of the operating model. Absolutely.
Okay.
That's fine.
Can that be noted in the minutes, or is that all right?
Elaine's happy to note that.
Yeah,
be part of the process. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
The second is not here, is it?
Oh, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Carried. All right. Now, Nelson, we've got to know Nelson Basketball Association is withdrawing their submission, so that's the next one on the next page, and that's probably enough for today, I think. Yeah. What do you think? I think that'll do us. Now, we've got quite a lot to get through, so we'll be back tomorrow and try to get this finished off as much as we can, because ideally on Tuesday, if I could get away with a half a day, that would suit me quite nicely. I'm sure it would suit you all quite nicely. Oh, there's something in the afternoon already, is there? No, there is. The officers, a couple of things we go. The officers are quite keen to try and fit in another half a day workshop on 3 topics, which I thought was very ambitious, 3 completely different topics. Request was, would we do it tomorrow? But I actually think we just need to keep the momentum going with the annual plan. Are you all happy with that?
Yes.
All right, and then next Tuesday, I don't know whether the officers who need to present those workshop papers are available or not available, but you're probably going to at least be up for a half a day of AP, and I think probably I'd rather you were focused on that task. And I imagine you've got another agenda have you got another agenda to read next week or not? What's on your diary? I'm just making sure that we...
You've got community services.
Yes, you've got a community services agenda that will be coming up, and you'll be needing to read that as well. So I think officers, we're just going to have to focus on getting the AP done. So mission critical at the moment is AP, and the workshops, we'll have some discussion about where we can pick those up. The other mention, just before you go, is, gosh, what Jenny left me a task to do. She said, don't forget to do this. I did get an email about remits for just before you all go. I just want to do this. I'll just perhaps close the meeting for today, adjourn, and then just before I lose you, well, I just got a quick question to ask you. So we'll adjourn